Through the gloomy and damp dungeon, a crowd of people fought desperately, accompanying the wounded warriors. One of the fighters, exhausted by his severe wounds, suddenly collapsed onto the damp stone floor. The unconscious fighter was not the first whose strength had abandoned him on this journey. In despair, the man walking ahead said that the healer would soon be exhausted and their chances of survival would be slim. However, the one who had just fallen rose with unexpected joy and declared that the Empire's hope was still alive. His gaze was fixed on the hero walking with them, the legendary Bern. Bern noticed that if they had the strength to argue, then they could hold out a little longer. But inside, the hero was aware of the gravity of the situation. The anxiety in his companion's eyes was growing. When they began their journey, there were 74 members in the group, but now there were only 43 left. The loss of 30 men tormented the man, but that was not what worried him most. The real trouble was that of all those who had given their all, only 43 had survived. After all, in every battle with the monsters, the warriors fought selflessly, to the last drop of energy. But despite this, they were unable to protect 31 fighters, which left a bitter taste. Nevertheless, Bern understood that their spirit was ready for such trials, for they were in one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Now their path lay through a dungeon called the Core of Antiquity, and in the distance he noticed a light. The light also caught the attention of another fighter, who turned to Bern with excitement. He pointed to the faint glimmers ahead and asked if it was the exit. The hero focused his gaze and saw a massive gate, realizing that their long journey was nearing its end. These gates were the final destination of the Core of Antiquity, the end of a difficult adventure full of losses. Countless treasures were hidden there, possibly including the 36 greatest masterpieces of humanity. It was said that a cruel and bloodthirsty boss lurked in this dungeon, whose presence inspired terror. A sudden rustle made the man alert, and he instantly grabbed his weapon. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately ordered everyone to take up defensive positions. Tanks and swordsmen were to line up in front, while mages were to light the dark path for better visibility. The wizards soon noticed that the frightening noise had stopped, leaving them confused. One of the mages decided to increase the range of vision, warning the others to be on the alert. After casting the spell, a huge silhouette of a monster hiding in the darkness became visible in the distance. The creature sensed the magical vibrations and slowly opened its many sinister eyes. A powerful vibration emanated from the monster, causing the ground to shake beneath their feet. In the next second, a huge creature with a mouth studded with several rows of teeth became visible. This sight caused intense fear in the man, who realized that the enemy seemed invincible. The skeleton, having awakened, came to the conclusion that the squad had invaded the dungeon while he was asleep. He thought about what had happened again, and tried to figure out if he had understood the situation correctly. The main character confirmed that the enemy was fighting not only with people, but also with his own awakening. Despite the hero's calm reassurances, the skeleton remained terrified, unable to understand how to calm down. In the end, he noted that their invasion had awakened the boss, who had been sleeping peacefully in the depths of the dungeon. The creature continued to resent that before the clash, it had merely yawned, underestimating its enemies. The skeleton saw this as a sign of a lack of discipline, which, in his opinion, was vital. He then turned to Renee to ask her opinion on the incident. Renee, a little confused, said that the master's single movement was enough to stun the squad. Renee was once again in awe of Mr. Swallow's greatness, marveling at his strength and wisdom. Patrick was indignant as he watched what was happening and the strange harmony between them. He sat down with a heavy heart, thinking that perhaps it was time to accept what he had seen. In despair, he declared that the dungeon was coming to an end, but the hero asked him to calm down so as not to damage his skull. The Core of Antiquity is one of the 7 dungeons of evil that humanity considers impregnable. Most raids into dungeons end in triumph for humans, but not here. The monsters, who were supposed to be on guard, protecting their territories, considered this situation unfair. After all, with each new expedition, the dungeon grew weaker, despite endless wars and threats. The exception was those dungeons that humanity could not subdue, no matter how hard it tried. The 7 dungeons of evil, including the Core of Antiquity, were considered to be such impregnable places. Among these legendary 7, the Core of Antiquity was known as the most difficult and ruthless. It was guarded by dozens of non-humans and guards blocking 3 key paths. On the left path stood Renee, a maid with a blade, who was a homunculus guarding the red route. In the center stretched the blue path, guarded by a death knight, a skeleton named Patrick. The right path, about which little is known, was covered with tentacles whose nature remains a mystery. At the center of all this power stood a primordial monster from imperial myths, embodying ancient terror. This creature was called Swallow, a huge and incomprehensibly powerful guardian. Renee closed the book and noticed that all the information was taken from the legends recorded on its pages. It was precisely because of such books, which had spread among the people, that the desire to explore the dungeons only grew stronger. The hero was glad that the dungeon had to be managed with cunning, because excessive mystery scared people away. Revealing only part of the truth created the illusion that people understood the structure of the dungeon. Seeing books describing its laws, even if they were half-fictional, people were drawn to them like moths to a flame. However, even the hero himself did not expect to attract such a crowd of adventure seekers here. He remembered that at the beginning of their journey there were 74 people, but now only a small fraction remained. Most of their equipment had melted in the battle with the 116 black tentacles, leaving them virtually defenseless. Renee confidently stated that she could defeat the enemies without harming either the dungeon or the treasures. The hero thought for a moment, and his body began to transform into a dark substance, hinting at the awakening of an ancient power. Instead of the monster's massive body, a human hand appeared, thin but powerful. In his new form, the hero, now a young man, gently praised Renee, stroking her head. The girl smiled happily, delighted by her master's praise and attention. Patrick was annoyed by what was happening, believing that the time for the meeting was being wasted. He grumbled that their sweet couple would soon give him cavities, despite his lack of teeth. And that could be a problem, as the decay would affect not only his teeth but also his skull. Patrick noted that the hero's transformation left much to be desired, as the six-fingered hand looked clumsy. However, progress was evident, as this time the hero had fewer oddities than before. The Death Knight reflected that he was tired of his job as a gatekeeper, and that it was time to retire. Renee reminded him that it was time to move on to discussing important issues and not get distracted. It became known that people had begun an active invasion through the right path, which required action. The problem was the serious damage inflicted on the gentleman by 116 black tentacles. The hero assured everyone that the tentacles would regenerate quickly, but in case the situation worsened, they would look for replacements. Patrick, seizing on the idea, suggested finding two at once, as he dreamed of his retirement, but he was reminded of his lifetime contract. Everyone came to the conclusion that now the main threat would be concentrated on the right path. A subordinate suggested that people were already forming a new raid for the next invasion. Renee added that the people's communication magic was accelerating the spread of information, which required a quick response. Swallow slammed his fist on the table and decisively proposed revising the strategy and changing positions. Now Renee had to defend the right path to create the illusion of an easy passage. The girl enthusiastically assured that she would stop any number of people who dared to invade. The hero declared that the left path, previously defended by Renee, would now be under Patrick's command. He explained that enemies who knew about the supposedly weak left path would encounter equally serious defenses there. If everything went according to plan, the dungeon would be able to successfully repel 2 waves of invasion at once. Patrick paused for a moment in thought before asking what would happen if people decided to invade through the central blue path. After his words, the room was filled with an awkward silence. None of those present knew how to respond. Finally, Swallow said with a sly smile that the attackers would have a date with him personally, which puzzled everyone. Patrick irritably remarked that this was a completely reckless approach, while Renee, as always, looked at her master with admiration, which further enraged the skeleton. Pulling herself together, the girl decided to bring the conversation back to current affairs, reminding everyone that they needed to decide the fate of the sword found on the raid leader. Swallow, slightly confused, asked which weapon they were talking about, and Patrick explained that it was the blade used by the leader of the enemy squad. During the battle, it became clear that the enemies were truly strong, since they were able to wield this sword. The blade, known as Tanaela, was one of 36 legendary artifacts so popular among humanity that it ranked 14th in their rating. Hearing the name, Swallow thoughtfully remarked that it sounded like some kind of dish, causing Renee to smile and Patrick to become irritated, who immediately corrected him, reminding him that it was not shawarma, but masterpiece. The hero noted that Renee's blade also belonged to these artifacts, which spoke to the high level of their opponents. The skeleton asked if they should leave the sword behind, fearing that in the event of another invasion, people might take it back. Swallow, without hesitation, suggested that Patrick take the sword for himself, adding that he would handle it perfectly. Patrick was a little taken aback by this statement and asked incredulously if the gentleman was serious about his decision. After a couple of seconds of confusion, he reluctantly agreed, realizing that there was no point in arguing. And so, in the dungeon of the core of antiquity, 3 unique guardians continued their existence. A deadly gnomish maid with a blade, a skeleton knight of death with a new duty to guard a magical sword, and Swallow, the embodiment of ancient terror, whose power was limitless. Swallow, satisfied in his own way, reminded Patrick that now that he had the artifact, it was time to destroy the resignation letter hidden among his ribs. Meanwhile, Renee turned to the master with a question about the distribution of the loot, clarifying which plan they would choose. Swallow, without hesitation, replied that they would keep everything valuable for themselves and use the rest as bait for new daredevils who decided to storm the dungeon. Renee, rejoicing like a child, enthusiastically agreed, assuring him that she herself would take care of all the organizational details. Renee noticed that they did not have suitable monsters capable of fully utilizing the magical weapons. She suggested removing the magic stones from the sword and selling them, noting that such a deal could bring in a significant profit. Upon hearing her words, Swallow unexpectedly declared that perhaps he himself should go to the human village. The others instantly froze in surprise, stunned by their master's suggestion. Patrick became wary and suggested that Renee go to the village instead of Swallow. This remark enraged the monster, but Patrick coldly explained that Swallow's transformations into a human always turned out unconvincing, and now he didn't even have his tail hidden. Swallow, still annoyed, reluctantly agreed, adding that Renee should not forget to bring him some treats on the way. So, in the end, it was Renee who went to the human village, noting on the way that it was a very good day. She was sure that she would be able to complete the task quickly and return to Mr. Swallow, who could not be left alone for long. The salesman, examining the magic stones, told Renee that, unfortunately, he could not buy them. The girl instantly became alert and demanded an explanation. The merchant began rummaging through his records, clearly puzzled, and after a few minutes found what he was looking for. He showed her a small stone, explaining that it was a Class B artifact, and even such a stone would cost ordinary people years of hard labor to pay for. The stones brought by Renee turned out to be even rarer and more valuable, so much so that only the magicians of the Imperial Palace or high-class wizards could use them. The seller added that such stones might be of interest, for example, to capital jewelers, who had agreements with the Imperial family, or to the Wing Mage Tower. Renee realized that the capital was too far away and said quietly that she would have to visit the tower. However, despite this, she did not want to go there at all. But for the sake of Mr. Swallow, she made up her mind. On the way back with her companion, he kindly asked her to be careful. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the table, and he noticed a huge magic stone that was clearly worth a fortune. He hurried to pick up the stone, reminding the little girl to stop. She had almost forgotten such an important thing. His companion turned around, smiled, and said that it was just a tip, but she was grateful nonetheless. The shopkeeper was stunned, and noticed that this girl was behaving strangely for an ordinary person. Finally, Renee reached the Tower of the Wing Mages, where they were already waiting for her. The magicians greeted her, saying that in order to sell the stones, she needed to meet with the head of the guild. One of them offered to take her to the office, and she followed him without hesitation. Gomunkul realized that the head was at the very top, and the tower itself resembled the structure of an ancient dungeon. Soon, the guild leader introduced herself as Gramitzamer and thanked Renee for her visit. The woman asked who this girl was, who had decided to visit such an important place. The little girl introduced herself, noticing the powerful mana reserve in her aura, which she couldn't help but notice. Amir admitted that when she learned of the child's visit, she did not expect such an influx. But after seeing the stones, she changed her mind. She acknowledged that the Wing Tower was renowned for its reputation, and hoped that the stones were indeed worthy of its high standards. Renee poured all the stones onto the table and asked them to be carefully examined. The guild's lava intently examined the precious stones, realizing that their quality was top-notch. This surprised her, because some of the stones were truly first class, and it was difficult to understand how a child could have such treasures. Intrigued, the woman decided to ask where she had gotten such jewels, but she fell silent when she noticed her interlocutor's unusual hair. The woman remembered that among the 8 great families of the empire, there was one with hereditary silver hair. Therefore, this girl was the daughter of aristocrats who had run away with precious stones, and perhaps she did not know their true value. Amir apologized for her previous rudeness and offered 50 ounces of gold for each stone. For the highest quality stones, they were willing to offer 80 ounces, which made Renee think a fortune that would take many years of labor to earn. An ordinary person earns only about 10 ounces of gold a year, so the price was clearly unfair, and she told the man directly that if he tried to cheat, he would be killed. The guild leader was taken aback, then began to apologize, realizing that the girl seemed to know more than she would have liked. She continued, honestly admitting that even the guild did not have enough funds to purchase everything that had been offered. The girl, looking at her piercingly, simply said that she should buy as much as she could. In the end, Renee received 2,000 ounces of gold, everything the guild had at its disposal at that moment. Amir, noticing the situation, asked what the girl would say to an offer to exchange the remaining stones for something equally valuable. Gomunkel looked skeptical and asked if she was sure it would really be valuable, because the item had to be easy to sell, to which her interlocutor hastened to reassure her. She suggested that the girl follow her, promising to show her exactly what she meant. Of course, the rules did not allow outsiders in certain places, but the head made an exception for her. They found themselves in the tower's vault, where the rarest and most valuable items were kept. First, she was shown a 4-carat diamond tiara with magical stones embedded in it, enhancing its usefulness for a magician. Then she was shown a living black pearl capable of emitting a howling sound if poison was nearby, a product created using alchemy. Upon hearing the mention of alchemy, the girl instantly tensed up, as this science caused her outright disgust. Amir couldn't help but notice this strange reaction and asked why it bothered her so much. She clarified whether Renee really disliked alchemy, adding that she understood her aversion, as it was a rather unsanitary science. Then, pointing in the other direction, she asked what the girl thought about the next subject. Renee was presented with a red love stone, which is said to be capable of turning love into reality. The girl was literally overwhelmed with emotion at these words, and she was consumed with the desire to get this stone. The head added that by putting mana into the stone in front of the person you love, you can summon a spirit that will create an eternal bond between you. The little girl asked several times if this was really possible, and her interlocutor confidently confirmed it, giving her word as the head of the Tower Guild. After that, the head asked if she liked the stone so much, to which Renee, without hesitation, declared that she would take it. However, Amir warned that this artifact could cause a lot of trouble, as it was capable of subjugating even the Emperor, and therefore its value was difficult to determine. Realizing that everything was spiraling out of her control, Renee became angry, realizing that her plans were falling apart. In her anger, she pulled out her weapon and asked a direct question about what they would say about it. The woman froze in amazement at the sight of the weapon and exclaimed where she had gotten it. The girl calmly stated that she was ready to give back all the gold she had received earlier, as well as her weapon, if she got the diamond in return. After a while, the subordinate asked Amir if she had really given the girl that diamond. It seemed unbelievable to him, because she must understand what the consequences could be for her. Such decisions are dangerous to make. But the boss, thoughtfully examining the remaining stones, said that there was nothing wrong with that, because the young aristocrat had literally lost her head over that diamond. Therefore, in her opinion, there was no need to worry. The girl would die anyway as soon as the spirit inside the stone was released. Moreover, the beloved of that unfortunate woman would not remain alive either, so there would be no traces of their connection left, although, she admitted, she felt a little sorry for the guy. After that, Renee went to one of the 7 dungeons of the huge hall known as Chait Castle. There she was met by a red-haired woman who, while fixing her hair, noticed that the ends were seriously damaged. The girl immediately apologized for her sudden appearance and for causing her trouble again. But her companion smiled and replied that it was no big deal. She added that neighbors should help each other, and she would never refuse to see such a lovely Renee. This woman was the boss of the dungeon, and her name was Elizabeth Bathory. Elizabeth, better known as the Blood Countess, noted that no matter how hard the girl tried, she always looked gorgeous. Sometimes she even envied her, because as a homunculus, she herself was deprived of natural beauty. But, she added, being a homunculus has its advantages. Her face will never age, which is a remarkable feature in itself. Renee was embarrassed, but still replied that Elizabeth also looked gorgeous, and her skin was even clearer and softer than hers. In response, Elizabeth said with a slight smile that it wasn't worth discussing, because she used so much blood to maintain her appearance. Suddenly, Renee stunned her with a question about how she saw her from the outside. Without hesitation, Elizabeth replied that the girl was simply gorgeous and stood out among everyone she had seen recently. She assured Renee that no one could resist such a charming girl. During the conversation, she smiled and asked who Renee was trying so hard and dressing up for. It was obvious that her curiosity was linked to the assumption that Renee was perhaps going to confess his feelings to someone. Clutching the precious stone in her hands, the girl joyfully exclaimed that everything was true. She was ready to confess. Elizabeth, stunned by such an emotional response, was taken aback and looked shocked. She asked if the girl was serious, because in her opinion, she was just joking. Then, with undisguised interest, Elizabeth asked who exactly Renee wanted to confess to. At that moment, the girl, lost in her dreams, quietly said that she was going to confess to Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth could not contain her surprise any longer and, smiling in amazement, remarked that Renee had a great sense of humor, perhaps because she was a homunculus. The girl replied indignantly that it was no joke at all, because she was determined to confess her feelings to Mr. Swallow today. Recalling the appearance of this huge monster, Elizabeth sincerely wondered what could be attractive about him, because in her opinion, there was nothing to hold on to. Renee replied without embarrassment that he had many good qualities, first and foremost his reliability, to which Elizabeth replied with obvious sarcasm that he was undoubtedly excellent at that. She explained that she knew very well how lazy he was, a quality that completely negated his reliability. The girl continued, adding with a smile that Swallow was indeed lazy, huge, ate obscenely large amounts, slept constantly, and snored, and often slowed down and had even recently started going bald. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes and asked if Renee really knew all this, but her heart still yearned for this creature. The girl nodded confidently, saying that it was exactly so. Despite all his flaws, she liked him very much. Elizabeth sighed and wished her luck, although she added that Renee clearly deserved someone better. She also offered her help and support in case the gentleman did indeed reject the girl. Renee thanked her for her kindness, but firmly stated that she would handle everything on her own. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Riaz, a meeting was held at the Joint Command Center to discuss the raids into the dungeons. One of the men reported that, according to intelligence data, the detachment of the hero Bern was most likely destroyed. Another immediately slammed his fist on the table, asking irritably what this all meant. He recalled that it had previously been claimed that this squad had easily defeated the gatekeeper of the dungeon. Moreover, the heroes' bodies had not been found, so it was unclear where such certainty about such a tragic outcome came from. Another participant in the meeting supported this opinion, stating that Bern simply could not have died at the hands of some monsters. The man, who had been listening silently to the conversation, understood that they were wrong, because the core of antiquity was not an ordinary small dungeon. He reminded them that such a place should be traversed in a single day. But there had been no news from the detachment for 2 days now. Based on this, he concluded that Bern had most likely perished and said so aloud. Then he turned to the man who had reported this information and asked what had happened to the Hishthal family sword. The man replied that after the squad entered the core of the Ancient, all contact with them was lost. Consequently, until they sent a new squad into the dungeon, it would be impossible to retrieve Tannibel's 14th masterpiece. The meeting participants realized that this was very bad news and agreed that the weapons must be returned as soon as possible. However, one of those present stood up abruptly and declared that this was impossible. If even Bern's squad had been unable to pass through the core of the Ancient, there was no point in sacrificing even more people. In response, they pointed out that they couldn't just give up, because if Bern had fought the boss, it was likely that he had suffered serious injuries. Even as they discussed this, the boss paused its recovery, but the dungeon would soon come back to life, so they had to act quickly before it regenerated. As they continued to argue, the old man thought that the imperial family had probably already lost their beloved hero and one of the 36 legendary artifacts. He added that if the second raid ended in failure, they would lose their heads, because leaving everything as it was would mean incurring the wrath of the imperial family. But what if Bern couldn't even scratch the ancient monster, and the dungeon was pretty much untouched by their raid? Then no matter how many attempts they made, success would be unattainable. Someone suddenly said that it was simply impossible to pass through this ancient dungeon. Hearing these words, everyone present stared at the old man in bewilderment, not understanding what could have led him to such a conclusion. At that moment, the door opened and another person entered, saying that his opinion was interesting. But what were such conclusions based on? He emphasized that he considered the task feasible, even if it seemed incredibly difficult. Hearing this, the man asked in surprise what the imperial magical community thought about it. The new guest reminded him that everyone knew who they took orders from, because the imperial community, called the Third Eye, was their leaders. The old man sighed heavily, realizing that the situation had worsened since the emperor himself had begun to interfere in their affairs. The representative of the mages stated that their presence indicated that the time had come to pay for their mistakes and failures. He reminded them that they had destroyed a valuable hero and left a masterpiece, which he had reported to the emperor, right in the enemy's lair. The others remained silent, acknowledging that their actions had indeed been disastrous. The mage continued, noting that they had failed. But if everyone died, who would then command the Empire's punitive forces? Therefore, he proposed a solution that could save their fates and avoid complete collapse. This solution was to return to the core of antiquity and finish what they had started. The old man asked doubtfully how they could succeed when even the hero Bern had failed. The mage, without losing his confidence, declared that they intended to use Nifrim. Those who heard him immediately began whispering, unable to believe that he had actually uttered the name of that creature. The old man asked for clarification, reminding them that Nifrim had already led to failure once and carried too many potential problems. His interlocutor objected that this could not be considered a failure, since some success had been achieved at that time. However, the question remains as to why Bern and his squad were unable to survive in the core. Perhaps their powers had been weakened, although he was not inclined to believe this, because even in this scenario, everything remained a mystery. However, the hero and his team had one obvious flaw, which became their main and perhaps fatal mistake. It could be said that Bern lacked what Nifrim had in abundance, so the new raid has every chance of being successful for the team. Meanwhile, the main character tried his best to take human form, but it was not so easy. After a failed attempt, he noticed that he had a strange premonition, as if something truly terrible was looming over them. Then he suddenly sneezed, turning back into a monster, and wondered if some strange infection was spreading in the dungeon. Remaining in human form, he lay there bored, realizing that he didn't know when the little people would appear, and there was no time to relax. He also remembered that if he delayed his patrol, Patrick would scold him again, even though he was just a skeleton that inspired fear. The guy smiled, thinking that even bones could be scary, but decided not to add to his problems. Last time, people had made their way through the contaminated path, and he decided to start his inspection from there. The main character headed for the gatekeeper of the core of antiquity, known as Lord 116 Tentacles. Looking at this creature, he realized that it was powerless to help and could only wait patiently for an attack. Then he headed for the next creature, the ruler of the fifth room of Anthropophagus. He remembered that this creature was capable of regenerating itself if its main body was supplied with nutrients. An examination showed that the body was in perfect order, and the hero decided that no intervention in the recovery process was necessary. The Anthropophagus instantly closed its core, and the hero calmly moved on. After that, he jumped down and headed for the fourth room, which turned out to be destroyed, just like the first one. He thought about discussing all this with Patrick, but decided that he would start lecturing him again. The hero decided to put off the rest of his business for now, and rest a little to think about his next steps. He considered inspecting the contaminated path and the fifth room to be a good result for the day. Patrick will understand, he thought, when suddenly something flew past his head and stuck into the wall. The hero heard a familiar voice declaring that the humans were desecrating the dungeon again and would not leave it alive. But when Renee looked closer, she realized that it was Mr. Swallow himself standing in front of her. The girl began to apologize, saying that at first she had mistaken him for one of the vile humans, and the hero finally recognized her. As she continued to apologize, the hero assured her that nothing terrible had happened, but he was still a little scared. Then he noticed her appearance and remarked that she had obviously dressed up for something important. The girl perked up at his comment and asked happily if he liked her new look. Swallow tensed up and asked if it was something important, because she had taken off her maid's uniform, and he was afraid that she had decided to quit before Patrick. The girl confirmed that it was indeed an important event, although not what he might have assumed. Then she asked for some time, and Swallow was completely confused, believing even more strongly in the possibility of her resignation. In the end, Renee led him to a secret room, which she called her special place, and invited him to sit down while she made tea. As he walked to his seat, all he could think about was that Renee would not quit after all. When she served tea, she smiled and remarked that previously only she knew about this place, but now her master did too. She wanted to add something but hesitated, while Swallow repeated only one thing to himself. Just don't let her leave. Renee reminded him that it had been 80 years since he had taken her into the dungeon and asked if he remembered it. Swallow replied uncertainly that he did, and began to recall the events of those times. Back then, 80 years ago, the raiding craze had destroyed more than 1,000 dungeons, and thousands of people had invaded the core of antiquity. It was during that period that Renee earned her nickname and significantly raised her status among the inhabitants of the dungeon. Swallow said admiringly that she had been through a lot back then and asked about her eye, glad that she wasn't quitting. Renee clenched her fist, remembering the events of the past, and admitted that she was happy that he remembered even such small details. The hero assured her that it was impossible to forget such moments, and Renee added that she had always been happy to be near him. Swallow replied that the feeling was mutual, but pondered the meaning of her words, suspecting that they might be related to a farewell. He cautiously asked if she meant something like a breakup, because her words sounded like a prelude to a farewell. When she began to explain, he didn't even want to listen, afraid that her words would confirm his fears. But what she said shocked him even more. Renee confessed that she had been in love with him all these years. Swallow, surprised by her revelation, asked if she was serious, and Renee confirmed that she had been waiting for this moment for 80 years. Swallow was so excited that he even grew a tail, and he froze, not knowing how to respond to such a sincere confession. Finally, he found the right words and thanked her for her feelings, although it was difficult for him. Then he added that life in the underground was always on the edge between life and death. Renee listened intently as Swallow continued, saying that they could never be sure when they would be wounded or killed. He asked if she was prepared for the possibility that one of them might be left completely alone. Renee clenched her fist and replied that she had expected such an answer, realizing that her request was practically impossible. Despite her fears, Renee knew she couldn't hide her feelings forever, even if it meant heartbreak. The thought that Swallow would reject her confession and turn away from her frightened her more than anything else in the world. Because of this, she decided to fight for his love by any means necessary, clutching the precious stone tightly in her hand, as if it were a symbol of her determination. Unexpectedly for him, Renee kicked the table away with force, shocking Swallow with her actions. She rushed towards him, saying that she was even ready to use such radical means to fulfill her dream. Swallow begged her to calm down, but she only firmly stated that now her dream had a chance. His gaze fell on the mysterious stone in her hand, and she assured him that once he invested his mana in it, everything would change for the better. But meanwhile, dark energy began to surround Swallow, and his body was increasingly turning into a monster. Although his body remained partially human, his head was severely deformed, and he asked in horror if she was trying to kill him. The dark energy suddenly touched the magic stone that Renee was holding, and it slipped from her hands. The stone fell to the floor and shattered into many pieces, causing confusion. A spirit emerged from the cracks and burst into an ominous laugh as it watched the events unfold. Later, Patrick said with admiration that the spectacle was incredibly impressive. However, he reproached Swallow for his leniency, saying that expelling people was not a royal task, but that driving Renee away was quite logical. He sarcastically noted that the boss was so blind that he couldn't tell her apart from the common rabble, and even the skeleton froze in amazement. Swallow, confused, asked Patrick what he should do now, but Patrick reminded him that he had created this problem himself. Patrick picked up a piece of broken stone, claiming that it had also played a role, but did not justify the boss's actions. He emphasized that the responsibility for what had happened lay entirely with Swallow, regardless of other circumstances. Swallow tried to understand what had happened and asked in bewilderment why he didn't remember it. Patrick, surprised by his words, began to recall the events of that fateful moment that changed everything. When the chief lost control of himself, he burst in here like a whirlwind. At that moment, she noticed him preparing to attack the girl and tried to calm his mad rage. However, his face had changed beyond recognition. One half retained human features, while the other resembled that of a demon. In front of him, in complete despair, sat Renee, sobbing, clutching a stone in her hands and muttering about what she had done. Patrick realized that the situation was out of control and urged her to wake up, run, and save herself while the monster was focused on him. However, his voice went unanswered. She seemed to have completely withdrawn into herself, and her presence was becoming dangerous. Without wasting any time, he drew his weapon and struck her to push her back to a safe distance. Inside, he reproached himself for this action, but he saw no other way out, and finally, the necessary distance arose between them. At the same time, he couldn't understand what was happening to his boss, who was incoherently repeating that they wanted to destroy him. When the Death Knight described everything that was happening, the main character felt a chill inside. After her story, his interlocutor asked if he remembered what had happened, and he immediately began to apologize. Patrick was glad that he did not deny his guilt, but he also guessed that events had unfolded for a reason. After all, it was about the magic stone that the girl held so tightly. The conversation soon turned to the need to find Renee at all costs, as her absence was disastrous for everyone. She was responsible for everything, from preparing food and planning meals for the monsters to cleaning the dungeon, setting traps, and replenishing the monster army. She also mined gold, kept track of resources, and handled complaints. Without her, life in the dungeon seemed to have come to a standstill. Realizing this, Patrick asked her not to waste any time and to go after her. She had to be brought back before it was too late. He even offered to humiliate himself before her, kneeling, weeping, or showering her with kisses, just so she would return. Then his interlocutor handed him a strange object, a bracelet called Demora, which stabilized the balance of mana. He warned that the device was extremely valuable, but he wasn't sure if it would work, given the instability of the magical flow. Even if it was only of limited use, the bracelet could at least help bring him closer to human form. Swallow remarked with a smirk that the skeleton annoyed him, as if he had planned everything and found this item in advance, to which the skeleton calmly replied that he had simply picked it up along the way. After that, he insisted that the bracelet be handled with care, as it was very fragile and required careful use. However, the guy completely ignored the warnings and said that now they would see how it worked, and immediately put on the bracelet. Before leaving, he carelessly remarked that he would try not to break it, and at the same time instructed the skeleton to keep an eye on everything, as if he were just going out for a walk, which elicited a sarcastic smirk from Patrick. In fact, he promised to return within 5 days, because the attack was about to begin. The boss clarified whether this meant that he had to return before the raid began. The Death Knight confirmed that he understood correctly, because if they couldn't hold out without him, disaster was inevitable, especially if they reached that very place. That's why he only had 5 days to find Renee, and he had to remember that. The main character nodded in agreement, promising to return with the girl no later than the specified deadline. Finally, his interlocutor warned him that if he found himself near a human village, he should behave as calmly as possible. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic. Swallow assured him with a smirk that he understood everything, but if something went wrong, he would simply wipe the village off the face of the earth. Patrick, of course, scolded him for such recklessness, but when he left, he realized that everything was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. The whole mess started when Renee got hold of Dando's teeth somewhere, brought a magic stone with a demon inside with her, and almost died at the hands of the boss because of her audacity. The consequences were obvious. If the boss found out about this, disaster would be inevitable, and everything would go awry. Now was definitely not the time for such decisions, because the destruction of humanity would be the worst idea at this stage. Thinking about all this, Patrick didn't even notice the newspaper in his hands. But when he glanced at it, he was truly shocked. The headline screamed that the Joint Raid Command Center was going to reach the core of antiquity in just 3 days. Patrick instantly remembered that the boss had been ordered to return in 5 days, while the attack would begin in 3. This was the worst possible turn of events, especially considering that the guy was lying in some ravine at that moment, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. He could barely contain his anger, realizing that he had once again ended up in the wrong place, having been transported there for the second time. His subordinate calmly remarked that his magic was unstable, and that it would be better not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The hero thought that all this was probably due to the imperfection of his magic, but decided not to give up and try again. This time, he chose to teleport to the village of Haston, the very place where Renee always went to sell their magic stones. A moment later, the young man's body dissolved into thin air, and he disappeared, rushing to a new place. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Melju said with a smirk that the humans had gone too far, but today she would grant them a glorious death. However, one of her opponents mockingly said that her words sounded ridiculous, and asked where the demon got such confidence. After all, standing before her was the 32nd Elite Punitive Squad of the entire Empire. Their group was called the Mercenaries of the Golden Tiger of Dawn, and their reputation was known far beyond the Empire. He advised the demon to remember that name well, because it was they who were going to overthrow her and go down in history as heroes. Hearing this, the girl burst into a rage and loudly declared that they were pathetic nobodies, while she was the Queen of Demons and the 17th generation heir to Asmodeus. Her name is Melju de Rimfagrea, and people should be proud to have learned her name before facing their inevitable death. The mercenary who heard her speech rushed into attack, shouting that he would make this queen answer for her words right now. But his blow was easily deflected by her protective magic, as if he posed no threat at all. One of the fighters in the squad noted irritably that her defense was impenetrable even to magic arrows. At that moment, their wizard joined the fray, telling the leader that he would provide magical support for the entire group. Melju was furious when she saw that she was surrounded on all sides, and contemptuously remarked that these pathetic little people did not know their place. She then invoked her dark magic, commanding her enemies to burn alive immediately. The mercenary leader managed to avoid the direct hit, but his squad suffered heavy losses from the powerful attack. The attack did not spare his partner, but he managed to defend himself using debris and his own weapon as a shield. When this happened, he was surprised to see tiny ice crystals in the air, twinkling like stardust. Looking up, he saw that the demon was already finishing creating a new ice spell, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Without wasting any time, the mercenary grabbed a piece of debris and threw it at the demon, sarcastically stating that she apparently thought he had nothing to counter her with. While the shard flew toward Melju, the guy also rushed into the attack, hoping to catch her off guard. The demon instantly noticed his approach, and mockingly said that he must want a quick death, since he was acting so foolishly. However, when her ice spell rushed towards her opponent, he suddenly put up a shield in front of him, which surprised her to the core. This confused her because she had already destroyed their mage. So who had created this shield? When the dust settled a little, Melju noticed that some members of the squad, including the mage, had survived and were now supporting their leader. Seeing no other way out, the demon rushed into close combat, intending to fight the mercenary with her own hands. But just as their blows were about to meet, a massive limb suddenly appeared, and their bodies were thrown aside. Both the demon and her opponent were confused, not understanding where this mysterious third force had come from. A thick wall of dust rose at the sight of the explosion, through which a small silhouette was barely visible. The subordinates rushed to their leader, trying to help him up. He assured them that he was fine, but expressed confusion. Who could this be, since he had not heard anything about the arrival of another squad? Melju was also struck by the thought that this might be reinforcements for the humans, and if they had enough strength to destroy her castle, it would spell disaster. The mysterious silhouette remained unclear, and no one could understand who this third party was that had intervened in the battle. When the dust finally cleared, the main character emerged and casually asked if they knew where the village of Hasten was. The mercenaries and the demon were stunned by his sudden appearance, for he had appeared out of nowhere and, in their opinion, was talking nonsense. One of the men irritably suggested that he was human, and advised him to stay away from the demon queen if he wanted to live. Melju smiled and said that one more pathetic fool would not change the situation, and the hero wondered with curiosity if she really was the demon queen. If that was indeed the case, then perhaps her ancestors looked different, and it was a matter of generations. But the girl shouted furiously that they would all pay for destroying her castle. While the argument continued, one of the subordinates informed the leader of the mercenaries that reinforcements had arrived and suggested joining forces with them to finally destroy the demon queen. The hero, for his part, just wanted to ask where he needed to go, but couldn't get a word in. Meanwhile, the mercenaries continued to argue with the demon, claiming that her wonderful magic would not be able to defeat them. The reinforcements finally arrived, and they were urged to fight with all their might, without fear of the enemy. As the battle raged on, the main character calmly sat down to the side, waiting for the commotion to end. He thought that all this chatter and endless fighting had tired him out, because he needed to find Renee urgently. Besides, the situation was clearly reaching a dead end, and he knew that if he was late, Patrick would be extremely unhappy. While Swallow was thinking, several mercenaries mockingly suggested that he was afraid, and therefore not getting involved. Hearing this, the hero flew into a rage, began to transform into a monster, and barked at them to shut up. Before them appeared a huge, vicious creature that radiated a threatening dark energy. The mercenaries tried to flee, but he mercilessly destroyed them, demonstrating his incredible power. When it was over, he calmly returned to human form and walked over to the demon girl. Melju froze in place, unable to move, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The hero remained completely calm, and the girl finally asked what it was and who he was. The situation surprised her, because she realized that he was incredibly strong, and perhaps even surpassed her in mana reserves. Fascinated, she admitted that she wanted to know more about him. As her interest in him only grew, she began to circle around the hero, bombarding him with questions about who he was, what his name was, and what the secret of his strength was. However, Swallow only gave her a cold look full of disgust, which genuinely surprised the girl. After that, she gathered herself and politely introduced herself, stating that she was the great demon queen, a descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus, Melju de Rimph Agrea. After that, the demon queen, genuinely intrigued, asked his name. However, the hero found the whole ceremony of communication unpleasant, as it only irritated him. Despite this, his desire for information prevailed, and he began to introduce himself. But as soon as he started, he stopped, realizing that if he revealed his real name, rumors would spread too quickly. Besides, Patrick had warned him to be careful, so there was no point in revealing his identity. In the end, he decided to introduce himself as Swald Rooney, since he was only here to find Renee. This name, it seemed to him, was perfect for a man with a good-natured smile and origins in some quiet town. True, he quickly realized that the name sounded rather silly, but he couldn't think of anything better at that moment. The demon queen repeated his name aloud, and asked if she could just call him Swald, to which he replied that she could do whatever she wanted. Melju, pleased, noted that she would first like to thank him for his help, even though he had destroyed half of her castle. She admitted that without his intervention she would certainly have suffered much more, but the hero coldly replied that he hadn't particularly wanted to help her. But the queen continued, saying that now she owed him a debt, and asked how she could be of service. Hearing this, Swallow became excited, and asked if she knew the way to the settlement of Hasten. When the girl repeated the name, he felt relieved, deciding that he was indeed where he needed to be, and that Renee was very close. However, the queen soon stunned him with the question of who Hasten was. The hero's joy instantly evaporated, for it turned out that not only did she not know the way, but she had never even heard of such a place. He wondered if he had traveled so far that no one here even knew about this settlement. Not wanting to despair, he asked where the nearest town was. Melju thought for a moment and said that, in her opinion, the closest city was Riaz. The hero remembered the name of this city and realized that it was the capital of the empire. He remembered the map of the empire and realized that, according to her calculations, it would take 2 whole months to reach Haston on horseback, which clearly did not please him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he fell helplessly to the ground, and Melju, noticing his distress, asked if something was bothering him, to which he admitted with despair that he was too far away. Melju smiled and said that now everything was clear. He was not going to the capital at all, but to Haston, and suggested using the teleportation center as the fastest option. The hero was stunned by this information, and asked in bewilderment what kind of center it was, since he had never heard of it before. Melju readily explained that it was a magical invention created by humans using alchemy and magic, which forcibly generated the magic of movement. Intrigued, Swallow immediately asked where this center was located. The girl calmly replied that if he wanted to get to the teleportation center, he had to go to the city of Riaz. When they arrived at the right place, the hero asked doubtfully if this was really the center, and Melju, standing nearby, confirmed that it was, and that now was the time to gather information. Swallow thought that although Renee was unlikely to be here, he still had to find out if she had actually gone to Haston, so he needed to learn as much as possible. Melju, with a smile on her face, said that if he was looking for a girl with silver hair, she would help him in his search, and he had nothing to worry about. Swallow was surprised by her words, and, puzzled, asked how she, as the mistress of the castle, could leave it unattended and just walk away. Melju, noticing his confusion, replied with a gentle smile that she was pleased that he was concerned, but that he should calm down. She added that as the demon queen, the supreme being born to rule, the castle was only a temporary refuge for her, because the demons were her army, and it did not matter where she was. Swallow nodded, noting that this was clearly a demonstration of the Demon King's ability to summon their army at any moment, and that she could indeed gather her warriors at will. Melju confirmed his guess, saying that in general he was right, although in practice she had not yet tried to summon the army, but she was sure that it would be possible. She added that if her father could do it, then she could definitely do it too, because her power was much greater than that of ordinary demons. Besides, she continued, the castle her father left her had been destroyed, and there was no point in returning there, so she would not have to go back to that place. Swallow, realizing that it was his fault, immediately apologized, but Melju assured him that the situation was difficult, and the attacks by humans were inevitable. She explained that he should not worry about the destruction, because when the capital of the human empire is located right in front of the demon castle, it is difficult not to encounter such troubles. Melju ended the conversation on that note, suggesting that they stop discussing sad topics and continue gathering information, because time was of the essence. The hero, of course, agreed, but deep down he continued to wonder what he should really do next. He felt that with each step, her presence became more and more burdensome to him, like an extra load that was impossible to throw off. After a while, they found themselves in a local bar, and Melju, wasting no time, ordered 2 beers, ignoring those around her. Swallow realized that his feelings had not deceived him, and, turning to his companion, remarked that they had important business to attend to, so he did not understand what they were doing here. Melju, tilting her head back serenely, took a big gulp of beer, which, according to her, immediately made her feel refreshed. With a sly smile, she remarked that he was clearly unfamiliar with human cities, because a bar was not just a place to drink, but a whole center for gathering information. He should have just looked around and listened to the conversations filling the place to uncover all the secrets. All these conversations echoing around the bar were a real treasure trove of information that was so easy to use if you knew how. Swallow, following her advice, listened to the conversation with interest, realizing that his task was simply to filter out what he needed, and then the information would be in his hands. He easily took her words to heart and immediately began looking around, hoping to find something useful. His gaze fell on the wall, where a bulletin board hung, and, intrigued, he asked her what the papers were. Melju, without turning her head, explained that they were ordinary announcements, the kind you could find in any bar. They were here too. According to her, this was the very spectrum of information she had been talking about, and Swallow, slightly surprised, wondered how appropriate it was after all. Looking at the board, he noticed that these were lists of the squads participating in the raid, to avoid repeated passes through the same places. He thought that this actually made sense, since several squads should not invade the same dungeon. And then Melzu added that this also prevented conflicts over rewards. Melzu expressed her disappointment with people who stubbornly remain loners, forgetting that by joining forces, the chances of success in the dungeon increase significantly, while they, in turn, are stuck in their own ambitions. Swallow, trying to balance her fervor, noted that in fact, it would be better for them. But the Demon Queen couldn't help but clarify what he meant. She continued, with some surprise, that she was now interested in whether she was also a monster from the dungeon, because it was strange that, as the mistress of the castle, she could be equated with one. Swallow, with a crooked smile, replied that he was difficult to understand, and to be honest, he simply did not want to go into details. Melzu noted with curiosity that he clearly had his secrets, but she decided not to bother him with questions, since he himself preferred to remain in the shadows. Swallow, looking at the bulletin board again, noticed something that immediately caught his attention. There was information about his own house, and it made his heart beat a little faster. Looking at the empty column with the teams, he felt relieved, realizing that he still had time before anything started to happen. Melzu, noticing his excessive restraint, jokingly asked him not to be so greedy and let her see what he was so carefully hiding, because she already guessed that he was just proud of his height. Unable to withstand her persistence, he finally showed her the announcement, and after examining it carefully, she could not hide her admiration for what she saw. It was something significant, because she saw a mention of 7 dungeons hiding a great evil, and one of them, the core of antiquity, had caught her attention even before the wedding. Swallow, a little stunned, couldn't help but ask if she really knew about it, to which Melzu replied, as if nothing had happened, that of course she did. These 7 dungeons were known as the abodes of the greatest evil, and the core of antiquity was considered the most powerful of them, its power admired even by people she called fools. Happily adding that this dungeon was the goal of all monsters, she continued that her dream was to become stronger than everyone else. After all, as she had said earlier, it was the most powerful of all the dungeons, and she was ready to challenge its forces. She also mentioned that at the top of this realm stood the Lord of all creation, God's guardian, whose power could punish even the most terrifying ancient monsters. This mystical ruler, according to her, is known as Lord Swallow, which made her literally glow with admiration, and Swallow himself was surprised. He, in turn, thought about it, considering himself simply the master, not the one who rules this kingdom, not understanding why she attaches such strong titles to him. While Swallow pondered, she continued to talk enthusiastically about the core of antiquity, considering it her favorite dungeon and dreaming of becoming even stronger to prove it to her lord. She dreamed of improving her abilities to become even more powerful, because this would open up the opportunity for her to see the true power of her master, as she believed him to be. Swallow, feeling slightly uneasy, realized that she was probably not just talking about some abstract character at the moment, but was looking directly at the one she was talking about. He couldn't help but ask if being so powerful was really that great, to which she proudly replied that she wanted to become just as strong, despite all the obstacles. Although her father was great and powerful, a worthy king of demons, she believed that there were people far more powerful than he had ever been. One such person was a young hero named Bern, whom she considered a worthy opponent for anyone. Swallow, speaking with confidence, noted that he himself had defeated the Demon King and would not want to face Bern, although he may not have realized that he had swallowed this hero in one easy motion. Melzu, with a slight hint of sadness in her voice, added that she did not want to spend her life ruling the dungeon like her father, and dreamed of something more. After some thought, she realized that she wanted the monsters attracted by her power to create their own dungeons where they could develop freely. She believed that she was getting stronger with every step she took, and asked with sincere interest if her desire for this was admirable. The hero, smiling in response, noted that it was indeed impressive, reflecting on how good youth was when its zeal was still full of strength. He himself had once been like that, although he had long forgotten when exactly that was, remembering the days when he led an army capable of subjugating the whole world. In those years, he sought to master the world's knowledge, which made him feel as if he were smarter than everyone else, and at times he would argue with people he considered unworthy. But life led him to give up everything, following his emotions, and he soon realized that such actions did not lead to anything good. Now his only goal was to find peace and quiet in the embrace of sleep. However, at that moment he noticed that the girl he was talking to was clearly intoxicated, and he realized that he had to do something about it. He decided that the best thing to do would be to gently pick her up and carry her away, while people around them continued to talk about the new announcement regarding the dungeon. The shop owner, realizing his mistake, explained that he had forgotten to post the announcement and promised to fix it, immediately setting to work. Someone in the crowd pointed out that he constantly forgot to update the information, and if his inspectors noticed this, they would certainly impose a fine. The announcement was about a raid on the core of antiquity, in which Paimor Dubelay's squad, led by Nephrim, would take part, and the raid was to take place within the next 72 hours. Time passed, and soon morning came when she finally came to her senses. Melju woke up with a heavy head, feeling intense pain in her ears and head after the night's revelry. Suddenly, Swallow appeared in the room and, noticing that she had woken up, asked if she was finally awake, to which she, looking at his yawn, admitted that she did not remember what had happened yesterday. He replied with slight confusion that of course she didn't remember, because it couldn't be otherwise. But suddenly he was overcome by an anxious premonition. Suddenly falling sharply to the ground, he looked very frightened, and Melju, noticing his reaction, asked with interest what had happened to him. A few moments later, continuing to look anxiously in her direction, he remarked that his eyesight must have deteriorated. He couldn't understand why she now seemed so small to him, even though, in his opinion, she had always looked petite. Melju wasted no time and, hitting him, declared that she was not small at all, and then asked if he thought he was being too rude. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly changed so drastically that it even frightened him a little. The girl continued to strike him, repeating passionately that she had not become younger at all. After a short pause, she added that yesterday she was in her second version, created so that pathetic little people would not dare to mock her. And now standing before him was her true and first appearance, the one she had always hidden. He was very confused and asked if this was really her true form. The demon nodded, confirming his words, but then abruptly changed the subject, asking what was wrong with his face and whether he had eaten something at night without her. In short, she explained that transformation was a magic that allowed one to project one's future, and that her second version was only a prediction of what she would become when she grew up. She added that when she grew up, she would be as strong and cool as her second version, and there would be no more doubts. Melz asked with interest if he understood her explanation, to which the guy admitted that he did not. In response, he suggested that maybe she just needed to change her clothes, but she shouted sharply, warning him not to treat her like a child. At that very moment, as if by fate, a crowd of people gathered at Count Haston's house, ready for action. The leader of this group, striding confidently ahead of everyone else, ordered the guards to immediately open the gates and welcome the punitive detachment. These people had come from Riaz, and their goal was clear: to conquer the ancient dungeon. The Count, who was in his room, asked in bewilderment who had sent this document, and his subordinate reported that it had arrived yesterday on behalf of the Third Eye. Hearing the name of the sender, the man flew into a rage, realizing that these were the Emperor's servants, his enemies, for he was the ruler of Haston, Count Edark. The thought flashed through his mind that a raid on a higher-level dungeon required the approval of the ruler of the lands, and these people had simply dared to act without it. He realized that an aristocrat could not simply refuse, because it was almost an imperial order, and his will was binding. Turning to the girl in the room, he asked her what she thought. Would they be able to pass through the core of antiquity? His subordinate just shook her head in refusal, and the man noted that she also considered them too weak for this dungeon. He had never heard of the leader of the Nifrim group, and could not understand what the Third Eye was thinking when it sent such a squad. The Count thought, if they were defeated, his land would suffer again, and perhaps it would be better to send a stronger squad first. He whispered that he would need to send a proven team for this. The girl, with a smile on her lips, told the Count that the answer might be right in front of him if he looked closely. The Count thought that perhaps she was referring to the wing tower, which could well cope with such a task. After all, they now had very high-level stones, and although it was naive to think that this could instantly strengthen the tower for a raid on the core of antiquity, there was still hope. The core of antiquity was the highest level of the dungeon, and if the rumors were true, a truly dangerous task awaited them. The Count couldn't help but wonder, what if the only one who could pass this dungeon was Swallow, who had fought the hero Bern and his squad? Soon, the Count gave the order to send a request to the wing tower, promising huge sums of money and glory for the successful completion of the task, as well as for them to be the first to pass through the dungeon. As soon as the conversation was over, mercenaries burst into the room where the aristocrat was without knocking. These were the very same mercenaries who entered without permission and defiantly asked if he was Count Etark. The Count, struck by their insolence, asked in surprise who these people were, and the young man, without delaying his answer, introduced himself as Nephrim and complained that he had called for a long time, but there was no response, so he had to enter without invitation. The Count, even more perplexed by their rudeness, asked what they were doing there without warning, and the young man, sitting down in a chair, replied that he had brought documents from the imperial house itself. He defiantly asked if there was any order from the kingdom that forbade them to be there. The Eturk, not hiding his irritation, replied sharply that there were no such instructions, but at the same time he felt someone pressing on him, as if ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, another girl, without hesitation, asked what had happened to them since they were guests, asked everyone to smile, and also brought tea and cookies. Despite his inner discontent, the Count restrained his emotions and ordered his subordinates to hurry up and entertain the guests. Sitting down opposite the visitors, he asked them directly what they were doing there. Nifrim replied smugly that the Count, as an adult, should understand perfectly well that they were here to raid the core of antiquity. Etark, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that not even a day had passed since they had received the document, and they were already so eager, and asked when they would finally set out. Nifrim, in turn, admitted that they had indeed planned to set out today, but new circumstances had arisen, and now the raid was postponed until tomorrow. The Count, with an unsatisfied expression on his face, noted that they were rushing too much, that the raid was a complicated matter, and suggested that they rest a little, promising blood and parties in their honor. The leader of the detachment assured him that there was no need to worry, because they were not going to touch Wing's tower at first. The Count asked in surprise why they were going there, whether they were going to see friends. Nifrim replied mockingly that he had misunderstood everything, because the goal was simply to eliminate all life there, without unnecessary conversation. The aristocrat, stunned by this statement, could not contain his surprise and began to ask what he meant. The young man smiled contemptuously, stating that the security was so weak that the mansion could easily be bugged using magic. They already knew all the details, and now it was interesting to see if the Count was going to send the order to Wing Tower after all. He added defiantly, "Did they really come all this way just to be beaten to the punch? That's just unfair. Small pawns should be cut off at the root." Etark, although he felt defeated in this conversation, realized that the only benefit from this whole situation was to raid the core of antiquity with the strongest of them. In the end, the man, suppressing his irritation, apologized and said that he would not interfere with the raid, and their order would be sent as they wished. Nefrim, biting into a cookie with a satisfied look, expressed his sincere gratitude to the Count for his generosity, if all this was true. While Patrick was waving his weapon in the lands of the core of antiquity, in a distant corner, his gaze was fixed on the current events. Patrick glanced at the time and realized that his remaining time was almost up. The main character and Melju were walking through the city streets, and it seemed to him that this walk was reminiscent of something from the past. While he was looking around, Melju smiled and asked him to shift his attention and look the other way. Without hesitation, the hero turned to the knight walking ahead and asked how far away the teleportation center was, to which the knight replied that the journey would still be long. Swallow looked at the knight in surprise, and heard in response that they were only at the exit of the fourth wall of the city. The knight explained that the teleportation center itself was located behind the imperial palace, and from there, they still had to pass through 3 walls. The hero, unable to hide his curiosity, asked how long such a journey would take, and the knight replied that if they walked, it would take them a week. Melju and the hero were very surprised by this information, as they certainly did not expect such a long journey. Swallow, realizing that the journey would take too long, thought that Renee and Patrick might have already gone ahead. At that moment, the demon whispered in his ear, suggesting that he use flight magic, but he soon realized that this was not the best choice. He thought that if they started using mana, people would notice immediately, and no one knew what that might lead to. While they were discussing this, a strange man approached them, laughed, and remarked that they clearly had problems. Apologizing for eavesdropping, he asked with interest if they were heading to the teleportation center. The girl, slightly surprised, confirmed that they were, but immediately asked who this man was, to which the old man replied that he was a coachman named Cheonma Belvir. The girl asked if he was sure he was right, and he confirmed that it was true, explaining that he was a homunculus created through alchemy. The old man pointed to the creature next to him and said that it was Chonik, an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, the result of a project to create artificial angels carried out by the Empire. The main character was stunned, while the girl frowned, not even wanting to look at the creature, which she found terrifying. The man added that this creature was quite strong, resilient, and even able to fly, but it had been abandoned because it had failed to fulfill its main task, to destroy the church. The demon smiled with interest and asked if this really meant the end of homunculus research. In response, the old man said that this was not entirely true, because the Empire could not abandon such a labor force, and there were rumors that homunculi were being mass-produced through large-scale processes. Swallow thought for a moment and remarked that if it was indeed a large-scale process, then surely they were being grown in giant flasks. Kucher smiled and said that he must be joking, as this method had been used to create the first generation of homunculi 150 years ago. The hero realized that it had been quite a long time and assumed that a lot of time had passed since then. Perhaps as many years as had passed since Renee's birth. Melju looked at the carriage and noticed that it looked quite sturdy. So the old man was not lying, and she wondered how long it would take them to get to the teleportation center. The man replied that the journey would take about 4 hours, although they would have to undergo a check each time they passed through a wall. The hero thought for a moment and asked how much such a service would cost, and the old man happily replied that it would be 8 ounces of gold for both of them. The girl looked at the old man in horror, because yesterday they had paid only 8 ounces of silver, and this was 100 times more than they had expected. Melju was upset and said she didn't have that much money, and the main character asked in surprise if she thought he had that kind of money. Rummaging through his pockets, the gentleman suddenly heard a soft rustling sound that made him freeze with curiosity. He pulled out a bundle of coins and a neatly folded note in which Patrick promised to thank him for his help one day. Very soon, they were already flying through the sky on a winged homunculus, which was confidently controlled by their strange coachman. The demon, peering intently at the lands far below, asked Swallow where he had gotten such a generous sum of money. He yawned so loudly that it seemed as if he wanted to swallow the whole sky, and lazily replied that the money had been given to him by an old acquaintance from the underground. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she remarked incredulously that she did not understand how a monster from the dungeon could roam freely in these lands. The hero shrugged casually and explained that he had been expelled, adding that this answer should satisfy her. The girl asked if those he was looking for had suffered the same fate, and heard a confident yes. Melju admitted with a slight sadness that she envied his companions, because even after their expulsion, they continued to care for each other. She quietly added that she would never give up such a life, because she wanted so much to have someone close to her. In her opinion, this was the meaning of life, when people or creatures cared for each other sincerely and selflessly. After several hours of travel, their homunculus carriage finally landed on the sparkling street of Survey Rose, steeped in wealth and pleasure. The hero glanced at the majestic buildings and asked if the teleportation center was really unavailable at the moment. The center employee, bowing his head apologetically, confirmed that this was true, and apologized for the inconvenience. Melzu sighed disappointedly, and said she hadn't expected such a turn of events, and the employee suggested they return tomorrow at 8 in the morning. He explained that the center was temporarily closed due to an auction, but immediately after it, teleportation would be available for honored guests. The hero asked in surprise why the entire center had to be closed because of some auction, to which he received an answer about a rare artifact being put up for sale. The employee explained that it was Dandu's teeth, a lost masterpiece, for which increased security measures had been taken. Melza looked curiously at the poster depicting the artifact, praising the drawing, while the hero thought about it, because this item was vaguely familiar to him. He was about to say that he had seen it at Renee's, but changed his mind at the last moment and muttered that his friend had used it. The employee looked at the artifact with suspicion, but Swallow firmly stated that it was the very thing that, when empowered, turned into a giant blade. His interlocutor admitted that his knowledge of the artifact was superficial, but Dando's teeth were definitely unique and had no analogs. These words finally confirmed to the hero that the weapon put up for auction had once belonged to his Renee. Swallow's thoughts began to get confused when he imagined that perhaps people had dared to kill her, even though it seemed impossible. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea that some pathetic mortals could have harmed Renee, because she wasn't nicknamed the Maid with the Blade for nothing. The hero kept thinking about the blade, and wondering if Renee had it with her when she ran away from him. He remembered her outfit, too elegant to hide a weapon, and she had thrown one dagger at him, deciding that he was an enemy. But he was tormented by the question. How many blades did she still have left, if even in battles with enemies, Renee always had at least 5? Patrick could defeat anyone with his sword, but even he would wonder how powerful the girl was if she were deprived of her blades. The Queen of Demons sensed that something strange was happening to Swallow, and tried to reach his mind. However, he was too consumed by rage, convincing himself that Renee had fallen at the hands of despicable mortals. The center employee, seeing the hero's face change, recoiled in horror and collapsed helplessly to his knees. He begged for mercy, calling Swallow a monster, and tried to crawl away, but fear paralyzed his movements. The hero merely touched him, and in an instant, the frightened man's body went limp and fell to the ground. Mad with rage, Swallow shouted that he would destroy everyone to the last to avenge Renee. Melju, frightened by his state, grabbed his arm tightly and asked him to explain what had happened, begging him to calm down. The hero looked at her and coldly said that he would ask only one question about Dando's teeth. It was important for him to know if they were truly unique in the world, as the previous owner had claimed. The girl hesitated, but replied that, as far as she knew, this was indeed the case. She couldn't understand why Swallow was so angry, but he briefly explained that this artifact belonged to his long-lost friend. The hero firmly stated that he needed to return the artifact, thanked the demon for her help, and suggested that she go on her way. Melju did not hide her confusion, but Swallow noted that he had already found a way to infiltrate Haston and handle the situation on his own. He strongly recommended that she leave this place as soon as possible, and preferably to the safest distance possible. However, the girl, ignoring his words, suddenly asked if she was the one he was so desperately looking for. Her question concerned the monster from the dungeon with silver hair who possessed Dandu's teeth, one of the 36 masterpieces. Hearing that she was called the Maid with the Blade and that her name was Renee, the hero felt his madness growing stronger. Melju watched his reaction closely and said with a smile that her guesses were correct. But Swallow told her not to test his patience. Then he asked her calmly what else she wanted to know about him and that mysterious girl. In response, Melju said that she didn't need anything else, because even the threatening tone of his voice didn't scare her at all. She already understood who he really was, Renee, the guardian of the great core of antiquity and the highest consciousness. And if he called himself her companion, then everything immediately became obvious and understandable. After all, in this case, we are talking about the great lord of chaos known as Swallow. The hero realized that his identity had been revealed, removed his dark aura, and wanted to explain himself. But the girl interrupted him. She added that, despite everything, he remained only a subordinate, as she had assumed. At that moment, Swallow realized that he was dealing with a rather naive creature, and was at a loss as to how to react. The girl laughed loudly, saying that she had exposed him thanks to her sharp mind and insight. Moreover, she added that she knew about his dark thoughts and was going to help him, regardless of his objections. The hero thought for a moment and, looking at her, asked how the Demon Queen could walk around so carefree, relying only on her words. Melju replied that being rational, she would never become the Demon Queen, because her words were absolute logic. These words did not convince Swallow, and he realized that her explanation sounded like an extremely weak excuse. Melju, looking at his face, noticed with relief that it now seemed familiar, and declared that the old Swallow had finally returned. She added anxiously that he had looked frightening before, with strange dark growth stretching from his back. Nevertheless, she was glad that he was now normal, and assured him that he had nothing to worry about, because she would stay by his side. The girl even asked him to promise never to speak in such an ominous voice again. On the day of the auction, the main entrance was crowded with aristocrats ready to spend a fortune on their whims. At that time, a lone guard stood at the back entrance, sadly reflecting on his uselessness, because no one had come there. He even wondered why he had been assigned to this spot, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a friendly voice. The guard turned his head sharply and saw a girl in front of him who asked if she could participate in the auction. He was taken aback by her sudden appearance and replied that he had to check her name first, asking her to tell him. The girl introduced herself as Melju from the Agrea clan and added that she was accompanied by a servant named Swallow. Hearing her name, the guard apologized, asked her to wait a moment, and began searching for it in his book. After a couple of minutes, he apologized again, saying that her name was not on the list. But Melju smiled and said that was impossible. She then turned to Swallow and asked if he had their invitation, to which he replied in the affirmative. However, the man next to them expressed confusion, as no invitations had been issued for this auction. As soon as he tried to object, he felt someone's fist suddenly slam into his head. It was Swallow, who smiled and said that his invitation was a ticket to the afterlife. He then turned to Melju, noticing that she had changed her appearance, to which she replied with a smile that he was probably afraid of falling in love with her. The guy just smirked and called her a child, which immediately sparked an argument, because she had asked him not to call her that anymore. At that time, Renee was far away, in Chait Castle, surrounded by cold walls and dark thoughts. Lying on her bed with tears in her eyes, she whispered that she would never be able to return to the core of antiquity. 80 years ago, a huge fire broke out in the forest of Graphenia, causing a great tragedy. Then the main character apologized to the old woman, saying that he could not imagine that people were capable of such evil. Comforting her, he noted that the forest would probably soon recover and regain its harmony. After all, the mistress of the forest, the spirit of the land of Graphenia, known as a witch, had repaid her offenders in kind. At that moment, he reflected on how the forest served as a natural fortress for the core of antiquity, and that he must respect her wrath. Most likely, she had already punished all those guilty of arson, and now her fury would gradually begin to subside. But then he sensed another strange presence and became curious about who it might be. Approaching the cage, he realized that the person sitting inside had no connection to the arsonists. The longer he looked at the girl, the more surprised he became, realizing that she was a homunculus. Homunculi are creatures created by humans but deprived of human essence, and the hero decided that she should be eliminated as an unnecessary witness. However, unexpectedly for himself, he said that she could be free according to her master's last will. Nevertheless, this did not mean that he was going to help her get out of there. He added indifferently that she would either die here or try to survive outside, leaving the choice up to her. Before his death, her master had called for a maid named Rello, and there were no other maids nearby, so it was probably her. With these words he left, declaring that his mercy had run out. The girl, not fully understanding what was happening, could barely utter the name Rello. This name belonged to the maid who served the head of the family and was considered an honorary title given to the most distinguished servant. But as a homunculus, the girl had no right to such a name, for the family considered her nothing more than a thing. Despite this, she firmly decided that from now on she would be called Relu, because the one who gave her freedom had named her that. From then on, she proudly bore that name, feeling that it was her first step toward a real life. The girl quietly settled at the foot of the majestic Chait Castle, thoughtfully studying its gloomy towers and stone walls. Suddenly, her contemplation was interrupted by a woman who announced that the Imperial squad was heading to a mysterious place known as the Core of Antiquity. The girl casually remarked that none of this mattered, because she still couldn't return there, despite the efforts of wind and time. Elizabeth calmly explained that she had no intention of forcing her to return, because now her happiness and freedom of choice meant much more. Nevertheless, she sincerely wondered whether it was worth so hastily burning the bridges that connected their fates. After all, the comrades with whom she had shared the battlefield would cross the entire continent to find her, and if they found out about the deception, especially Patrick or Swallow, the consequences could be unpredictable. If she was determined to disappear forever, she would have to erase all traces of her past, leaving only emptiness behind. But perhaps that is not necessary. Patrick will most likely figure it out on his own, especially since the raid on the Core of Antiquity is about to begin, and they will be absorbed in their tasks. Therefore, if she wants to complete her mission, now is the perfect moment to do so. After thinking for a moment, Renee suddenly told her companion that she needed to get some fresh air to think things through properly. The woman warned her that it would be better to wait, as her right eye had suddenly become cloudy, and offered to keep her company. The girl gratefully declined, assuring her that she could manage on her own, and casually asked Battery where her blades were. At that moment, the hero roughly grabbed one of the auction house employees, demanding that he tell him everything he knew about the mysterious Dandu teeth. The man, gasping in pain, confessed that the artifact had been put up for sale by the Wing Mage's tower, and that he knew nothing else, begging for mercy. Swallow quickly realized that he would have to go to Haston after all, as the matter was clearly connected with the magical tower. After a moment's thought, he released the worker, thanking him for his honesty, and, as a sign of mercy, promised to spare his life. The stunned man silently watched the receding figure, still unable to believe that he was still alive. He whispered that it was some kind of ridiculous absurdity, because he had expected death, even though he was only doing his duty as a guard. Before he could finish, the hero reappeared before him, assuring him that he had done nothing wrong. However, he added that he was simply unlucky to be in the way at the most inopportune moment. The hero asked mockingly whether people called their invasions massacres or genocide when they stepped on foreign territory. Although, he mused, they preferred to use words like conquest or conquest, avoiding heavier terms. They probably never even felt remorse for killing monsters, which begs the question, what did the monsters do to deserve complete annihilation? The gentleman calmly noted that he was only playing by their rules, considering them simply enemies, nothing more. Meanwhile, the auction was gaining momentum, and the price for the rare lot soared to 7 billion. The auctioneer excitedly asked those present if anyone was willing to offer more. One of the girls, yawning with boredom, wondered whether to place a bid for fun, but her companion sternly reminded her that they were there for security. Win Historia, a knight of the Order of the Black Wolf, smirked, realizing that she was not someone to be trifled with. Her partner, the tracker Garot, dryly reminded her not to forget the mission they were here for. Win assured her that she remembered the goal, but expressed her desire for the auction to end quickly so that they could go get some snacks. The auctioneer warned that if there were no bids, the lot would be sold in 3 counts. But at that moment, the main character appeared behind him. The hero swiftly killed the auctioneer and coldly declared that only he had the right to end the auction. He defiantly addressed those present, hinting that they were all there for Dandu's teeth, and asked if he was mistaken. There were only 3 heroes of the Empire, but one of them, Bern, had died in the core of antiquity. The remaining heroes were attacked by the public, who accused them of pride and inability to protect the people, even though that was their destiny. Those who survived the criticism originally directed at Bern were now under constant pressure, and Win was among them. She had to prove her right to be a hero, suppressing her instinct for self-preservation with her unyielding fighting spirit. As she was about to attack, Garrow stopped her in time, holding her back by the arm. Garrett said with horror in her voice that they couldn't interfere, because the situation was beyond their capabilities. The main character's intimidating aura prompted the woman to warn that he was incredibly dangerous and could destroy them in the blink of an eye. Approaching the main lot at the auction, Swallow noted with a slight smile that, contrary to expectations, the blade was real. He paused to think, because at first he'd considered it a fake, but traces of Renee's power were clearly visible on the weapon. Without wasting any time, he immediately transformed the blade into his weapon, thinking that if Renee had indeed died at the hands of humans, then he was not destined to survive either. After a pause, the young man admitted aloud that it would be extremely difficult to explain the situation. However, he added that this weapon already had an owner, which meant it had to be returned, regretfully emphasizing that someone had been willing to pay a huge amount of money for it for nothing. One of those present, looking at Swallow, shouted, calling on the guards to immediately seize this insolent stranger. The hero calmly replied that he understood perfectly well that no one would let him go just like that, although he himself had no intention of leaving. Swallow coldly declared that he would deal with everyone here right now and bury them along with their futile knowledge. But suddenly, the heroine of the Empire rushed toward him with a cry, asking if he really thought he would get away with it. His attention was immediately drawn to the girl, and he wondered with interest what kind of flying squirrel was rushing toward him. Recognizing that her movements were quite fast, he still noted their slight clumsiness. Therefore, a moment before her blow, he easily stepped aside, allowing her to fly past him. The girl quickly stopped and rushed back into the attack, and Swallow, watching closely, realized that her only weapon was her gloves. He realized that to win, he only needed to break her hands, which seemed quite feasible to him. Despite this, he acknowledged that she was a very worthy fighter for a human. At that moment, the girl gathered all her strength and activated her crushing skill, delivering a powerful blow. The gentleman decided to meet the attack with his bare hands and intercepted her fist at the last moment. However, he was stunned when he was unable to completely block the blow and was thrown back several dozen meters by the explosive force. Even for Historia herself, the blow was heavy, and her breathing immediately became erratic. Swallow, examining his barely damaged hands, noted with interest that this girl was much stronger than he had initially thought. The heroine, staring in surprise at the silhouette of the guy who appeared from the dust, couldn't believe that he was still alive, because in her opinion, it was absolutely impossible. She was sure that such a technique, even from the most powerful dungeon bosses, would leave no trace behind. Usually, with such a blow, the replica of the apocalypse would be destroyed with a single strike. But that was not the case. Looking at her opponent, the girl noticed that some kind of dark liquid was spreading around him, and immediately realized that he was not a human, but not an ordinary monster either. At that moment, she had no idea who he really was. A moment later, the hero looked her in the eyes with a crazy smile and said regretfully that he was sorry. The dark energy emanating from him began to cover everything around him, approaching his opponents. Garrett saw that her ally was in danger and ran towards her, but Historia immediately stopped her, asking her not to approach. However, the tracker did not listen and, without hesitation, used her power to protect them. After a while, when everything had calmed down, Historia approached Swallow and asked anxiously if he was all right. He smiled and replied that he was fine, and the little girl remarked with relief that she had thought he had died. Meanwhile, reflecting on the recent blow, the gentleman realized that it was not an attack by an ordinary person. If it had hit him directly in the heart, he could have transformed, which would have been dangerous for everyone. In that case, Patrick would surely be angry, and the consequences could be dire. It would have been better if he had just died, but despite everything, he regretted letting those people get away. His recent opponents turned out to be 2, and the one with pink hair was particularly strong. While he was distracted by the blue-haired girl, she managed to evacuate everyone and then cast several layers of protective magic. That's why he realized that she had caught his interest, and he had to be ready for her next move. When the explosion thundered, people began to say that something had collapsed, but no one could understand what was really happening. Soon they noticed a person among the ruins and rushed to ask if she was all right. The man who examined her first reported that she was seriously injured and suggested calling security and a doctor immediately. Histo thought about how she was a heroine who had been attacked by a monster whose name she didn't even know. And she wasn't sure if the people at the auction were okay, nor was her ally, Garrot. She quietly said her friend's name, and her friend asked if she thought she would respond if she called her so quietly. The girl immediately looked at her companion, and realizing that she was alive, immediately felt relief and joy. The tracker, noticing this, suggested that she quickly thank her, because if it weren't for her, preparations for her funeral would already be in full swing. Of course, she thanked her savior, but soon noticed that something was wrong with her body. The girl asked what had happened to her arm, because it was missing, to which Historia calmly replied that it was nothing to worry about. Her life was not in danger. However, despite the reassuring words, the heroine cried bitterly, hugged her, and apologized, because she believed that she should be removed from her position for this. In response, her ally called her by her full name to calm her down a little and reminded her again that she was still a heroine. She added that if the heroes of the Empire behaved like weaklings, the people would not like it. Then she whispered quietly that losing one arm was a small sacrifice, especially considering who their enemy was. She said with confidence that it was Swallow, the master of the core of antiquity. History, in complete shock, said that this could not be true, because it was unclear why such a powerful monster would come here. Her companion replied with a serious look that she did not know the reasons, but she was sure that it was so. She felt that it was him, the Black Catastrophe, the ancient monster Swallow, and noticed the traces of the hero Bern at his feet. As a tracker, she could tell that the tracks were fresh, no more than a month old. So Miss Wynne needed to understand that the situation was much worse than they had thought. If things continued as they were, the Empire might indeed face its end. Histo realized with horror that if it really was him, they would have to make every effort to win, because the land of the people here was in their hands. Garrett added that this was no longer a problem they could solve on their own, because even she felt fear. Now there was almost no chance of victory, and Garrett decided to go to the Joint Command Center for dungeon raids to request reinforcements. She also planned to inform the Imperial family of the situation, but in her current state, it would be difficult to teleport two people, so she asked the girl to stay here. She then used the Whisper of Light skill to heal her, realizing that she would not be able to completely cure her. She advised her to stay put and not wander around, but to wait quietly. The girl got up and said that the monster could reappear at any moment, but the tracker added that in any case, she should stay and wait. In any case, she needed to wait, because acting now would not lead to good results if she did not wait patiently. Soon the teleportation technique took effect and the girl disappeared into the sky. Swallow thought that it was unfortunate, but perhaps it was better to simply leave the fugitives alone and go to Haston, or catch up with those who posed a threat and get rid of them. All these thoughts kept running through his head, and he couldn't settle down. In the end, he realized that he had successfully returned the Dandu's teeth, so he could stop there, because he still had a goal that he couldn't forget. He had to find Renee, or at least her body, and told Melia to get ready. The girl agreed, but her sad state did not go unnoticed, and Swallow asked her what was wrong. The demon replied that everything was fine, but Swallow was persistent and asked her to speak. He sensed that something was wrong, and her expression was too obvious. Melia admitted that Swallow was very powerful. She realized this when she first saw him in her castle. But the more she got to know him, the more powerful he seemed to be. He exceeded all her expectations, and although he called himself Comrade Renee, she realized that he was much more powerful than she was, and began to doubt the accuracy of her feelings. Or maybe she just doesn't understand if Renee could be much stronger than she thought. So she asked Swallow to answer her. She was genuinely interested in who he really was. The main character scratched the back of his head and realized that she was a little naive. He touched her head and asked why she was so downcast. For her, at that moment, he was a creature named Swallow. But when they sorted out the whole situation, he promised her that he would definitely tell her the truth. In the end, Swallow asked her to pull herself together and show her power as the Demon Queen, to which the girl agreed. Soon, her sad expression disappeared, and the boy saw the real Demon Queen in all her glory. She grabbed her weapon and used a skill called Reconstruction, after which a huge dome of energy spread throughout the area. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion that spread over a long distance with a deafening noise. People who were near the epicenter of the explosion were terrified and asked what it was. Histo also heard the explosion and realized with horror that there was an auction taking place at that location. To do such a thing in the very center of the capital was madness. She thought that such people were simply scoundrels, because there were so many people in the capital. The girl immediately thought about what to do and remembered the words of her ally, who asked her not to wander around, but to just wait for her, no matter what happened. However, despite these words, she couldn't sit still and was already about to rush into action. Suddenly, she felt someone touch her hand and immediately paid attention to it. It was a little girl in tears, talking about her dad. The heroine immediately stood up and reassured the people around her, saying that everything was fine and they should not worry. She introduced herself as the heroine Win History and assured everyone that she would handle the situation, thinking to herself that she would definitely not lose to some monster. Only destruction remained at the epicenter of the explosion caused by the Demon Queen. The main character began to crawl out from under one of the piles of rubble. He immediately turned to Melza and asked what kind of magic she had used. The girl replied that it was a spell called Reconstruction, the highest magic capable of destroying the earth. With a smile, she asked if he liked it, because now everything was clean. But the hero asked in horror if she really didn't have a more suitable spell for this occasion. The Demon Queen replied that she was not to blame, since at his request to tidy up, she could not use the most powerful spell. She added that he should have explained more clearly what he expected, and now he shouldn't complain. Swallow replied that he understood her decision. Swallow noticed the destruction around him, and realized that the situation was only getting worse. He asked the girl if she remembered the way to the teleport, to which she replied that she remembered it perfectly. Swallow remarked that if that was the case, she should go, and he would protect her, because after what had happened, he was sure that other people would soon rush here. He also told her to prepare everything necessary, because they would leave for Haston as soon as he arrived. The girl agreed but asked where Haston was located. Swallow asked if she at least knew the coordinates of the core of antiquity. She replied that of course she did, because as she had said earlier, it was her favorite dungeon. Swallow interrupted her, saying that it was the closest village to their dungeon. Melzu hesitated and admitted that she only knew about the core of antiquity from books. Swallow said he understood and invited her to come in. The Demon Queen set off, promising to protect the teleport. Swallow headed in the other direction and said that he would also try to finish as quickly as possible. Soon he noticed that people had already approached and asked how many of them there were. The people replied that they belonged to one of the 9 empires and were called the Blue Crane Punitive Squad of the Ranjiro clan. The leader of this squad was named Casper, and he introduced himself, then asked who his opponent was. The main character realized that they were all dressed to the nines, but couldn't understand why they were like that. He became a little agitated when he sensed a strange number of people around the auction house, probably soldiers belonging to someone present. So he said that if they wanted to know who he was, he didn't have to answer. Then he began to transform into his demonic form and said that he was their enemy. At that time, in the core of antiquity, Niframu was told that of all those who had gone into this cave, no one had ever returned alive, and that if one died here, one's soul would be corrupted and wander the world until the end of time. His companion asked if perhaps they should turn back, as it was already frightening. The guy asked Sylvia not to joke around. The girl was indignant and said that she would do what she wanted because he was too boring. She wondered if he thought this place was shrouded in some strange, oppressive mystery. After all, in the first room, which they had passed through without any particular difficulty, there had been mountains of corpses, but here it was strikingly clean. With a look of utter bewilderment, Nifrim turned to his comrades and asked what they thought about this anomaly. The warriors began to discuss how such cleanliness seemed suspicious, since Hishalt's squad would hardly have engaged in cleaning during a dangerous expedition, so perhaps there was a monster with a mind behind it. However, considering that this dungeon should have been cleared beyond the 5th room, excluding only the boss room, there could be no monsters capable of cleaning up left here. Moreover, it is difficult to understand why monsters would waste their energy cleaning up the corpses of their comrades. The leader of the squad suddenly sensed someone's presence and shouted at his companion to stop joking around, because the enemy was trying to confuse them. A voice rang out from the thick darkness, mockingly remarking that the leader was shouting so loudly that it made his bones tremble. The voice confidently stated that he was not trying to deceive anyone, but had simply cleaned up because he could not stand to see dirty rooms. He added that he didn't want the guests to start grumbling about his unattractive place, and at that moment, Nifrim demanded that Sylvia create light. The girl immediately activated the magic spell, and the room was illuminated with bright light. Those present saw Patrick, who complained about the brightness of the light, and noted that he had not invited the guests, but acknowledged their abilities, since they had managed to reach such a well-guarded place. The leader was surprised to realize that they were standing before none other than the Knight of Death named Patrick, and asked him directly about his identity. Patrick replied with a hint of annoyance that he had tried his best to make a grand entrance, but everything had gone wrong, and his efforts to present himself in a dignified manner had been in vain. He complained that his guests were too aggressive, and suggested that they relax, lay down their weapons, the mages lower their staffs, and the warriors put away their fists. But before he could finish his proposal, Nifrim rushed into the attack, interrupting the monologue with words about it being time to end this empty conversation. The Death Knight, without losing his composure, easily repelled the attack, and sarcastically remarked that the attacker's manners left much to be desired, not even giving him time to catch his breath. Suddenly, someone cast the Ice Rain spell, and the room was filled with sharp ice spikes. A cold wave engulfed both opponents, creating an even more tense atmosphere. A moment later, Patrick sighed heavily and said that he felt this way every time. Fighting alone against a crowd was really unpleasant. Despite everything that was happening, Patrick was sure that he would emerge victorious in any case. But as soon as his hand reached for his sword, an invisible force threw the weapon aside. Realizing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn, he admiringly acknowledged that for an ordinary person, this was an impressive achievement. Meanwhile, the mages of the squad wasted no time in activating their spells, enhancing their leader's combat abilities. The Death Knight remarked mockingly that these magical enhancements looked impressive, but they were short-lived, and soon everything would return to normal. He only had to hold out for one more minute, and then the forces would be equal again. But events did not go according to plan. Suddenly, his opponent used a stun spell, paralyzing his movements and confusing him. Nifrim appeared behind him, and mockingly asked him to repeat who had spoken of victory. The skeleton bitterly admitted that magic was much more cunning than he could have imagined. The members of the squad whispered among themselves, suggesting that perhaps the core of antiquity was not as scary as the legends said. Patrick stared at Sylvia and asked mockingly if he should have gotten rid of this green-haired sorceress from the very beginning. The leader, unable to contain his anger, struck him and barked at him to shut his mouth. With fury, he put all his strength into his blow, pointing his weapon at his opponent and ordering him to die on the spot. But Patrick easily stopped the blade with his hand, laughed, and admitted that this time, he was really enjoying his acting performance. He apologized for his pranks, explaining that the last few years had been extremely boring for him, and he just wanted to try his hand at acting. He gratefully acknowledged that the squad had played along perfectly, bringing a little joy to his dreary existence. Suddenly, something frightening happened, and Nifrim collapsed with a loud cry, losing consciousness. When he came to some time later, he got up and asked in confusion what had happened. From the darkness came Patrick's voice, which sarcastically asked if his opponent had finally come to his senses. It turned out that everything had been decided in the few seconds while Nifrim was unconscious, leaving him feeling completely confused. The skeleton lazily pointed his hand to the side, and suggested that Nifrim see for himself that his words were true. It turned out that so far, none of those who had encountered the Death Knight Patrick had returned alive. However, since Nifrim knew his name, according to the skeleton, he too would not escape this fate. Although it seemed that Patrick was slightly mistaken in this. Patrick threw Sylvia's lifeless body to the ground, and noted with a smirk that dealing with this green-haired sorceress had not been easy. Who would have thought that she possessed sacred magic? His bones still ached from the effects of her spells. The Knight of Death wondered if his name was really Nifrim, because that was the name Sylvia had shouted in her last moments. Repeating the name Nifrim several times, Patrick tried to anger him even more, adding that the girl had called him with despair in her voice. But to the skeleton's disappointment, the expected violent reaction did not follow, prompting him to sarcastically declare that Sir Nifrim seemed to be completely heartless. Nevertheless, it was time to question the survivor, because even someone as dim-witted as Pymore would never have sent 30 men to their certain death. Although Patrick had no doubt about his superiority, he noted that Nifrim's squad was far from top-notch and demanded to know what they were hiding here. Calling himself a kind and polite skeleton, he offered a choice. Raise your right hand if you will answer, or your left if you will not. Nifrim instantly raised his right hand, and Patrick, pleased, called it a wise decision, adding that if he told everything, his death would be painless. But instead of answering, the guy made an obscene gesture at Patrick, which angered the skeleton, who grimly remarked that now the killing would be long and painful. With these words, he plunged his blade into Nifrim's body, and complained that he was annoyed by the prospect of cleaning up after another battle. However, he consoled himself with the thought that this time it would be easier to clean up than before. Even with the blade piercing his body, Nifrim remained conscious, staring intently ahead, trying to figure out if Patrick had left. Then his gaze fell on Sylvia's lifeless body lying at his feet. In utter helplessness, he whispered an apology to his friend for not being able to protect her. After all, he was about to do something terrible in order to survive at any cost. Meanwhile, Patrick, watching from afar, felt a chill even in his bones. thinking that in this world, it seemed that nothing was impossible. The skeleton noticed that the guy he had left alive was devouring corpses, clearly regaining his strength and becoming stronger each time, which puzzled him. He assumed that only human bodies were suitable for this, and wondered whether his power was based on magic or alchemy, watching the process with interest. Even at moments like this, Patrick was preoccupied with the question of where his boss was and what he was doing now. The skeleton mentally asked his boss not to do anything strange in unfamiliar places, so that he wouldn't have to deal with the consequences later. Meanwhile, the main character, fighting with his last ounce of strength, suddenly noticed the girl who had brought him here. He coldly asked her what she was up to, and if she had really come here to die. Histo proudly replied that she was a hero and had come here to fight him and win. Swallow just smiled, saying that her name didn't matter to him, but her fighting spirit was impressive, even though she still had no chance of defeating him. Despite her doubts, the girl decided that she had to stop him at any cost and rushed into the attack. This time, the main character caught her arm and successfully stopped the attack, demonstrating his strength. He apologized to her and added that now he would not allow even a single blow to be directed at him. Swallow suggested that she try to escape if she thought it was possible, but he didn't believe she could do it. After these words, he forcefully knocked her to the ground, holding her by the arm, and delivered a powerful blow. Lying on the ground, Win realized that she would not be able to defeat him, but wondered if she had at least bought some time for the others. After all, a hero must always act in accordance with his status, fulfilling his duty by any means necessary. After several heavy blows, the guy lifted her body and asked mockingly if it was really over. Unconscious, Historia suddenly whispered her name and, gathering her remaining strength, declared that she would not give up and could not allow herself to lose. She reminded him that the people of the Empire were vulnerable and needed protection, so he must not leave. Gathering all her remaining strength in her fist, she tried to deliver one last blow, hoping that at least it would be successful. But the attack missed its target, and as she fell, she whispered that as a hero, she had a duty to protect innocent people, no matter what it cost her. Swallow confidently parried the girl's attack, sarcastically congratulating her on not dying in vain. He added that he would even remember her name, Win Historia, although he wasn't sure for how long. Out of respect for her persistence, he decided to kill her quickly and painlessly. But just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, he felt a sudden attack. He turned to the attackers, surprised by their presence, and asked why they were appearing one by one instead of all at once. The men explained that they had been forced to take extreme measures to save Win, and apologized for their rudeness. Swallow remarked with a smirk that throwing a punch at the back of someone's head was clearly not the best tactic if you were going to ask for forgiveness afterwards. However, he was interrupted by an introduction. One of the knights announced himself, Our Edelbrais Gal Riviston, a member of the Edelbrais Order of Knights, known as the Black Wolf, and requested an audience with the Great Swallow. The main character was surprised at how he knew his name and asked him directly. Gull explained that he had a man under his command with a special ability that allowed him to recognize him. Swallow frowned and remarked that the knight was too self-confident, reminding him that he was in a bad mood. He told them not to waste his time. If they wanted to attack, they should do so immediately. However, Gull hastened to explain that they did not plan to fight, but had come to offer a deal. Swallow sarcastically asked if he looked like he was missing something to be interested in a deal. He warned Gull that mocking him would lead to a painful death. But the knight remained calm, realizing that this was a risky venture for the sake of saving the entire empire. To lighten the mood a little, Gull mentioned that the owner of the legendary weapon, the Danda, was fortunately still alive. He expressed confidence that Swallow had taken the weapon not simply for the sake of possessing a unique item, and offered any assistance in exchange for cooperation. Swallow replied contemptuously that he didn't need anything. He added that if he had taken the magical weapon, it was only out of boredom, because his true goal had always been to destroy people. Swallow approached the knight and asked what they were going to do if his words about destruction were indeed true. The knight calmly replied that if he wanted to destroy everything, he should try. And Swallow noted that he was not opposed to avoiding unnecessary casualties. He offered a compromise. Let them tell him right away where the true owner of the Dandu teeth was. The knight agreed and turned to Garrot for help. The girl approached, and Swallow recognized her, realizing that they had already met. The tracker explained that in order to determine the location, she needed to examine the tracks and asked for permission to examine the Dandu teeth. Swallow drew his weapon and warned her that any foolishness could cost her her hand. Garrot calmly agreed, showing that she understood the seriousness of the situation. After examining the weapon, she said she could sense the tracks of one person, but the distance was too great to determine the location accurately. However, she was able to indicate the direction. west of the imperial palace of Riaz. Swallow immediately realized that she was talking about Haston, and noted that this was enough. The image of Renee flashed before his eyes, and he realized that she was alive. This realization made him laugh, which alarmed those present. Before leaving, he said that he now owed them a debt and promised to remember the knight and Garrote. The knight replied that it had been an honor to help them. Swallow, passing through the crowd of knights, ordered them to step aside to avoid trouble. He headed for the teleportation center, where he met the Demon Queen, who told him he was late. There, he saw many corpses killed by this girl. Melzu, bleeding profusely, pointed to the dead and said weakly that she had kept her promise, using all her strength to protect the teleport. Her strength was fading, and she asked if it was enough to repay him. Swallow used his power to support her and assured her that it was more than enough. He praised her for her brilliant performance and expressed his gratitude. Swallow approached the strange device, feeling it and frowning, like an engineer who had never seen a magical machine before and was at a loss as to which buttons to press. He figured that the first thing to do was to set the coordinates for Haston, and then direct the flow of mana into the mechanism, hoping that everything would work. As soon as the hero completed the process, the device's reservoir shattered into pieces with a loud splash, like a glass vessel that could not withstand the pressure of water. Swallow wondered what could have gone wrong, since he had stabilized his mana, and the transformation, as he believed, had long been under control. His thoughts returned to the bracelet on his wrist that suppressed mana, and he wondered incredulously why it had not worked in tandem with the teleport. Realizing that he couldn't move forward without revealing his true nature, he hesitated, knowing that his transformation would expose all his secrets. Looking at the consequences of his actions, Swallow realized that he had caused chaos, and could already imagine Patrick grumbling, calling it a classic fiasco. Sighing with bitter regret, he threw away the bracelet, apologizing to the Knight of Death, and allowed the monster inside him to break free. As his body began to transform, the power bursting forth crushed the building like a house of cards unable to withstand a hurricane. The enormous beast he had become stood in all its terrifying glory, embodying the true essence of Swallow. He wasted no time and headed straight for the Wing Mage's tower, where he believed Haston was hiding. Meanwhile, a girl was walking toward the same tower, confidently making her way through the unknown. The gatekeeper greeted her politely, explaining that to enter the tower, she would need to confirm her origin and identity. The girl interrupted him irritably, calling him human, and unceremoniously asked if she could use the magic of teleportation. The man shook his head, explaining that the tower's barrier made this impossible until her identity was confirmed. Hearing his refusal, she coolly took out her weapon and declared that now he would not go anywhere, hinting at a quick end. After dealing with the gatekeeper, she examined the tower, which reminded her of a dark dungeon inhabited by weak creatures incapable of serious resistance. Her thoughts were only reinforced when she decided that the Tower of Magicians was actually no different from the dungeons, except that instead of monsters, people lived here. Destroying everyone who got in her way, she walked toward her goal, thinking contemptuously about how insignificant these little people were. Reaching the top floor, the girl realized that only one final obstacle remained: the head of the tower, who seemed to be waiting for her arrival. At the top, the girl was met by the head of the tower, who, with mixed feelings of pride and wariness, admitted that she had been preparing to meet someone powerful, but did not expect to see the very same little girl who had come a few days ago. The woman looked at the girl intently and concluded that she was clearly not an ordinary person, but something much more unusual. The homunculus did not deign to give her a direct answer, and instead calmly asked where the Dandu's teeth were. Amir arrogantly declared that they were her property and did not deem it necessary to answer, hinting that she also had questions. She wondered why the girl, who should have disappeared from the face of the earth long ago, was still alive. Gomunkel silently ignored her attack and, without saying a word, took up a fighting stance, preparing for battle. Seeing this, the head of the tower smiled and remarked that such a cute creature did not look good holding a weapon. She added contemptuously that the girl's pathetic knives were no match for her magic, and activated a protective barrier spell. The woman barely had time to utter another taunt, when something flew by so fast that it silenced her mid-sentence. Her eyes widened in horror when she realized that the protective spell had been destroyed with a single blow, as if it were a glass shell. Glancing at her opponent, she realized that she was facing a creature of incredible power, a true monster whose abilities she could not predict. However, the tower, built above a powerful magical source, could give her an advantage if she could use the energy correctly. Gomunkel, on the other hand, did not even try to regain her strength, coldly demanding to know where her weapon was. Amir just shrugged and admitted with a smirk that she had long since sent it to auction, then activated the spell, Magic Kingdom. A giant eye appeared above the battlefield, radiating powerful energy, which seemed to be watching every movement of the opponents. Pointing at the little girl, the woman said that she really did look extraordinarily powerful. The head of the magic tower, holding back no power, used Longinus's spear to strike down the enemy. Then spells followed one after another, changing accelerations, pursuing, and transforming attributes into destructive light damage. All this power instantly descended upon the girl, and she had to urgently dodge the attack. A few moments later, a powerful explosion rang out across the city, striking the magic tower. Renee was pierced by blades, and the head of the magic tower declared that this is what happens to those who pretend to be human but are actually monsters. Amir thought that this magic belonged to the highest level, which even most dungeon bosses could not resist, which made the girl too vulnerable. As soon as the woman thought about it, she felt as if her hands had been cut off just before the attack. Renee, who survived the blow, surprised everyone by continuing to fight. Gomunkel approached the woman and casually said that she had only cut off her hands, so there was no need to make a tragedy out of it. The sorceress shouted that she was not going to die and had to survive at any cost. In despair and through tears, she tried to crawl away from her pursuer. She begged someone to save her, but Renee remained adamant. The girl realized that this was the end of her journey with Renee, because she had erased all traces of herself, just as Batory had promised. She didn't know what to do now, because she had nothing left. At that moment, Renee felt extremely tired and realized that if she fell asleep, she would never wake up. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice asking the chief what had happened, and discovered that it was his subordinate, Haim, who had come to help. The woman said that she was in incredible pain, and he asked her to hold on a little longer. The guild leader first ordered him to heal her, but then changed her mind and made him kill the girl as a priority. The guy just stared intently at Renee, but did nothing, and only told his companion to calm down, as she had lost too much blood. Then he showed her the stone and asked if she would follow him, to which the woman replied that she couldn't see. Chaim explained that she was looking at a high-grade magic stone that could help them escape, but he didn't have enough mana to activate it. Therefore, he did not ask her to help him with this, so that she could survive herself. The maid noticed that this stone had the same energy as the one she had given her, as if reminding her of the terrible consequences inside. The head of the magic tower, following her subordinate's orders, poured in mana and expressed gratitude for being able to live. However, what happened was not what she expected, as a monster was released from the stone. The guy who did this said that she had made too many enemies, otherwise why would Renee come here to take revenge? Her family, the Graumits, also ordered her to be eliminated if they noticed anything suspicious. Then he turned to the girl and thanked her for doing the job for him, but he warned that if she continued, it might come after him. So what had just happened would serve as insurance, giving him a little time to escape, saying goodbye. Soon, Renee noticed that nothing remained of the former Amer. A monster had been unleashed. She also felt her right eye go completely blind. Realizing that this was not an enemy she could defeat with her wounded body and without proper weapons, but right in front of her was something she couldn't leave behind. And so she was ready to pay with her life here, erasing her traces forever. Even in this situation, the girl did not want this creature to destroy the scent of Mr. Swallow. Therefore, full of determination, she launched a furious attack on her new enemy, declaring that if they were destined to die, they would do so together, as one. In the end, this insidious creature used one of its terrifying limbs to mercilessly throw the girl away. Then a thought flashed through her mind. When Mr. Swallow learned of her death, would he feel even a drop of sadness? At that very moment, as if by fate, a huge monster appeared right on the magic tower, which was the embodiment of the main character himself. He instantly picked up the girl and, with warmth in his voice, asked if she was okay, and the little girl felt that it reminded her of the very day when he first saved her. When she was on the verge of despair, deprived of the meaning of life, Mr. Swallow suddenly appeared before her, like hope returning from oblivion. Renee couldn't contain her surprise at seeing the hero and exclaimed, "Is it really him?" The young man gently lowered her to the ground, but she couldn't understand why he was here, and Swallow, smiling slightly, asked her to wait a moment. Meanwhile, the maid looked at his confident appearance and wondered if it was all just a figment of her imagination. The gentleman, in turn, approached the monster and stated firmly that he had shown unprecedented courage, although he obviously did not understand who he was dealing with. At that moment, he was overcome with rage and, using his incredible strength, launched a lightning-fast attack on the monster. With ease, with one powerful blow of his hand, he crushed his enemy and coldly told him to know his place. The opponent, though badly damaged, made strange, frightening sounds, as if he had no intention of giving up. But after a few moments, his mutilated body began to regenerate, which immediately caught the hero's attention. He immediately grabbed the monster, lifted it high into the air, and delivered another series of powerful blows. These blows were so deadly that any ordinary creature would not have survived for a moment. But even after turning into a shapeless mass, the monster survived and reached for the hero with its tiny, vile limbs. This sight made Swallow even angrier, as he realized how disgusting and exhausting it was at the same time. He delivered several more devastating blows, and finally it became clear to him what was going on. He had not understood before why the creature kept coming back to life, but now he guessed. It was all because of the magical mana that fueled its life. He sensed that an incredible amount of mana had accumulated under this enormous tower, like a seething whirlpool of power. But if that was the case, this discovery made his path to victory much easier and clearer. As soon as the monster tried to attack him, the main character, transforming into a giant creature, immediately devoured not only his opponent, but also the entire tower beneath him. After that, the battle was finally over, but the guy only felt an unpleasant taste of something nasty in his mouth. Then he approached Renee, who was sitting in the distance, her back turned, lost in her own sad thoughts. He sat down next to her, leaning his back against hers, and with a slight smile admitted that he had wanted to say a lot to her when they met. But now it all seemed to have been erased from his memory. "Maybe I should have written it all down on a piece of paper," he muttered thoughtfully, and then asked if she had met a man with green hair, because he had killed him on his way here and wanted to know if it had caused any problems. The girl remained silent, and a heavy silence hung between them, stretching on endlessly. Then the gentleman broke the silence, apologizing for what had happened a few days ago, as if trying to lift a weight from her soul. Gomunkul replied that apologies were unnecessary, because she, Renee, did not even deserve a glance from the gentleman. But the hero objected that the core of antiquity needed a guardian like her. He added that she was important not only to the dungeon, but also to him. Incredibly important. The girl immediately asked if he really did not hold a grudge against her and did not hate her. Without hesitation, the young man assured her that there was no resentment or anger in his heart, then got up and said that he had prepared something for her. He took out the Donda teeth that once belonged to the girl and handed them to her, saying that she had left them behind. The girl immediately grabbed the weapon and burst into bitter tears, realizing that the gentleman had done this for her. Through her tears, she confessed how much she had feared that he would hate her and simply leave her. The hero smiled warmly, assured her that this would never happen, and held out his hand, offering to go together to the core of antiquity. Once in the dungeon, laughing cheerfully, he asked her if she was really a homunculus, because they had met when he was investigating a fire in the forest of Graphenia. And now he saw her again, but this time in the laboratory. "It seems to be fate," he remarked, adding that her tiny body concealed all the wisdom and knowledge gained from researching homunculi. Immediately his thoughts turned to the core of antiquity, where such sinister energy had accumulated that it was called the Realm of Darkness. However, the little girl was not afraid at all, even in the most dangerous room, which confirmed her incredible mental and physical abilities. The Knight of Death turned to the boss, asking what they intended to do with her, and heard in response that she would live here. But first, she would be taught to fight. And if she refused to learn, she would simply live as she wished, perhaps even as a cook, since she had experience as a maid. Patrick was surprised and asked if he was serious, because it was unclear who would be responsible for her training. The gentleman pointed to his subordinate and stated categorically that it would be his task. Ordering him not to argue, he added that he had nothing else to do anyway. But Patrick was far from enthusiastic about the idea. He thought that although Renee was a homunculus, her physical abilities might be outstanding. But somewhere in her subconscious, she might harbor hatred for people. He then asked his boss what the girl's name was, but Swallow couldn't remember the name he had been given when they met. Suddenly, the little girl spoke up, saying her name was Relu. The skeleton immediately asked if that was her full name, and added that perhaps the boss, as her master, could give her a new, more suitable name. The hero thought deeply about this, but no suitable name came to mind. At one point, he settled on the name Renee, thinking it suited her perfectly. Patrick agreed that the name sounded harmonious, suggesting that she be called Renee Rello, but immediately noticed that the boss had fallen back asleep. The new mentor approached his ward and decided that the first thing they would do was teach her to smile sincerely. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates, trying to understand the reason for what was happening, noted that strange events had recently taken place in Haston, causing the earth to shake even here. He wondered if this was related to the actions of the main character, who simply replied that even in the lives of monsters there are exceptions. The subordinate, pointing to the sleeping Melja, asked about her significance, to which the boss calmly replied that it was too long a story. This was followed by a clarification about the child, and the subordinate expressed doubt that the boss could have simply kidnapped him. He then asked where Renee was, whom the boss was supposed to bring back, and why another child had been brought here instead. The main character calmly explained that he had found her in one of the human villages. The subordinate noted that this was understandable, but asked if the girl had been injured, to which he received the answer that she did indeed look very emaciated. The hero concluded that perhaps they had been too strict with Renee all this time. However, Patrick objected, saying that this was not the case, and suggested that the boss was dramatizing to hide his failure. The hero agreed, adding that Patrick would now wear a maid's costume and manage the dungeon, to which Patrick replied with a smirk that his resignation letter was already prepared. Then the subordinate became more serious and asked what actions they would take next. The main character, as usual, announced that he was going to sleep and suggested waiting, because maybe Renee would come back to them herself. The Death Knight realized that in this state, it was better to leave his boss alone, to give him time to deal with his difficult emotions. Suddenly, one of the subordinates reported that the girl they had been waiting for had indeed arrived. Renee emerged from the darkness, quietly asking if the gentleman had eaten today and offering to prepare lunch for him. At that moment, Patrick's attention was drawn to the girl's unusual gaze, which seemed particularly expressive to him. Patrick looked closely at the main character and realized that he had indeed given the girl his eye, but he couldn't figure out whether he had done so consciously and sincerely. A little earlier, Swallow had mentioned that Renee's right eye was in terrible condition, and if her vision had been better, she would have noticed the magic stone right away. He wondered if she still had the same feelings she once spoke of, promising to love him forever. At that very moment, as he spoke his words, he removed his eye from its socket without a shadow of a doubt. After that, he gave it to Renee, adding that next time she should bring him the true stone of love. In the present, the little girl smiled, sincerely happy that she would now be truly close to Mr. Swallow. After a while, a drop of water fell from the ceiling of the cave onto little Melza's face. She woke up, not understanding where she was or what had happened to her. Looking around, she suddenly became frightened when she noticed a skeleton with a weapon in its hands in front of her. In a panic, she asked if she had died, and if this was hell, to which Patrick indifferently replied that this was complete nonsense. He explained that she was in the core of antiquity, which completely stunned her. The demon quickly got up and said with a clever look that if that was the case, he was not the Grim Reaper, but Mr. Patrick, to which he smiled, noting her quick wit. Then he got up and wondered how long the boss could remain in hibernation. Without hesitation, he approached the main character and kicked him so that he would finally wake up. Swallow lazily got up, noting how well he had slept, and wondered why he had been awakened, until he noticed that Melju had regained consciousness. The Demon Queen was amazed and immediately began to worship him, declaring that she was standing before the Lord of all creation and the ruler of the core of antiquity. She continued, praising him as a divine guardian who punished the weak, and an ancient monster who towered above all those who called him Lord Swallow. After a slight hesitation, she apologized and asked permission to formally introduce herself. She called herself the Queen of Demons, a descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus, Melzu de Rimph Agrea. The main character smiled and said that he had known her name for a long time, which surprised the girl, wondering how such a venerable gentleman could know about her. She cautiously asked if Swallow had told him about her. The Queen of Demons couldn't understand where Swallow was now, because she clearly remembered how he had taken Dandu's teeth and gone to take revenge on humans. The main character calmly replied that all this time he was the very same Swallow, and Melju, struck by what she heard, asked again, trying to comprehend his words. Swallow looked at her intently and confirmed in a restrained manner that he was indeed Swallow. The Demon Queen was in deep shock, wondering if she had been behaving so inappropriately towards her master all this time. While Melju was in horror, Patrick, ignoring her, turned to his boss, noting that he had a serious question regarding her words. With a menacing expression on his face, he asked what exactly was meant by Swallow going to punish people, demanding an explanation. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the boss visibly tensed up, understanding that he was in a difficult position and not knowing how to respond. Without wasting any time, Patrick suggested that he follow him, to which Swallow, remaining outwardly calm, agreed without objection. At the same time, a girl was making her way through the dense forest of Graffinia, on the border of Hastina, breaking the ban on coming here. She reflected that nothing bad had happened, even though the forest was full of the herbs and mushrooms she had been told about. Walking along her usual route, the girl suddenly heard something heavy fall to the ground nearby. She quickly realized that it was a person, and, deciding to help, asked anxiously if he was all right. Trying to help, she held out some medicinal herbs, assuring him that they would help. But as soon as she brought the herbs to him, the man suddenly attacked her and brutally killed her. Meanwhile, another traveler heading for the fortress stubbornly pushed his way through the thick undergrowth, repeating that he must reach his goal. He reflected on the rules of survival, knowing that every dungeon was a battlefield where the key was to minimize tension. At that moment, Renee angrily told Melju that since she was the queen of demons, she had to be quieter, reminding her that Mr. Swallow's room should always be silent. The little girl, boiling with anger, refused to give in, declaring that she was a free monster of the dungeon and owed nothing to anyone. At the moment, she is not just the queen of demons, but also the master's guest, and according to her, she needs to talk to him, which has caused a dispute between them. The demon quietly remarked that while Swallow was asleep, he needed her presence, and she was going to snuggle up to him to give him warmth. Meanwhile, Renee showed her usual stubbornness, behaving as if she were much older than she actually was. The girl, struck by these words, asked in surprise if she had just been called an old woman. In anger, she rushed at her offender, declaring that she was ready to kill her, but the demon deftly dodged and ran away. Patrick, true to his principle of minimal tension, watched this chaotic spectacle with bewilderment. The main character, annoyed by the noise, remarked that their behavior was keeping him awake, to which his companion sarcastically replied that it wasn't exactly quiet outside either. Swallow, slightly concerned, asked if it was really that serious, and the skeleton reminded him that he probably hadn't even looked at the newspapers left for him. In Riaz, as reported in the newspapers, the number of troops had been significantly increased to strengthen defenses, and villages on the outskirts were being depopulated due to the invasion of monsters. In addition, there were rumors that the ruler of Haston had committed suicide, which put the village in an extremely difficult position, and Swallow acknowledged that this was indeed serious. Patrick added that in 3 weeks of searching, he had found only 3 articles in human newspapers about Haston. He asked his boss directly if he understood what all this meant. However, after thinking for a moment, Swallow simply turned away, saying he had no answer. Irritated by this, the Death Knight sternly asked if his boss was thinking about his answers, adding that perhaps he should resign, after which Swallow immediately apologized. He then cautiously asked what Patrick himself thought about what was happening, but Patrick replied that there was too little information to draw any conclusions. Patrick noted that the village that was not mentioned had been cut off from the outside world, which seemed strange, especially considering that Swallow himself had destroyed it. He immediately asked if Swallow remembered how much he had destroyed, adding that the lack of news from the destroyed settlement was extremely inconvenient. After all, they particularly needed this settlement to track the approach of the next punitive detachment and their numbers. He emphasized that they needed to go there as soon as possible. Otherwise, the delay could have unpredictable consequences. Swallow indifferently wished him luck on his journey, adding that his interlocutor should not overdo it, mentally hoping that he would go alone. The subordinate, actually getting up, said he would try to return as soon as possible. Swallow thought with surprise that if Patrick really went alone, he might be able to sleep a little longer. However, the Knight of Death suddenly turned around and said that going alone was unwise, so it would be good if someone joined him. Swallow instantly got up, asking him to wait a second, and glanced at the 2 girls who were still fighting. His first candidate was Melchu, who immediately asked what had happened. But he immediately realized that she was too dangerous, a real walking bomb. If she used the same spell she had used in the capital of Hastina, nothing would remain of the village. Then he switched to the second option, Renee, who had just offered to go in his place. However, remembering her bloodthirstiness, Swallow realized that she was even more dangerous and decided that it would be better for her to stay here. At that moment, Patrick calmly remarked that they seemed to have forgotten how long it would take, so why not let the boss go with him himself? Swallow realized that he was caught in a trap from which there was no escape. He reluctantly admitted that he might have to go, but reminded them that he couldn't use his transformation because he had destroyed Demur's bracelet. Patrick confirmed that this was true, and that without transformation, he really couldn't go. Swallow was relieved that his plan had worked, and that he was now free to return to his sleep. However, after a while, he still left with his subordinate in human form, irritably declaring that his death would be painful. Patrick noted with a smirk that his curses were useless since the body was already dead. He also reminded him that Swallow himself had said that without Demur's bracelet, he could not leave. So, doesn't that mean that with the bracelet, he would have left immediately? Swallow, finally enraged, became indignant and accused Patrick of manipulation, claiming that he had misunderstood everything. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination, and Patrick ironically remarked that the boss had created real chaos here. Then he began to list 4 simple ways to determine how active the village was. The first was an analysis of market activity. But Swallow looked around, saw the emptiness, and suggested returning immediately. His companion continued, saying that the second method, counting how much smoke was coming out of the chimneys of the houses, should be checked before dinner, and now it was too late. The third method was to check how many mercenaries and troops were in the center of the assignments. But this had nothing to do with Hastings, so they moved on. And finally, the last method is hotels and taverns. Suddenly, Patrick noticed that his boss was not in his hands. He was already ahead, asking his subordinates why he had gotten up and telling them to hurry up and follow him. As they approached the establishment, his companion asked him not to expect too much. But surprisingly, there was no one in this establishment, only overturned furniture. After the knight looked at it, he immediately said that everything was very bad, because it turned out that this village was almost completely abandoned. There were a huge number of human corpses in the streets of one of the settlements. They had all been killed by a creature that used dark energy and passed through these places, and then someone among all these corpses said that they had put in a lot of effort. It turns out that right behind Hastings lies the heart of the enemy, namely the capital of the Riaz Empire, and because of the Black Catastrophe, the people are weaker than ever. That is precisely why now is the best time to destroy the entire empire. Patrick repeated that this was serious, because the hotel was completely empty. Apparently, Hastings had truly been completely abandoned by everyone. Suddenly, he felt that someone was present and asked who he was. It was a man who said he was the owner of this place. He had a weapon in his hands, and his hands were shaking. He asked what business they had there. The knight replied that he was a knight from the Pitarian Punitive Detachment, the black dogs who had come from Netranza, and realized that the man thought they might be invaders. So he said that they would like to spend the night and have something to eat here, and the respected man said that they were guests, so he apologized for his behavior. However, he had no food for them, and it was unlikely that they would be able to find any even in the whole village. Patrick asked if all this had happened because of the Black Disaster, and his interlocutor replied that if he knew what he meant, then he should understand him. He apologized, but there were no rooms available for them to stay in either. The knight thought that in such a situation, even the price of water would be more expensive than lodging. That's why he threw money at him, and the man, of course, caught it right away. It was a single gold coin, so Patrick asked what they thought now. Surely there were still no rooms available. Of course, the owner became much softer, and immediately pointed upstairs for them to go up. The man ended up asking the knight who the person next to him was. In response, the knight told him that he was his slave, but despite being a slave, he helped him a lot, so he treated his slave accordingly. Therefore, the slave had to sleep with him in the same room, so that he could not accidentally tell them where their room was. After a while, they arrived at their lodgings, and the main character said that it wasn't so bad. First of all, he took the bed and said that it would belong to him, and that it was much better than the one in Riaz. The skeleton noted that he was right, it was a good room, and the guy asked if it was necessary to call him a slave. Patrick said that it was necessary because it was comfortable for him to walk in these clothes. But they were too worn out, and in them he looked more like a beggar. Therefore, such treatment would be the best option, as one never knows how people will react to a commoner. But if he is with his master, then the opposite is true. Didn't he think it was a reasonable decision, since he hadn't even bothered to change his clothes? And didn't he want to move as little as possible? Swallow shouted this, of course, and in his next life he would surely become a stone. The knight noticed that in that case he should listen to him. Besides, he needed to go out for a short while, so let him rest. The hero said he did not advise him to overwork himself on his first day. The subordinate noted that the boss should not worry about him, because there were places where one could move freely even at night. While on the street, he thought that the imperial family had expressed their anger over this attack, so who should take responsibility for the failed attempts to conquer the core of antiquity? But before the imperial hand touched these places, Count Etarch, the ruler of Hastina, died, and the subordinate looked at the crater left by his boss. After that, he immediately became curious about who was now in charge of this place. Obviously, the emperor would send their family there, but it was unknown whether Count Etarch's successors had inherited the position. Therefore, he decided that it was worth going to see the new ruler, and soon found himself near his castle. There, the knight realized he had a problem, because the guards were much stronger than he had expected. Of course, Patrick could kill or stun them, but as soon as the sun rose, there would be an uproar. So before doing anything, he decided it was better not to rush. On top of all this, there was a place here that attracted his attention even more. Apparently, people can't sense it, but he is not human. One of the basements really did have a very strong smell of corpses, so he wanted to go there first. The main character was in his bed at the time. He thought it would be better to sleep in a cool basement, but it wasn't bad here either. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. so he asked if he would ever be allowed to rest in peace. It turned out to be the owner of the establishment, who asked the knight if he was there. Swallow opened the door and said that the owner had gone out for a night walk. The man said he understood, but asked if he wanted to have dinner. Although it was simple, he had prepared food for them. As the owner of the inn, he could not allow his guests to go hungry, and besides, the knight had paid him generously. He also wanted to introduce himself, as his name was Novan, and the hero said he was Swallow. The man hoped he would not be disappointed when they went downstairs, as he did not have many supplies for cooking. The guy asked if things were really that bad in Hastine, and the man replied that it was obvious, because there had been a disaster, and many residents had gone mad when they saw it with their own eyes. Moreover, after what happened, even the count killed himself. After that, of course, traffic was blocked throughout the settlement, and now the corpses of people who died of starvation lie behind the wall. The man does not know why they came here, but it would be better for them to leave quickly, because he himself is about to leave this village soon. The host went on to say that Svaldu must know how people behave when they are cornered. At the same time, a red-haired girl was making her way through the window of one of the rooms. When she finally made it into the room, she was glad that she had succeeded. She then thought that the village was in such a state, and the knight had decided to stay here, so he must not be a local, and besides, this was the most expensive room in the hotel. Therefore, most likely, this could only mean that this man was very rich. So the girl was going to take everything that could be of any value to her. First, she found Swallow's belongings and didn't understand why this rag smelled so bad, immediately questioning whether a rich man had really stayed here. Although these things would be useful for wrapping up valuables, and at least something. After that, the girl noticed the chest, and for some reason it was empty. She immediately thought that it couldn't be that he carried all his belongings with him, because that would be quite strange, and began rummaging through the boxes. When she opened one of the compartments in the cabinet, she saw something there, and realized that he couldn't have taken everything with him. But that thing was very strange, in her opinion, and she didn't understand what it was. After a while, Patrick returned and said that he had gone to visit the ruler's castle, and asked what he was doing. He wanted to see the new ruler, but the guards were stronger than he expected, so he decided to return, meaning that today's efforts were fruitless. He then asked if the boss knew anything, and the hero asked if he understood who he was asking this question to which Patrick replied that he had asked out of politeness. Swallow said that communication with the outside world in Hastine had been cut off, and besides, the hotel owner didn't know anything else. The interlocutor was simply shocked by this information, because he was surprised that the boss had done anything at all. The gentleman said that everything was correct, because communication with the outside world had been cut off, so tomorrow they should find out more about it. The young man was not happy about this prospect and said that he would take care of it himself. Patrick then told the gentleman to try to keep the windows closed, because he had only opened one window, and now both were wide open and they could be robbed. The main character immediately asked in surprise what he was talking about, because he hadn't opened the windows either, to which his subordinate replied that he shouldn't joke like that to justify himself. The window doesn't open by itself, or did a ghost do it? Swallow replied that he didn't know. Maybe it was a thief, or maybe a ghost. At that moment, they both realized that they had been robbed, so the guy rushed to look for his cloak and realized that it was gone, even though Renee had sewn it. Patrick also looked in the locker and said that he didn't have it either, then asked if the gentleman had seen the thing he had put in the dresser. The main character realized that this item was valuable, and asked what had been stolen from him. The subordinate hesitated a little, then replied that it was his ribs. At about the same time, the girl was running around the outskirts of the village, trying to carry away her loot. Soon she was finally able to stop, because it seemed that no one was chasing her. But a few moments later, in one of the alleys, she met a man who called her by the name Rosalina. It turned out to be a man who immediately asked her where she was wandering in the middle of the night. After all, he had recently told her not to wander around after dark. The girl immediately replied that she had gone out for a reason, for their sake. Her interlocutor asked what she meant by "for them," because why waste her energy when she wanted to eat even more? Suddenly, another person joined their conversation and asked Tot not to pressure her. People immediately turned their attention there and realized that the boss had woken up. The man dragged a chair behind him and said that thieves should not be afraid of the dark, and that he was not angry with her for that reason. It turns out that the mistake the little girl made was that she left without telling anyone. It turns out that it does what it wants in an already difficult situation. So before acting, let it think about the harm it causes to others. This is no longer the house where she would have been welcomed with open arms, but a completely different place. Rosalina replied that she would be more careful in the future. The head said that he thought she understood everything, but now he was curious to see what she had come with. The girl immediately unwrapped her loot and asked him to take a look. There were ribs inside, and the thief asked if she had really stolen them. The young woman replied that she too wanted to contribute to the cause, so the head asked her where she had got it from, and found out that it had been stolen from a hotel. Rosalina said that there was a whole nice room there, and this item was lying in a dresser, and it was clean, so it must be an expensive relic. The man felt a little uncomfortable, so he said that these were human ribs. The little girl asked what other ribs there were, because she really didn't know what they were. He asked if she had dug up someone's grave. Suddenly, the chief interrupted their conversation and said that she had not desecrated the grave, but if she had, she would not have bragged about it to them. So either someone had an unusual hobby, or they weren't used for magic. The subordinate was surprised that someone could collect human ribs. The boss noted that the world is full of trash who use the amputated limbs of their slaves as a declaration, and it is unclear whether these are the bones of a human or someone who once was. He thought that if they belonged to a necromancer, or someone who studied black magic, the situation would become even more dangerous. It was all too suspicious, and right now, the clothes really did look like the rags of some beggar. But despite this, it can be said that it is made of the highest quality material. Suddenly he heard something jingling inside the pockets, and realized that Rosalina was so distracted that she hadn't even checked them. And when the chief did so, he found a bundle with a large amount of gold coins, and the girl was terrified by the amount of gold. But the man immediately shouted that these fools should not rejoice, when suddenly they heard a voice that was quite difficult to find. Patrick told the main character that they had arrived at their destination. The chief thief thought that this was a guest staying in the most expensive room of the hotel in the ruined village, so he should be more careful with him. Then he remembered the human ribs, as well as the high-quality clothing and lots of gold, so they touched something they shouldn't have. Patrick greeted the gentlemen thieves and said that they had come for their belongings. He was also very glad that they had found them right here and right now. As a knight, he could see that their belongings were still intact and undamaged, which made him happy. He could also see the very cloak that Renee had given to the boss. Patrick wondered if, after all, the gentleman had broken her heart again. He didn't even know what could happen, so it was definitely a relief. The leader of the thieves immediately ordered everyone to stay put and stand behind them. The Knight of Death asked if he was their leader, and the man asked how they found them. The interlocutor did not want to answer, and said that it was possible that the thing itself desperately wanted to find its master, and the heroes already wanted to return as soon as possible. Therefore, the subordinates thought that this time he would put up with his boss's complaints, but only because he had run enough for today. He then told the leader of the thieves that he had chosen the wrong things to steal and was not going to return them. His interlocutor asked where the guarantee was that they would leave if they returned the things. Patrick said he was thinking about it, and the man thought that even if Rosalina had left traces, they had found them too quickly, even though it was nighttime. Only monsters were capable of such a thing. So, could it be that those bones were for using black magic? Therefore, the man inquired if they were the ones who lived in darkness, to which Patrick noted that it was indeed dark near the cave. The chief immediately realized that it was definitely black magic, so he said that these bones were probably important to him, and his interlocutor noted that, of course, this was so, because they were not his body. So, he noticed that they were important, like the whole body. But the knight noted that this was not entirely true, because they were just a part of his body, and it was enough to waste their time. But at that moment, the man immediately threw those very bones up in the air. After that, he immediately shouted to his subordinates not to rescue those who could not move on their own first. Patrick paid no attention to the other people because he was chasing after his ribs. Fortunately for him, he managed to catch them, so he was happy. But then a man who had just been released from prison appeared next to him and immediately swung at him. And then, with the help of some kind of weapon, he hit him very hard on the head. The knight only said that it hurt a little, but immediately looked at him. The man was horrified when he saw what had happened, because he realized that his opponent hadn't even flinched. The hero stood calmly and asked if he had been hit with a stone. It seemed that things were really bad here, and at that moment the thief was already running towards him. As soon as he tried to stab the guy from behind, the guy used his hand to deflect the dagger and break it. Then he grabbed the man and said that although they had normal weapons, he would ask the master what to do with them. Why didn't he tell the boss that they could stop these games? And for starters, he suggested they just sit down and kill everyone. The guy was surprised and asked if he really wanted to leave them all alive. The knight said he misunderstood him and was just suggesting they deal with all of them at once. Swallow said he was very tired, so he couldn't calculate his strength properly. His subordinate replied that he should try a little harder, and immediately struck the man hard enough to smash his bones. Melzu and Renee sat in the cave and wondered if their master was all right. They were worried because it had been half a day since he left. The maid asked if anything had happened to the master, because she didn't even know if he could just enjoy his rest like that. Maybe he was starving there. The demon queen told her not to worry, that it was impossible for such a great creature to miss a meal, and she didn't understand why she kept harping on the subject. Her companion said that she was probably right, but she was worried, because the master and Patrick could have gotten into trouble in the human village. In fact, everything was fine with them. They had already sorted things out with words, although it took some effort. The knight said it was surprising, but the man had managed to distract him, even if only for a moment, and he thought they would have a map of the settlement, since they were thieves. But that wasn't the case. They needed to clean up everything here as quickly as possible, because there was no time to waste, so he turned to the boss. Not wanting him to just lie there, the hero told him to lie down too, because it was more comfortable than it looked. Suddenly, Rosalina approached him, apologizing for stealing. The girl fell to her knees and said that the others had nothing to do with it, so it would be better to kill her. Then the one who had asked her to get up approached her, because did they really think they would leave her alone? They wouldn't let them go just like that. Swallow looked at them and asked if they finally understood. He then ordered Patrick to deal with them, and Patrick said it would be done. Patrick immediately became alert and pointed his weapon at the knight, then shouted that if he came any closer, he would kill him, and that he meant it. The little girl, in turn, took out a small object and held it out in front of her. It looked like a cross, and right in front of Patrick appeared the face of a woman who looked like this girl. So as soon as he noticed this, he immediately rushed towards Rosalina. Then he immediately asked her where she got it. It turns out that this cross in the shape of an inverted phoenix, as well as the mana emanating from it, is tracking mana. The little girl immediately became wary and did not know what to say, while the knight did not understand why someone would use magic to track the poor. So he returned to his boss and said that someone was watching the residents of Haston. When the girl began to pray and tracking mana seeped from the cross, it meant that it was only activated in certain situations. Therefore, if you find out the conditions, you can figure out what the person who gave her this cross is plotting. The Lord noticed that these settlements are not famous for their magic. Last time there was a magic stone, and now there is some strange cross with mana. Patrick said that first they needed to win these people over to their side, so he asked the boss for help. The hero didn't understand why and how he was going to do that. The subordinate replied that it would be quite easy to do, because he had a brilliant plan in mind. Soon the thieves came to their senses, and he apologized to him and said that they did not do it because these people stole things. The fact is that they were following the Emperor's order not to leave any traces of the fight behind. Therefore, they were actually members of a secret organization that reported directly to the Emperor, and they were called the Knights of the Mist of Runo. He and the girl exchanged glances and were surprised by what she was saying. Patrick noted that they could be sure of this, because now they did not want to harm them, and the people asked what the knights had forgotten in Hastine. Their interlocutor replied that they had come here for Togo to save this village. That was why they had spared their lives, disobeying the Emperor's orders, and right now, they only needed information. All this was to quickly understand the situation and request material support for the settlement. He then asked what they thought about this, whether they wanted to work together to rebuild the village, because the knights also needed their strength. Of course, those present began to whisper that they obeyed the Emperor, which meant that they had come to save Haston and His Majesty had not forgotten about them. Therefore, there were loud cries that they should help the knight and that their life would finally come to an end. Patrick said that the boss thought he had convinced the people, so they were easy to manipulate, as few were as tolerant of self-justification as the lower class. Swallow asked if they could return now, and his interlocutor replied that this was only the beginning. With every passing minute, he noticed more and more suspicious things. The hero wondered if he appreciated his efforts, but the work only increased, so it was unclear if he really didn't care. He then noticed what it meant when they said that the enemy was always behind you, and the skeleton didn't understand what he had just said or why. So in the end, he added that the boss should get up. Since the situation had turned out this way, he would also have to work here. The gentleman said that he was so inspired today that he might do everything himself. Patrick said that right now he would keep an eye on the leader of the people who still distrusted them, but the boss should try to get closer to the people. The guy was surprised by this, and didn't understand how he could get closer to the people. The knight noted that there was nothing to be done about it. If you took a knight in armor and a boss who looked like a beggar, who, in their opinion, looked closer to ordinary people. Just as an example, the boss should make friends with them before Patrick returns, so just try to act like a normal person. The hero thought about it, and if we're talking about this, then first of all, they don't just sleep most of the day. Even those who are awake still walk around sleepy, and in most cases, they shirk their duties. It turns out that they never feel like doing anything, which means that he will just have to behave as usual. His subordinates said that it was not so simple, and that he should not forget to find out about the church that gave the girl the cross. He needed to extract every bit of information from them. If he finishes quickly, he will return home sooner, and just in case, he should tell them that people are cautious, so he should be more patient, because it is not so easy to get close to them. After a while, people asked if he was really a knight from the mist, which meant he served the emperor and had come here from the capital. Many people pestered the hero with questions of all kinds, so he sat there in horror, and they didn't leave him alone for a second so he could rest peacefully. Swallow realized that they had annoyed him so much that they wouldn't even let him catch his breath. That's why he wanted to just devour them all and be done with it. But his subordinate asked him to befriend them. So he decided that all he needed to do was get closer to them. So he turned to the boy next to him and asked him what he was interested in. The boy asked if he had ever met Sir Bern and Miss Wynne, and the gentleman replied that he did not know them and did not understand who they were, although he had heard their names somewhere. After a while, his conversation with the boy was interrupted by a girl. It was Rosalind, who apologized for stealing his things. The main character replied that it was no big deal, since they had already returned everything. Then a man joined the conversation and said that his name was Tot, that he was in charge here in the absence of the leader, and that he would help the young man in any way he could. He asked if they had indeed come to save the settlements, and the gentleman replied that this was correct. Then the man said that since they wanted to know about the situation in the settlement, it would be easier to see everything for themselves. If he doesn't mind, the man can show him around right now, but Swallow didn't want that at all, and didn't understand why right now. Although if he stayed here, he would be bombarded with questions again, so it was easier to leave. To do this, he got up and said that it was a reasonable suggestion, so they should go. The man noticed that she wasn't looking at the residential buildings, and the hero asked where all the people were, since the streets were completely empty, to which the man replied that when he opened this very door, the guy would understand everything. A few moments later, he opened the door, and a chill and the smell of death wafted out. Inside the building, the main character saw several people who appeared to be a married couple who had died of starvation. The man said that there was no food left in the area to steal, and the survivors did not know when they would die of starvation. Swallow realized that they had all died of starvation, and from the very beginning he wondered when, in settlements where there is not enough food, the inhabitants turn their anger on the ruler. Enraged, they took up arms, as if it were a black catastrophe during a period of famine. But it was still completely unclear to him why the inhabitants of this settlement were dying so helplessly from lack of food. The deputy head said that it had been about a month since the black disaster had struck them. He went on to say that questions might arise as to why the village was so quiet and why they had not taken up their pitchforks and hoes. So, wouldn't the knight be curious to find out why this was really the case? At about the same time, Renee and Melzu were sitting in the dungeon of the ancient core. The demon said that she really wanted to go to the settlements with the gentleman, and that the dungeon was so boring. Her companion noted that she didn't think that was a valid argument, since the boss had entrusted them with the protection of the dungeon. So what could be more important than that? This was proof that the master trusted him, but in reality, she thought that he trusted her, not this girl. Melzu noted that all this was true, and that she didn't understand how she hadn't immediately understood the boss's plan. Renee added that, based on this, they really had to stay alert all the time, because you never knew when these people might invade. The Demon Queen said not to worry, because she checks on intruders whenever possible. She had already checked before, but since she had spoken, she would check again. To check, the girl sent a medium-level spell near the observer, and suddenly she said that Lady Renee was easy to find. This was because she sensed that someone had invaded the dungeon, and since only one eye responded, it was most likely a single intruder. After that, the homunculus immediately got up and asked her companion to be on guard. Then the girl felt a huge flow of energy coming in, and realized that the intruder was coming towards them. The woman who had come to the dungeon asked why they weren't more alarmed. Renee immediately paid attention to her and saw a familiar face. It turned out to be the boss of the Dungeon of Great Evil, Elizabeth Bathory of Chete Castle, who asked the little girl how she was doing. After a while, the young woman apologized that she could not offer her guest anything else, but if she had informed her of her visit in advance, she would have prepared something. Elizabeth replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it, because it was she who had come here without warning. If she had anything to offer her, she would not mind tasting some of their Renee blood. The girl also hesitated, and said that she could not offer that. The guest said that was a pity and asked who the newcomer was. The Demon Queen noticed that she was interested in her. She then introduced herself, stating who she was, and that she was a higher being who ruled over monsters, a descendant of the 17th generation of Melzu de Rimph Agrea. Renee noticed that she had forgotten to introduce herself, because this was Bathory, the boss of Chait Castle. The woman noticed that she was their young demon queen, and now it was clear why her aura seemed unusual. Suddenly, the demon whispered to the maid that if she stayed here, she would be able to meet all the bosses of the dungeons of great evil. Her companion grabbed her and said that she was saying ridiculous things, because how could she show her face here, pretending that she was going to live here as a freeloader? And Elizabeth said that if she wasn't here for the bread, then she probably wasn't part of the ancient bucket, to which the girl replied that that was the case for now. While Batory was pouring fresh blood, she asked where that slacker and Patrick had gone. Renee noted that they had left for a while, which surprised her interlocutor. She was too confused by the situation, so she asked why they had decided to leave right now. Gomunkel noticed her strange disappointment and asked what had happened. Elizabeth replied that the villages surrounding her castle had been destroyed. They were literally covered in blood, which meant that people had died. But there were no bodies because they had all disappeared. So the woman could say that humans clearly could not have done this, because the bloodstains on the ground led in a certain direction, as if forming a path. And this path leads straight to Haston, but it is unclear what this could mean. The Demon Queen realized that it was strange for all the bodies to disappear at once, so she wondered if it could have been the undead. Her interlocutor replied that it was quite possible, but few of them were capable of such an act. This is because most undead are completely irrational, and only the higher types who have a special senior rank are rational. Since the army of the dead was moving in one direction, it meant that someone was leading it. Elizabeth thinks it was the Lord of the Dead and immortal King Erebos, because only he could have done such a thing. Of course, she has no concrete evidence of this, but they still have to notify him, the jerk. So the woman asked if they had any monsters that could deliver the message. And Renee sadly replied that the dungeon was completely empty at the moment. The woman asked if they had any other means of communication, and the girls said that they didn't, but Renee had no doubts about the master's decision. After that, there was an awkward pause, and Melzu said that she would have to take everything into her own hands because there was nothing else to be done. He was telling the main character that it all started with a black disaster, and soon after it hit the settlement, someone set fire to the fields. The fire spread quickly, instantly destroying the ripe harvest, leaving only ashes behind, while at the same time, bad rumors began to spread in the village. They said that the crops in the areas affected by the black disaster were contaminated, and if a person touched them, they would contract a painful disease. And so it came to pass that Haston became a cursed land. And then rumors spread that even the emperor had abandoned their settlement, and the people despaired completely. But even in this despair, there was a small ray of hope, because a wealthy couple of commoners decided to take care of the residents. They had enough weapons, which, fortunately, had not been damaged by the fire, so they opened up their supplies and began to distribute them. A group of people began to form around this couple, who decided to work together for survival. And that is how they gained faith in a better future. But, unfortunately, very soon the couple was found murdered in their own home. Someone who wanted more food killed the couple. After that, trust in each other completely disappeared in the village, and without trust, no one wanted to unite. And people simply locked themselves in their homes in the hope that their remaining food would not be taken away. As a result, they died of starvation. Thanks to rumors that the grain was contaminated, no one touched it, and the people from the alley managed not to die of starvation. The hero asked if this meant that, contrary to the rumors about it, they had not been poisoned, and his interlocutor replied that everything was fine with them so far. Swallow did not understand how the grain could be contaminated if he had not even touched it, so someone must have spread this rumor with malicious intent. Then Tot suggested moving on, and they headed for the ruined fortress. Near the mountain of corpses, the man said that at first many people thought they would be able to quickly overcome this disaster. But this was the result of such complacency. If the corpses were left on the street, they would begin to decompose and attract insects, so people began to dig pits and stack the bodies. That's when the guy asked why they didn't burn them. He replied that the families of the deceased still mourn their loss, although the problem is more that no one has volunteered to burn the bodies. Swallow asked why they didn't do it themselves, and the man said that he hadn't mentioned it before. But there was also a daughter. The gentleman did not understand what he was talking about, but his interlocutor continued that they were Rosalina's parents, and they too were lying somewhere there. So now everything was clear to the young man, and he asked if the soldiers were still guarding the place, and the deputy head replied that they were, working in 2 shifts. It wasn't that they were protecting it, but rather just monitoring it. The hero realized that this situation was strange, which meant that they were doing it on the orders of the ruler. He thought that this was to be expected, because the ruler was too suspicious a person. In such cases, a face-to-face meeting is the best way to clarify issues, but it is impossible to figure out his hidden intentions using conventional methods. That is precisely why Patrick stole the harpy's egg. Since they live as one family, they will surely come after him, and then he will get rid of them and get an audience with the governor. The knight was delighted that he had come up with such a brilliant plan, and said that he was a genius. Although he would like to say so, the situation is bad because he did not expect them to have such a large family. And while he was thinking about the situation, the harpies merged and tried to attack him. Walking down the corridor at night, the girl accidentally noticed her brother, who was hanging. Suddenly, he came very close to her and said that she had to live, that she should remember this well and survive. When this happened, Lara immediately got up and realized that it was just a bad dream. But even so, she sat there in a cold sweat, very frightened, and her breathing was also very uneven. The servant who was in the room asked his mistress if she had had another nightmare. The girl immediately changed her expression, and trying to smile, said that everything was fine, that she was now the ruler, Hastina, and her name was Lara Sinavier Etark. The servant asked if she was not going to sleep yet, and the girl replied that she would get some fresh air for a while. Then she immediately went out onto the balcony and realized that several weeks had passed since she had inherited this position. But she still clearly remembered the day her brother died. The family fled with all their possessions, but the settlement still cannot recover. She has only one way to survive in this situation, and so the girl firmly decided that she must restore the settlement to what it used to be. After a while, the new ruler told the guest sitting in front of her that he had promised to save her. A little earlier, he had also spoken and assured her that he would protect her and her lands. Without hesitation, her interlocutor replied that she understood everything correctly. Lara immediately shouted for him to look out the window and see what was happening there, asking if this was the salvation he had spoken of a little earlier. The man replied that he had not broken his promise at all, and that all the problems she and the inhabitants of Hastinapura were facing would indeed be solved, so she should not worry. The ruler thought that this man never revealed the details of all his plans, but now she simply had no choice but to trust him. To reassure her, the man in the cloak said that everything was going according to plan, so the lady should just continue living her comfortable life. After all, he could say with confidence that very soon all her worries would simply disappear. Lara replied that she would agree to this for now. She would trust him and wait just a little longer. No sooner had she said this than a subordinate entered and assured her that he needed to report news concerning the security of the lands. The ruler asked what other news there was, and the girl replied that, according to the guard's report, a harpy family had attacked from the north gate. But suddenly a knight appeared and single-handedly repelled their attack. Lara asked how he did it alone, and wondered who this knight served. The subordinate said that the guards had asked him, but he had remained silent. The ruler then said that she would meet him personally and asked where he was now. Suddenly the guest said that the lady should think carefully about her decision, because it was quite possible that this knight could be a disguised assassin. The countess replied that the fact that he was suspicious did not negate his merits in saving the settlement, and that it was natural for a ruler to pay attention to such feats. That is why she asked for the knight to be brought to her, and soon Patrick introduced himself as a wandering knight, and said he was honored to greet the ruler of Hastin. The road here had been quite difficult, and he was quite exhausted, but simply standing before such a noble ruler, he felt rewarded for his hard work. At the same time, the lady said that he had defended Hastin with his bravery and valor, so on behalf of the entire village, she would like to express her gratitude to him. The interlocutor noted that this was a great honor for him, and thought that she did not seem to be the ruler, but judging by her age, he could assume that she was the younger sister of the former ruler. Suddenly the girl asked which family this man served. After that, an awkward pause hung in the room, and Patrick did not respond. The next question the ruler asked was what his name was, but the knight replied that unfortunately, he could not give his name, and asked her to understand. The countess noted that if this was the case, he had something to hide, so if she asked him to remove his helmet, he would also refuse. Patrick noted that his face was not covered with battle scars, but half of his skin was completely torn off, creating a rather unpleasant appearance. But if the ruler wished it, he would still obey her. Lara told him to forget about it, even though she could not offer much, but she wanted to pay him what she could. So she asked what he wanted, and the knight replied that he would like to receive food, thinking that the most valuable thing in the city right now was food. So, depending on his answer, she would be able to understand the current state of the castle. The girl replied that she was ready to provide for him, and asked her subordinate to prepare everything. Patrick thanked her for this, and realized that she had answered without hesitation, which meant that there was plenty of food in the castle. Then he couldn't understand why the ruler had allowed the village to reach such a state. Because the man was undead, he could sense a strange energy. The man in the room was strange because he felt a closeness to him. Patrick asked the ruler if he could ask him just one question. After all, something had been bothering him quite a bit for some time. Turning his attention to the man in the cloak, he asked who he was. After a while, the subordinates told Mr. Swallow everything that had happened. He said that he thought she would not just stand by and watch, but the knight replied that when he said he was asking out of pure curiosity, she let him go. The guy said that he got off easy and felt a certain closeness, which meant that she was undead. But why did she let him go? Patrick asked what else he could have done. The fact that he felt a sense of kinship with him did not mean that he was undead. Necromancers and black magicians sometimes radiate such an aura, but it all depends on how much they have absorbed. The boss asked when he was going to check everything, as he should have done so already, and his interlocutor replied that they were here to deal with what he had done, not to make things worse. He then asked what the gentleman had found out, and he replied that the locals believed that all the grain grown there was infected with some kind of disease. He was curious as to why the village was so quiet, and it turned out that people refused to eat the poisoned food, but nothing could be done about the girl because she kept running away. Patrick said it would be great to have my mind control, and maybe he should have brought Melzu with him. But the hero didn't understand why he had brought him here then. Then his companion said that this did not mean that they had no other options, and asked him to just look at the food that the ruler had given him. The guy was delighted, and said that now he wouldn't have to think on an empty stomach, but his charges pointed out that this was to win Rosalind's favor, not his. After a while, the little girl looked at the guy with great fear. The hero, in turn, tried with all his might to feed her, and did not understand why she was so frightened. He then offered her the cookies, because he simply wanted to share them with her. The girl immediately looked up, and did not understand if this was true. But then she happily took it and said that it was Prospera, given by the bishop. Swallow didn't understand what she was talking about, because Patrick had given it to him. So, in order to better understand the situation, he asked what a bishop was. Soon, the little girl was walking somewhere with him, and asked if he believed in him. He replied indistinctly, and she said she was glad to have someone as faithful as her by her side, because all the people around her did not believe in him. But wasn't it strange that they were so foolish, since they were simply being offered salvation, and all that was required of them was sincere faith? After this story, the little girl asked the knight if he really agreed, and he replied positively again. As a result, they came to some kind of cave, and Rosalina said that it was strange, because whenever she came here, she felt somehow creepy. In addition, as they descended, she asked her companion not to stumble, because it was quite dark there. And then the bishop said that the disaster that had befallen Haston was a test given to people for their misdeeds, and that he was an almighty being capable of dealing with these trials. All those who had found faith in him were chosen and noble people. The girl led the main character to the place and asked him to sit down, to which he, of course, agreed. The preacher said not to always remember the gifts they had received from the loud believers, because today he was going to share the daily bread that he had sent down to them. The main character thought that there was nothing unusual about this, because it seemed like ordinary brainwashing. Suddenly, everyone present seemed to rise at once, and the guy was surprised by this. Razvalina immediately began to laugh, and said that they had come at the wrong time, because it was now the time for the Eucharistic liturgy. The young man immediately asked what that was. His companion replied that it was when the bishop distributed communion wafers. Swallow realized that this was probably what Patrick had received from the ruler himself, but then he couldn't understand why it was right there in the castle. At that moment, the girl decided that she would tell him about it very soon, when he saved the settlements and all those who sincerely believed in him would find eternal happiness. In reality, they would become closer to him and immediately receive a more noble gift, because that is what the bishop told them. Swallow asked what other gift there could be. The little girl looked at him in surprise and said that she did not know, but it would probably be something better than prosphora, perhaps meat. And before she could finish, the preacher suddenly approached and said that Rosalina had also come today. He then held out the prosphora and said that it was today's gift, telling her to take it carefully. The young girl took it and thanked the bishop for his kindness. After that, the bishop held out the prosphora to the main character and said that he was meeting him for the first time, but hoped that he would continue to come here. The young man took it and noticed that there was no one else around. His interlocutor smiled and said that he was sure he would be glad to see a believer. Suddenly, Swallow's expression changed, and he asked the scoundrel what that was all about. The prosphora that the man had tried to give him immediately fell to the ground and broke. The guy grabbed the preacher and asked if he was trying to test him, because this manna might not be visible to other people, but it was definitely visible to him. That's why he didn't care what he did to these people. because when they prayed, he clearly saw the traces that this man spread around to others. Then the gentleman said that he should not even dare to stick his nose into his body, and his interlocutor immediately hesitated and said that the guy was not a human being. The main character did not answer, but said that although he had a bad memory, he would remember him. Rosalina was also surprised, so she asked the knight what had happened. He said that everything was fine, thanked him wholeheartedly for the food, and said it was time to leave. After a while, they arrived at the settlement with the little girl and said goodbye. In the end, the guy realized that after everything he had seen, he didn't even need any further proof, because a strange bishop had appeared in the isolated settlement. With his pseudo-religion, which brainwashes and monitors people using an unknown mana, and that guy next to the ruler, who reeks of undead. Even the hero found it hard not to notice how organized it all seemed, and that someone was definitely behind them. Suddenly Melju appeared, having heard this information, and was surprised. She, in turn, asked how he was able to figure this out, although she expected this from the great Lord Swallow. He said that the girl said she was curious to see what kind of mess he had made here. So she came here. The view here is certainly not bad, stretching out. The guy noticed that she was clearly not here out of curiosity, so it was unclear why she had come. His companion replied that Lady Bathory had visited the dungeon and asked him to convey that the undead were moving towards Haston. She said she had found strange tracks near her castle that led straight to the settlement. After sharing this information, she added that Erebos was most likely behind it. The hero noted that he had already guessed this, and that this version did indeed fit, but as he understood it, it was only her assumption. Melzu replied that she had already thought about it, and that when the undead attacked a village, they typically came in superior numbers. But right now, it didn't seem like the current settlement could resist them in any way. The girl then asked him why he thought they hadn't invaded in this way. If her guesses turned out to be correct, then they were most likely using a mana flow. While the girl was thinking about this and talking, she used her low-level mana detection skill, and then said that she had hit the nail on the head. Late at night, the bishop headed straight for the mountain where the corpses were located near the settlement. When the crows flew up, he immediately fell to his knees and began to emit that same sinister energy. On top of all this, his face also changed quickly, and it was clear that he was undead, and he would turn the dungeon into a huge evil land of rotting corpses. His name was Lich Simon Magus, and soon the crows that were there began to form into a dark substance. It soon turned into the image of the king of the undead, and the creature said that right in front of him was his faithful servant Simon Magus. The man bowed even lower and said that he was greeting Erebus, lord of all the dead. He had come here to present his final report before arriving at the settlement of Haston. The lord said he would not forget the hard work Simon Magus had done for their cause. But the servant said that he was only doing his duty for the sake of the great cause, and then asked what he was going to report to him. In response, he heard that some intruder had unexpectedly interfered in the matter. Erebos said that it was some kind of coincidence, because Ukmel had told him about the same problem. Could it be that this intruder also wore armor and emitted an aura of undeath? To which the subordinate replied that he did not sense the aura of the undead, nor did he wear armor. But even so, he felt a deep darkness within. So I asked the gentleman if he had any guesses about this, and he replied that he had no guesses, because he would not get involved in this. Whoever it was, in order to conquer the Empire, they would first have to capture Haston, so they should not forget where Simon was, and let them remember that one must always be extremely careful when executing a plan. My interlocutor said that he had entrusted him with a great task, and regretted that he had not been able to fully accomplish it. The leader said that Ukmel had requested reinforcements at the castle, so he had sent him to the underground dungeon of Mesham. But did he need reinforcements against the intruder? Lich said that he was fine and would let him know if necessary. The ruler of the undead said that in that case it was fine, and he would leave the matter to his discretion. When his interlocutor disappeared, Simon thought that soon he would not be alive to rule over everything on Earth. He changed his appearance back to human, and thought that whoever stood in their way would not be able to stop them, except for this monster. Swallow asked where the one who had cast the spell was. The girl replied that she couldn't say for sure, but most wizards usually used mana flows directly on the surface to maintain such magic. The hero noted that this meant he must be somewhere nearby, but the demon replied that this was not always the case, as some types of magic used a conduit. This was only her assumption. But wouldn't it require a huge amount of mana for magic with a supporting conductor to cover the entire Haston? A conductor capable of forcibly directing the flow of change cannot simply be taken and buried in the ground. In short, the most likely place where it was hidden is right there. She was referring to the structures, and since they aroused the most suspicion, Swallow wondered if she was talking about the ruler's castle. His interlocutor said that this was only her assumption, and she was not 100% sure. The hero did not know what they were planning, but decided that if everything was turned upside down, everyone would stick their noses in. Therefore, he noted that Patrick must be on the other side, and asked if Melzu was available now. His companion replied in the affirmative, and then the gentleman said that they were going to the castle together. The girl was surprised by this, but her companion said that it was time for them to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Patrick, in turn, was heading downstairs and thought that this place was the most suspicious. The smell of rotting corpses coming from below became even stronger than before, which made it even more suspicious. Moreover, at such a time the darkness was of no use at all. From inside, a strange sound could be heard clearly, and when the night descended a little, he saw what kind of creature it was. Naturally, it was undead and was cutting up human corpses. Patrick immediately understood why there was such a horrible smell here. He was naturally surprised by what he saw, because he hadn't seen a cleaver in a long time. He then apologized to the creature for distracting it from its work, but he was curious to know who its master was. The creature, in turn, instantly turned toward him and immediately became very wary. Without a moment's hesitation, it struck the uninvited guest with its cleaver. But of course, this blow was nothing to the Knight of Death, so he said that he was a match for his opponent's physique. He easily grabbed the weapon and said that he could not be struck by such a slow attack. He then noted that the creature could not even pull the weapon out with both hands, and he was a little disappointed. It was strange that he was so openly engaged in such activities in the castle dungeon. After all, this could only mean one thing, that the ruler and that strange man were in cahoots. But in the end, no matter what, he no longer had any reason to act secretly. Because now that he was convinced of everything about his opponent, he could get rid of him. And after saying such pompous words, he immediately tore him into several pieces. Suddenly, the knight felt her rushing at him, a weapon on her back. Unfortunately, he only noticed this attack at the very end, and his helmet was knocked off. When Patrick saw his new opponent, he was very surprised, and said that he did not understand what they were up to, since Dullahan himself was here. Then he turned to the creature in front of him and asked who had ordered him to guard this place. But of course, it did not answer him and only prepared to attack. Then he immediately rushed forward, and the skeleton was only able to stop him with his hand. Then he realized that the sword of evil was right in front of him. And again, he was very surprised by this because it corrodes the enemy's weapon, which makes the fight quite difficult. Although his opponent was quite strong himself, so it wasn't quite like Dullahan. A few moments later, Patrick suggested talking peacefully, as if he were not one of the undead. But of course, no one was going to listen to him, and the spirit immediately rushed to attack. The knight realized that the intelligent elder undead refused to engage in dialogue. But even so, he needed to find out why it was here. So he declared that the ruler surely knew the answers to all these questions. So he used an acrobatic trick to return, and used the low magic of the sliding panel. The blade Patrick picked up was pretty bad, but that was what he needed, because he used the weak ball skill to make a powerful cut. After that, he said that since the creature was not fond of chatting, there was no need to drag out the fight, so they would get straight to the point. Then the skeleton said that he would lend him his sword for a short time, since he wasn't using it anyway. After that, he made a fairly strong cut, and called it the perfect axis, so that his opponent was cut into several pieces diagonally. At that time, Lara was somewhere in her chambers. She got out of bed because she was cold. As soon as she did so, an unfamiliar voice asked her if she had slept well. The girl instantly looked up and saw a large, dark silhouette, so she asked in horror how he had gotten in. She didn't understand what it was, because it was completely disrespectful to burst in on her in the middle of the night. But Patrick assured her that he had come for an important reason. It turned out that recently, when they had an audience, she had said her name was Lara. So he pointed his weapon at her and said he would give her exactly 5 minutes, during which time she should bring the man who had been with her earlier. Of course, the ruler had no choice but to obey him. Patrick apologized for calling them at such a late hour, but during his walk, he had picked this up. He then threw the thing he was talking about, and it turned out to be a helmet. The Countess was surprised when she looked at it and asked what it was, and the knight asked if she really did not know it. After all, it was a helmet, and it presumably belonged to Dullahan. That is why Patrick called her full name again, and asked why she was conspiring with the undead. The girl was very surprised and asked what undead he was talking about, to which her interlocutor replied that he was disappointed because she was pretending until the very end. And if she wasn't pretending, then she really didn't know who she was dealing with, and was simply an incompetent ruler who didn't know what was going on in her own land. Ukmal then joined the conversation and told the lady that she should not listen to him anymore. But Patrick interrupted him and said that he personally killed this Dullahan in an underground dungeon. After that, the ruler immediately asked if he was talking about the dungeon under her castle. The knight said that it was indeed her underground prison, which was littered with corpses, so he asked her to allow him to tell her something else. After all, this so-called man standing next to her was also undead. Of course, the countess was greatly indignant and shouted that she did not believe a word he said, because he had appeared suddenly and thought she would believe his nonsense. This man, whom he accuses of something, promised her to save Haston. That is why, when he accuses him, he threatens the safety of the entire settlement. Patrick, of course, smiled after that and asked if she wanted to say that she knew who was threatening his safety. The girl immediately calmed down a little and began to listen to him attentively. Umel joined the conversation again and asked them both to calm down. The knight had said earlier that it was Dullahan's helmet, but they were not the kind of undead that could be easily encountered. Patrick said that he was also surprised by this, and did not expect to see such high-level undead in a place like this, especially since this creature was a little strange. Although it was an elder undead creature that should have had its own personality, it was surprisingly silent, and it fought in a very unnatural way. So after Patrick destroyed its soul, he did a little research. As a result, he saw that a magical mind control circle was engraved on the inside of the armor. There was also the name of the armor's owner, Dullahan Masham, who was the deputy leader of the Masham and Hard Brothers punitive squad. The squad was formed 30 years ago to suppress the evil undead that attacked human villages. It was said that he was a very skilled knight, but after the raid, this man suddenly disappeared. And now the question is, who exactly was that evil undead they were going to suppress? The ruler asked who he was talking about, and the interlocutor replied that he would ask again. It would be wonderful if he went north, and this interlocutor would answer him personally. He pointed his weapon at Ukmal and asked where the evil undead Erebos was. Lara was surprised, so she said that she didn't understand at all. Wasn't that the name of the boss of one of the dungeons of evil? After these words, the undead, who had been standing next to her all this time, began to laugh very loudly. The countess realized what had happened, so she burst out saying that he had told her he would save her lands. Her companion continued to smile and replied that this was indeed the case. However, the plan had changed slightly, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Unfortunately, it would no longer be possible for her to achieve everything peacefully. So the ruler immediately asked what he meant. But her interlocutor did not even bother to answer, and immediately reached out his hand. But a few moments later, Patrick used his weapon and cut her off completely. Then he looked at them and said that it would be better for them not to make any sudden movements if they didn't want consequences. Now Lara looked at the one who had been next to her all this time and said that he was not alive. The creature began its transformation and declared that its name was Ukmal, and right now, he was going to kill her and all the people in this village, turning them into undead creatures, for whom such a death would be a real salvation. After all, this was the fulfillment of the will of Erebos, the Lord of the Dead, who served death. When he spoke of this, he had already shown his true undead face. Patrick said that, to be honest, he couldn't even imagine such a thing about himself, because usually the undead attack with numerical superiority. That was precisely why he could not have expected such a planned and organized invasion from them. Umel stated that it was unusual that he had caught his attention at their first meeting, and that he had exceeded his expectations by defeating Masham with great dignity. The Death Knight said that this was the first time he had seen a representative of one species praise another for killing an ally. At that moment, the creature opposite him said that it was interesting, because he was becoming increasingly intrigued by his personality, since he was the same kind of undead creature as him. That's why he couldn't understand why he didn't serve Erebus too. After that, Lara immediately asked if he was also undead, and the skeleton realized that his identity had finally been revealed. From the point of view of future land management and cooperation, they needed a ruler, so he didn't want to kill this girl. Therefore, he said that his mood had suddenly taken a turn for the worse for some reason. So he immediately rushed into the attack and cut off the limb of the undead in front of him. Then he pointed his weapon at him and said that from now on, he had to obey his orders. His interlocutor asked if he thought intimidation would work against him. Patrick noted that he understood this, but it turned out that he had nothing to lose. Therefore, if he had learned even a little about the situation, he would have known that his companion, with whom he had come, was much stronger than he now thought. So much so that he could completely ruin their plans. Umel said that this situation was interesting, but then the little people would suffer too. Patrick said he didn't want to upset him, but he wasn't on the side of the people either, so he shouldn't waste time on empty talk and just explain what they were doing here. And, of course, let him tell him what his top boss had in mind. There was an awkward pause in the florist's room for a while, and after a moment, his interlocutor said he would answer his questions. So, first of all, he asked if the party knew how senior undead were created. He replied that you simply left him without unnecessary questions and told him everything as it was. Umel said that for a normal person or fairy to become an elder undead, an exceptional supernatural event or a great deal of hatred is necessary. A creature whose power is sufficient to single-handedly defeat dozens or hundreds of zombies is called an elder undead. Erebos is an almighty creature capable of creating such undead with his magic alone. The knight understood everything and said, "That's why they isolated the settlements and created a religion." His tribesmen noted that he had understood correctly, because to create a senior undead, you need a person whose body is still alive, but whose soul is very weak. That is why Haston is the ideal place to gather various test subjects. Through isolation, they brought people to even greater hunger. In doing so, of course, they crushed their spirit, but in order to break them completely, they created religion. Patrick then said that he thought he understood everything, but then asked why they were teaching the dash in the underground dungeon. His interlocutor replied that it was necessary for the mass production of senior undead. All this was done because they were going to destroy the entire empire. Patrick thought that this was, of course, not good, because if the empire fell and most of the people became undead, everything would be bad. After all, in the end, this creature would gain excessive power and its next target would be the dungeons of great evil. Finally, Ukmal simply said that the truth always comes out sooner or later. Then he began to recite a spell of supreme magic and created a spreading black curse. Therefore, the dark energy that radiated from there began to destroy everything and almost touched Lara. At the same time, the opponent asked Patrick if he thought that he would not be able to use magic with his carved hands, but that was silly. The skeleton noticed that he was really good. Because he could only cast spells with words, his tribesmen then asked if he really hoped that he would reveal everything to him. After all, there was no creature that could go against Lord Erebos. The only one capable of doing so was an ancient monster who had been immersed in sleep for many years after wandering. Therefore, the creature can say with confidence that no one can interfere with the master's plans. Patrick noted that if he thought so, then he could ask him just one question, and Umel was horrified when he saw what had happened, for his opponent had broken his chains with his bare hands. The skeleton then said that if everything was summed up, then it turned out that everything was clear to them. In that case, no matter how grand their plans were, if the ancient monster appeared, it would spell the end for him and Erebus. At that moment, he took off his member and showed his true face, asking if he was right. His interlocutor shouted that he was talking nonsense and immediately rushed to attack him. But a few moments later, he noticed that the roof had collapsed and someone was attacking him from above. A few dozen meters away, a blow to the center of the castle was also visible. In the end, Patrick said that Mr. Swallow had indeed arrived at the perfect time. The ruler was nearby at the time and heard someone hit their head hard. It turned out to be the Demon Queen, who later said that the building was somehow fragile. Patrick told the gentleman that he had indeed arrived at the right moment. After that, they continued to discuss the topic, while Lara watched them intently and worried. Suddenly, an attack flew towards Swallow from Umel, but the guy easily blocked it and told him not to even hope for success. Melzu saw what had happened and asked what else had happened. At the same time, the boss used his dark power and directed it straight at his opponent. So, because of her, he was blocked and did not understand how such a powerful force had quickly restrained him. On top of all this, he sensed her immense power and realized that this simply couldn't be. At that moment, Patrick remembered telling his companion a little earlier that his companion was much stronger than he thought, and the main character asked him who else it could be. But the gatekeeper of the undead thought it was just nonsense, because according to his information, there shouldn't be any ancient monsters here, but it's unclear where he came from. But that's not the only thing that scared him, because he couldn't sense the energy of the crystal, which should have been upstairs right now. The girl who came with the ancient monster, judging by all appearances, is the Queen of Demons, as she has a huge amount of mana. Therefore, the creature realized that he needed to buy some time before he could pass this information on to Lord Erebos. So it turns to the main character and asks what the ancient monster is doing here. He was sure he had heard that it had disappeared after invading Riaze. Of course, no one was going to answer him, so a few moments later, he saw a powerful stream of energy flying towards him. And once again, the fortress they were in succumbed to destruction on a massive scale. Due to the sudden attack, it did not react in any way, so it succumbed to it. But he was persistent, because he sensed his master's approach, so he said that they were already too late. Melzu in turn attacked him with her next attack and said that he was talking too much. The master looked at him laughing and said that he was quite persistent, and that was probably because he was undead. But Ukmel, even on the verge of death, spoke to you, did not bow down, because their master had already arrived on this land. Patrick also reported this information to the boss, but he said that he could already see everything. But Erebus really tried hard to make a spectacular appearance in this place. At that moment, the people sitting on the street wondered if it seemed strange. One of them didn't understand what they were talking about. So he looked up at the sky, and it was indeed very dark and gloomy. While a gloomy wind blew through the neighborhood, Rosalina was running there. Suddenly, someone stopped her in one of the alleys, called her by her full name, and the girl immediately became frightened. It was him, so she asked why he wasn't sleeping, and the man said that he should be asking her that because she was always running away at night and no one knew where she was. The little girl noticed that she was feeling uneasy, so she went out to get some fresh air and walked around Jabet Square. As soon as she said this, she realized that it was an infected area, so no one goes there. So her interlocutor would get very angry again, and she immediately began to apologize to him. Her companion, in turn, said that she was truly incorrigible, and the little girl did not understand why he was not angry. Then Tot said that her leader and the others had discussed it and made a decision, so tomorrow evening they would all leave the settlement. Of course, he doesn't know that the girl is thinking about the knights who have arrived, but the head doesn't trust them either. For now, she would follow him, and he would explain everything along the way. And soon they arrived at the Mountain of Corpses, where the man had led the main character. Upon arrival, he thought that Rosalind's parents were at the very bottom. So he told the girl that if she left this settlement, she would not be able to return here anytime soon. Of course, she had the right to do as she wished, but she should just listen to her heart, and that was all. His companion said that she did not quite understand why the chief wanted to leave the village so badly, since Haston would be saved. And couldn't they just wait a little longer? He noted that he had nothing against her religion, and that it was entirely her choice. But did she want to wait for a salvation that might not come while her parents were imprisoned in this dark place? She could be saved not only by the God she believed in, but also by her own actions. The girl thought about these words and finally gathered all her willpower. Then she looked at the deputy head and realized that he was indeed right. The man then handed her a lit torch and asked if she could do it, to which the young girl replied in the affirmative. She looked at the corpses for a long time and thought about the situation, and in the end, she was about to drop the torch. But before she made her final decision, someone stopped her by the arm and said that he had been wondering who was wandering around at this hour. It turned out to be a preacher, but he didn't understand where he had come from. Moreover, it was not clear to him what he was doing in such a place at such a late hour. The little girl became suspicious and asked what the bishop was doing there. He, in turn, deliberately tried to stop her from burning all the corpses. As a result, the girl noticed that his clothes were on fire and told him about it. At that moment, the deputy head also addressed him and told him that he had better let her go. Suddenly, the man sensed a strange odor emanating from this individual, which he could detect from a couple of corpses. Rosalina begged the bishop to put out the fire because it was starting to burn fiercely. Of course, he did not answer her, but he pushed her hard enough that she flew to the side. Fortunately, there was a man there who successfully caught her, but they both fell to the ground. Then he looked at the priest and said that he was simply a scoundrel because he was doing something ridiculous. But his interlocutor continued to talk and did not intend to extinguish the fire until his clothes were completely burned. In a few moments, his human face changed into that of an undead creature, and it became clear that he was a servant of the undead. The people who saw this were very surprised, because they did not expect him to turn into such a creature. At that moment, Simon told them both to be quiet, because only silence was a song in honor of his arrival. The moment he said this, the corpses began to raise their hands and seemed to come to life. Their eyes began to glow red, and life returned to them, but now as undead creatures. The little girl was very frightened when she saw what was happening, but she didn't understand how it could have happened. The deputy head understood everything, so he asked her why she was frozen in place because they needed to escape as quickly as possible. But as soon as they tried to do so, the corpses immediately rushed at them, trying to catch up and kill them. Fortunately for the people, they managed to escape into a house and locked themselves inside, where the man said that the barricade should delay them for a while. Rosalina fell to the floor and said she simply couldn't walk anymore. Her companion noted that she would have to do it there, which was certainly better than on the street. But the first floor was unsafe, so they needed to go up to the second floor. In the end, the young woman agreed, but said that her legs were completely giving way, so the man helped her climb onto his back, because they had to hurry. They continued their way upstairs, and the girl thanked him for helping her, as she was also very tired. As they climbed the stairs through the window, they could see a large number of corpses lying in the streets. That's why he immediately wondered if they would both survive. And if they couldn't, then yes, things would indeed be very bad. The deputy head stopped immediately, and the girl asked what had happened. He noticed that he smelled a strong stench coming from ahead, and in the room where the strong smell was coming from, there were corpses. That's why they had come there. Once there, the little girl asked if they were safe now, But her companion replied that they were not. It was still dangerous here, so she should remain calm if she wanted to survive. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. The deputy chief walked over to the bodies and saw that one of them was holding a weapon. So he took off his scarf and began to use it as bait. Rosalina still didn't understand what he was doing, so she asked him about it. He stained his scarf with blood and prepared to do something else. Then he approached his young companion and immediately swung his dagger at her. The little girl was very frightened, thinking she was about to be killed, but then she opened her eyes and realized she was alive. The man who was standing nearby had only cut off her cross and said that he didn't talk about it every time, because seeing it made him feel uncomfortable. From now on, she should believe in what is truly trustworthy. And while they were discussing this, they heard someone break into the house on the first floor. They were corpses that were already heading upstairs. The girl immediately reported this and asked what they were going to do. The man grabbed his weapon and noted that there was nothing left to do but fight. Then his companion remarked that she also needed to find some kind of weapon. The deputy head did not listen to her and simply moved forward. Finally, he just smiled, knowing that they would never meet again. Rosalina, in turn, understood this too, so she immediately got up, despite the pain in her legs, and asked him to wait. But the man, of course, did not stop and only closed the door behind him so that no one could open it. He hung his blood-stained scarf on her doorknob, knowing that if he did so, they would be able to find the girl by the smell. The little girl immediately tried to open the door and asked what he was doing, begging him not to leave because the children were scared. He asked her how long she was going to live like this, relying on others, and told her to stop causing problems. The dead were getting closer, and he could hear them climbing slowly up to the second floor. Finally, the deputy head told the girl to listen to him carefully, and not to react in any way if she heard anything. She should also not make a sound or do anything foolish. Naturally, his interlocutor understood what sounds he was talking about. So, even though she was very scared, she immediately covered her mouth. He smiled and said that she had finally listened to him, which was great, and also thought that it would be better than if they both died. The dead had already appeared right before his eyes and were about to tear him to pieces. Finally, the man turned to the girl and apologized for being too strict with her, then immediately rushed into the attack. The little girl only heard screams and how his body was torn to pieces over the next few minutes. She cried bitterly at that moment, but tried not to make a sound, as the man had asked her to do shortly before. For a long time, corpses lingered in the room where the girl was, and the overturned cross lay on the ground. Next to this house was the gatekeeper of the undead, hovering in the sky above the undead. Soon, he raised his hand and ordered the entire army to listen to him carefully. Then, of course, he lowered his hand, and the army rushed forward to attack the settlements. The people, in turn, fled to the ruler's castle, thinking that it had not been painted in an ominous color because of her, and it was strange that she had not appeared in public for several weeks. Therefore, they believed that the heavens were angry, so they should go to their leader. Suddenly, they heard a very loud noise behind them and immediately looked back. There, they saw a man who was trembling and unable to stand on his feet. He was also exhausted, so he said that it was dangerous there. Someone asked him what had happened to him, whether he had been wounded. Another man rushed towards him and shouted that he should be examined immediately. It turned out that this man was an intern at the Wing Mage's tower. The wizard tried to heal his wounds but said that he was not bleeding, which was strange. But then it was unclear to those present where this blood, which did not belong to him, came from. Suddenly, someone said that something was coming from behind, and the man replied that everyone who was able to move had already gathered here long ago. Therefore, it was unclear who it could be. Suddenly, the wounded man grabbed the doctor and shouted that it was the undead. They begged him to calm down, but he said that a huge crowd of undead was coming. Those present looked in that direction and saw a dead man who was indeed approaching them. When it saw a person, it rushed to attack him in order to kill him, but he did not succeed because a knight on horseback arrived and killed him. He then stated that the undead were not as strong as they seemed at first glance. Therefore, they should choose immediately whether to flee or stay together and fight. Suddenly, several young men appeared and said they would fight. They introduced themselves as former trainees of the Wing Tower of Mages. On that fateful day when the Black Catastrophe struck, they were not at the tower, which saved their lives, so they asked to be allowed to help now. The rest of the people also began to raise their hands one by one, saying that they would also fight. The knight immediately noticed that they had become united, so he said that was great. Let those who have the strength to wield weapons stand at the front, and let the rest try to form a line of defense. That is how they would defend Haston until the very end. Soon, their new leader announced that the dead had already arrived, so they should prepare themselves. He also ordered the battle mages at the rear to do the same. And when the dead began to attack the people, the leader ordered them to shoot. The bandit boss was in the settlement and heard the explosions, but did not understand what was happening. He looked for his deputy and Rosalina, and did not understand where they had gone at such a time. And then he saw that one of the doors had opened, and a little girl was sitting there. So he immediately began to call her by name, and the little girl woke up. Of course, his interlocutor noticed this, and asked what had happened to them. The girl replied, "He told me to stay here," and the interlocutor asked where he was. At that moment she cried and said that he had told her not to come out, but she had come here anyway because she was scared, and yet the man had died because of her. From her story, the interlocutor understood that the man had sacrificed himself to save her, so he asked her if she thought he would blame himself for her death. After all, he would never have done such a thing, so she should not say that it was because of her. But thanks to him that she was now alive. The girl then told the leader that there were undead creatures there that were unlike any others, so they needed help. The interlocutor was very surprised when he heard this information and asked what she was talking about. The girl continued to say that they needed the help of the knights they had recently met. He replied that they were most likely in the ruler's castle. Then he handed her a vial with some liquid and said that she probably had no strength left, so she should drink it and just go. Of course, the man understood that the castle must be safer than here, and he would not allow Gasolina to be put in danger again in exchange for Tota's life. Therefore he said that he was the leader and could not leave his comrades while they were still fighting. That's why he asked the little girl to bring those knights, and they would hold back the evil for now. Patrick looked out into the street and told the leader that there was a lot of trouble there, so he should take a look, and Melzu added that a real battle was unfolding there. The hero, as usual, lay down and said that it didn't concern him, but the knight said that it did concern him, and didn't understand why he had this stupid habit of abandoning everything when the situation got complicated. He went on to say that, in his opinion, the people were winning and things were not going so badly for them. The gentleman asked how long they would be able to hold out. His interlocutor remarked that it would not be long, as they had enough weapons and a good line of defense, even though it had been built in a hurry. But if things continued like this, they would quickly tire and be wiped out by the undead army numbering in the thousands. Moreover, if Ukmal's words were to be believed, there should also be elders among the ordinary undead. In any case, Erebos had prepared quite seriously for everything, so he thought they should respond in kind. Swallow immediately smiled and agreed, but said that something needed to be done first. Patrick asked what he was talking about, since she was encouraging his actions in advance. But the leader pointed out that he himself had said not to lie around doing nothing. So the main character approached Lara and, turning to her, asked her name. The girl, of course, was very wary of the way he looked at her, but said that her name was Lara Sinevier Itark. The guy then sat down next to her and said indistinctly that he would remember that, and then stated that his name was Swallow. After that, he touched the girl's face and, looking at her maliciously, asked if she wanted to live. Patrick asked what he was talking about, because she had to be killed. The hero replied that he had intended to do so at first, but had changed his mind. His interlocutor asked what he wanted to do then, since Hasty was beyond saving. The gentleman told him to think about it, because it was because of the undead that they were now halfway to surrendering the settlement. Therefore, if all the undead in the village disappeared, and the ruler was at their disposal, they would not have to surrender the settlement. The interlocutor wanted to say that this was nonsense, but decided that it was worth considering. So he thought about using the ruler instead of killing her, which was actually a good idea. So he asked if people knew how to keep their mouths shut. Melzu joined the conversation and said that people who learned the truth would never keep it a secret, but the hero replied that he didn't think everyone was like that. Before that, the man seemed to have a reason to live on, and the very fact that she did not take her eyes off him, despite her fear, proved it. Even his true form had no effect on her, and perhaps she could be useful. Patrick said it was true. It was surprising that she was just an ordinary person, and the boss wondered if she might also have a special ability. All the heroes he had met were quite special by nature, possessing talents that could not be acquired through simple diligence. The ruler had such mental fortitude that she did not lose her mind even at the sight of him, and suddenly Lara said that she really had to live. After that, Swallow asked if such a person would refuse the opportunity to avoid death, and Patrick realized that he was going to trust this one thought. The gentleman added that he would also rely on his intuition, but the knights were perplexed and said it would be better for him to stick to logic. At the same time, he understood that it all sounded rather unreliable, but since the analysis had decided so, he could not object. Although if his plan suddenly went to hell, he would be on his own, Swallow said that they would see and noted to the girl that she probably already understood everything. If she simply asked to be saved, they wouldn't quite understand. So the ruler immediately asked what would happen after that. The hero said that it was simple. They would drive out the undead, and until Haston recovered, Patrick would try to help them in any way he could. When the knight heard this, he immediately asked the boss what kind of trap this was, but he ignored him. In the end, the countess agreed and asked what she would need to do in return. Swallow replied that she should choose something simple. In that case, she could give them everything she had. His companion was surprised by this and asked what he meant. The guy repeated that she should give them everything she had, and then the ruler did not fill in. If she refused, she would die either at the hands of these monsters or at the hands of the undead. On the other hand, if she agreed, she would survive, but lose everything. But if the black disaster had not happened, would her brother still be alive? If he had not died, perhaps she would not have become the ruler of Hasten. And in that case, most likely, she would not have found herself in such a situation. Patrick noticed that it was time to finish up and went to look for his sword. Suddenly, the main character felt that something was approaching them quite quickly and knocking on the door. So he asked what it was, not understanding who was rushing here. The demon queen asked if she should do something because she could block the door with magic, but the guy asked her to just open it. After that, the girl said that she understood everything and immediately did what he asked. As a result, a little girl, who was Rosalind, immediately ran into the room. The little girl saw the knights and said that they were really here, so she asked them for help. The undead had invaded the village, and everyone was fighting with all their might, but there were too many of them, so they needed the knight's help. He was dead, and the chief said he would wait for her, so everyone was desperately holding on, which is why she asked for help. After all, he had just recently said that he would save Hasten. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and was surprised to see a skeleton. Patrick looked at her closely and said that he was indeed a skeleton, and unfortunately, the right decision now lay in the hands of another person. Rosalina immediately turned her attention to the ruler and realized that it was her. The lady looked carefully at the other side and noticed that the inhabitants were indeed dying. Patrick said that, come to think of it, now was the time to start exterminating them little by little. So could he ask Melju for a favor? The girl had already begun to use her magic, and said that she herself was curious to see. She ordered her monster not to stray from the path and to fly only straight ahead. So very soon her flying eye hovered over the settlement. And at that moment, everyone present saw a huge number of undead in the streets, killing people. The knight was surprised to see ghouls there, because he couldn't stand them. They smelled terrible, so it would be difficult for people to get out of there alive. Rosalina immediately remembered her gang, who played with her and raised her. And right now, the undead were attacking all these people and killing them mercilessly, devouring them. The sound of people begging to be killed could also be heard from the battlefield. So the girl turned to the knight and asked why he was doing nothing when he had the opportunity to fight back, since he was strong, and begged them to save them. After these words, she immediately turned her attention to the ruler. She told her that people were dying right now on the streets, and asked if she had done anything to save them. The woman tried to answer, but the girl said again that she was asking if she had done anything. Therefore, the countess had no choice but to turn to the main character and begin to beg him to save them. She sobbed like a child and begged him to save everyone who was still left in the settlement. After that, Swallow and the others headed towards the battlefield, and he replied that he would do everything. Of course, this was not particularly difficult for them, so in the end, they went to fight. The undead continued to attack the peaceful people in the settlement, and then one man also fell to the ground. He was still conscious, so he got up and asked who had said that the undead were weak. At the same time, he did not even think that everyone would die so easily. At the same time, the corpse got up and rushed to attack him, and the man thought that it was the end for him too. But that was not to be, because just as it was about to attack him, a girl appeared and killed the monster. This girl was Melju, who said after the attack that it was disgusting. She just wanted to land on the roof, but now she felt very disgusted. The undead, which were everywhere, noticed a new victim, so they all rushed to attack her. The girl also noticed them and shouted that they were too noisy. But at that moment, when the corpses tried to run towards her in order to tear apart the butterfly she had created, which was flying near them, there were a huge number of these butterflies, and when they touched objects, they exploded and created flames. All of this was precisely the magic that the girl could create. After that, the demon queen just smiled because she was proud of herself and her power. The man she had saved with her actions looked at her with admiration and asked if she was an angel. Melzu immediately became angry and asked what kind of heresy this pathetic creature was spouting. Then she rushed to attack him and immediately got burned pretty badly. After that, she told him to get out of there quickly if he really valued his life. He of course ran away, but the demon couldn't understand how this damn human dared to confuse her with an angel. At the same time, she would never have thought that she would end up helping some humans like this. A few moments later, Lich arrived and noticed that she was not a human, but a monster. and one in human form at that, with such a large amount of mana. Therefore, it could be said that she was either a demon queen or a dragon, but it was unclear why she was on the side of humans. The girl replied that she does what she wants, and undead like him have no right to question the queen. Simon smiled and said that he would find out the truth when he tore her flesh off, because she was foolish to be so confident in her own powers. But in that case, why doesn't she give up her humanity and become undead too? Since she would definitely become a powerful creature. But Melju said she didn't understand what he was talking about, but she could say for sure that he was the most talkative undead she had ever met. So much so that her ears were already wilting. The interlocutor continued to laugh, and added that he was one of those who served the great Lord of the Dead. He is the darkness of the 10 evils, so does the girl think that Simon Magus will lose to some demon queen? At that moment, he gathered all his strength in the bone staff he held in his hands and prepared to attack. The army of the undead that he had summoned here was also heading towards the girl. Soon, the demon queen realized that she had no idea what he was talking about, but she could say with certainty that she was definitely not his enemy. Simon immediately turned his attention to his surroundings and saw an ancient monster already behind him. The main character immediately grabbed it with his hand and said that the bastard had been found, and he had just recently told him that he remembered him quite well. The undead looked at this guy and realized that he was the one who had recently met him in church. But when Simon realized this, it was already too late, because the guy hit him very hard in the head with his hand. After that, his opponent's body flew several dozen meters at tremendous speed. In the end, the main character also smiled and said how pleasant the feeling was. If Melzu's guesses were correct, then this was the gatekeeper of the undead army, which meant he was the gatekeeper of one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. Suddenly, the guy said that he couldn't just die like that, so let him get up, while the girl continued to think that he had thrown him away with one blow and seemed to be holding back. So she turned to the gentleman and said that he looked like him and harbored a grudge. So did he really know him? Sallow thought that it was a few hours ago. This guy tried to study him in the hatch without his permission, but he replied that he just didn't like him, and it would be nice to hit him a couple more times. In any case, the situation would not be resolved if they just stood there. So he asked the girl if she thought Erebus was in the village now. But she looked at her companion and said that this was most likely not the case. Then she pointed her hand upward and noticed that this barrier was created to lock those inside, and the guy was surprised because he thought it was just a red sky. The demon queen said that the spellcaster was somewhere outside, plotting something unknown, and unfortunately, her powers were unlikely to be enough to dispel the barrier. Swallow said that it was okay, because he was going to figure it out himself, and asked if she could deal with this trifle for now. He wanted to minimize human casualties, and the village was already almost extinct, so in order for it to continue to exist, at least a small handful of people were needed. The girl immediately agreed, and said that she would handle it perfectly. The gentleman patted her on the head and said that he would sneak through here a little and go to meet Erebus. At the same time, while they were talking, a crowd of dead people was approaching them. The girl asked how long he thought it would take, and he replied, -15 or maybe 20. The demon queen was delighted, saying that she could easily hold out for that long. Then she asked him to be careful, and he said he would do everything. Now it was time to finish his own business here, as the gatekeeper of the King of Evil was also alive at that time. He turned to the main character and remarked that, of course, he had assumed this. But was he really an ancient monster? The guy replied that it was close to the truth, but not quite, Simon asked. But in that case, who was he anyway? The gentleman immediately replied that perhaps he was just some kind of slave to Patrick. The undead replied that this was nonsense, because surely an ancient monster would not think that he would just lie there like a fool and do nothing. He was Simon Magus, who had taken on a share of the debt of the great Lord Erebus, and he had never let him down. The creature's attack was quite strong, so the main character had to jump back. The creature itself thought that it had damaged the guy, so it was time to go to the Lord. But suddenly he looked ahead and saw that his opponent was still standing. Swallow was quite upset by this attack, so he shouted that it was beginning to irritate him. Simon realized that the situation was indeed taking a turn for the worse, because he was indeed facing the ancient core boss Swallow. So the situation was becoming dangerous, and he decided that he should not stay there. He ran away and thought that he needed to hurry to his master so that he could save him. The undead hoped that this would allow him to escape from the main character, but it was already too late, because he was already in the jaws of a huge monster that had no intention of letting him go. Using the ancient monster, the hero tried to swallow the creature that was running away from him. But unfortunately, he did not succeed, because he realized that Simon was quite nimble and managed to escape. As soon as the creature reached the barrier, it immediately rushed there to escape. The guy changed his face to human form and said that he tried to eat it in one go, but it ran away. He didn't want to bother looking for it, but he couldn't let it go either. Then he remembered that he had recently promised the Demon Queen that he would return soon, and right now, he was worried about her, hoping that nothing would happen to her while she was fighting. Therefore, using his immense power, he decided not to waste time here. That scoundrel had probably already run to his mother, and it was Erebos who should be outside the village. In that case, it meant he had to move to the castle walls. As soon as Simon thought he had managed to escape his pursuer, he felt a strong energy behind him. And there he saw a huge stream of dark power heading in his direction, destroying everything in its path. The hero had said shortly before that he would simply strike the side where the villain had fled, and that would be the end of it. After a while, a huge crater remained from the blow. Swallow went to see what had happened, and thought that the village did not look much different. It turned out that he had heard Patrick's voice, but he probably just imagined it. After hanging around for a short while after the eviction, he noticed something. In his opinion, it was a corpse, although it was hardly possible to call the undead a corpse. Then he picked it up by the head and said that it was responsible for the mess in the village, so it was unclear how it was going to fix everything. Perhaps he was going to blame others, but he would have been alive then, and could have reproached him for injustice, so he would tell Patrick about it. After a while, the hero reached his destination, and it was indeed a barrier. I remember Melzu saying that she didn't have enough strength to destroy it. In that case, this barrier must be quite good, but it was interesting to see if he could destroy it. To test it, he immediately stretched out his hand, and it was immediately struck by a demonic force. Of course, it immediately twisted, breaking bones and tearing blood vessels several times. Naturally, the guy felt no pain, so he smiled and said that he was even impressed. But in that case, he thinks he will still be able to pass through it. The main thing is that Demara can withstand it. After all, if she broke and he transformed, Patrick would definitely scold him very badly. However, if something goes wrong, he would blame it all on the creature he was holding in his hands, so he was counting on this corpse. But still, before entering the barrier, Swallow immediately looked around to see if anyone was watching, and when he didn't see any living creatures, he was glad that there were no people around, so he could move. So he moved a short distance away and immediately began to transform into an ancient creature. And when the face of a huge monster appeared, everything was ready to cross the barrier. So at that moment, the hero immediately jumped forward, waiting to cross the space. The moment this happened, the entire barrier began to shake, and a huge explosion occurred at the junction. After the main character passed through the protective structure, a huge hole formed there. The evil spirits that were in the vicinity, as well as inside, immediately turned their attention to the guy. He, in turn, calmly walked between them, saying only that there were so many of them here. Naturally, the dead saw a new victim and immediately rushed to attack him, not sparing their limbs. But the hero saw the attack perfectly, so a few moments later, an explosion occurred where it happened. Most of the monsters that tried to attack him died instantly, and Swallow said that the receptivity here was simply terrible. One of the senior undead immediately stopped her minions from attacking him. Therefore, the squad of undead, which had been ready all this time to tear him to pieces, stopped. Only the elders lined up in front of the hero, and he said that this was all right, because it would have been good right away. In the distance, behind everyone, the silhouette of a monster with burning eyes could be seen in the bushes. The main hero was heading towards this creature, so he said he had a gift for it. Then he grabbed Simon's body and immediately threw it toward his interlocutor. He declared that he thought they had something to talk about, because Erebus was right in front of him. The leader of the undead realized that an ancient monster was standing right in front of him, so he turned to him and asked if he thought it was right for humans to oppress many races. The hero clearly heard his question, but still did not respond. His interlocutor continued to say that people are pathetic, arrogant, and selfish, and even though they have fairly good living conditions, they constantly intrude on others. Soon, Swallow lost his patience, so he told him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Erebus said that humans must disappear, and that his powers were more than sufficient to destroy an entire empire. He thought this was completely impossible because of the impregnable fortress of Riaz, but that was only until the black catastrophe befell him, and then everything became crystal clear. If he said he was going to exterminate all humans, then all the monsters would also be ready to give their lives for him. Then the hero said that he was talking too much, that it was enough to burn rubber, and that he should say what he really wanted. The leader of the undead continued to say that if he had not stood aside, many monsters would not have had to die. In that case, they could easily destroy the tiny humans. After listening to him, Swallow remarked that, if he understood correctly, everything that had happened here was on his conscience. Erebos said that it was true, that it all started with him, but the guy immediately interrupted him. He understood what he wanted to say, that he should not interfere with the extermination of humans. The king of the undead replied that he was very sorry that his interlocutor did not share his views. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his dark magic, and a magic circle appeared above the guy. Erebos summoned some kind of monster, which he ordered to appear immediately. The main character waited to see what it was, and it turned out to be a rotting tapir. As soon as he saw the huge monster, he realized that he should use his power, so he removed the restraining bracelet. The monster flew through the air and landed on the spot where Swallow was standing, causing the ground below to split open. Somewhere in the settlement itself, Melzu continued to fight the undead, but she was surprised and did not understand why there were so many of them here. Fortunately, she had enough mana so she could still use her fire. Therefore, the crowd of corpses was easily destroyed as usual, even though there were quite a few of them. The girl said that they were so densely packed that she had to expend a lot of energy on them. Then she thought that the barrier covering the sky had been created by magic of a divine level. But the gentleman still managed to pass through it, so he was amazing. And it hadn't even been 3 minutes since he said he was going to meet with their boss. While the girl was thinking about this, someone appeared behind her. She noticed him, and realized that he was the leader of the bandits. He was wounded, so he called the girl a sorceress, and asked if everyone else was safe. The demon queen replied that if he was talking about the other people, they were over there drinking water. Then the man asked if she was a friend of those knights. One of them wanted huge armor, and the other was dressed in black like a beggar, that is, a wanderer. Melzu understood who he was talking about, and said that she could be that companion. Because she was just a girl on an errand and was nowhere near their greatness, the chief was already losing consciousness at that moment. He thought that since she knew those knights, she must be their helper. So he was grateful to God that Rosalina had arrived just in time. At least Tot's death was not in vain, and perhaps even Haston could be saved. He then turned to the sorceress and said that he too would soon become undead. The girl noted that she knew this, and then the chief asked her to fulfill one more request. Suddenly, he looked at her closely and realized that she was not human. However, it no longer mattered to him. So he asked if she could bring him a weapon, if there was one nearby. The girl looked closely at the wounded man's body and realized what she had to do. So, a few moments later, she threw a spear in his direction. After that, she declared that she was indeed a true warrior. The man took it, and then the demon queen flew away. Soon she saw a big explosion and did not understand where this sinister energy was coming from. It came from the very monster that the king of the undead had summoned and that had attacked the main character. Naturally, Swallow remained alive and only said that he did not like the appearance of another strange dead person. Then he transformed into an ancient monster himself and attacked the creature. After that happened, Erebus said that he expected nothing less from him. This power is truly worthy of the greatness of an ancient monster, for he sees how it fights. The hero, in turn, looked at his opponent and wondered if it was really an undead creature with an ancient slug inside. While he focused his attention on the monster in front of him, someone restrained him, and it was the king of the undead who then used divine magic, namely the skill of the Fang of Evil. Erebos said that this was the most powerful final spell among divine magic, so even an ancient monster would not be able to survive it. So let it tremble before his mighty power, and the fangs he summoned immediately rushed to the ground, attacking the main character. The dead, who were not far from the battlefield, watched closely, and the stakes summoned by the king of the undead pierced Mr. Swallow's body. Erebos was very pleased that his attack had been successful, and he thought that it had finally happened, because now he would be able to kill the ancient monster, after which he would transform the entire continent. He was going to become a superior being, truly ruling the world of the dead. He then turned back to the ancient monster, attacking it and saying that the end of its 1,000-year wanderings would be death, which it must accept with honor. The stakes flew toward the main character, and he could hear and feel them perfectly. Of course, the pain he felt from these weapons was impossible to convey, and when the attack was successful, something exploded violently right in the center. Afterwards, the king of the undead noticed that his fangs had immediately shattered into pieces. Swallow rushed towards him and said that it was damn painful, so he no longer had the strength to continue enduring the pain, and that he had had enough. Erebos was very surprised to hear that the monster continued to endure the pain. But in that case, could he really not endure it? Then he turned his attention to a nearby tree and immediately knocked it down. The main character was quite surprised when he saw what had happened and asked what the tree had to do with it. Then he looked up and said that in any case, this was probably his strongest spell, and surely there was nothing stronger. The king of the undead thought that his opponent had deliberately allowed himself to be attacked in order to find out how dangerous divine magic was. Therefore, it was perfectly clear that victory was not possible, so it would be better to retreat now. In the end, he was too hasty in thinking that he could defeat the ancient monster. So he decided to deliberately increase the distance and immediately flee. But the hero did not want his plans to succeed, so he said he would talk to him. So let him stop fussing and talk to him. And if he had any more powerful weapons, he should use them right now. As a result, after these words, silence hung over the battlefield. Swallow immediately asked why they had fallen silent, wondering if he really had nothing stronger. Of course, these words angered the undead king, so he rushed back into the attack, using the same spears. Attacks were also launched from several other sides, and the hero did not understand how it was possible that they all fell for the same trick. Then Erebus used a completely different technique, which drew its power from the dead. He accumulated a sufficient amount of this divine energy and immediately directed it toward the main hero. After that, chains formed on the body of the ancient monster, holding it in place. Swallow was very angry about this, because he could not tolerate such restraining magic. It turns out that it was also from the divine series, and quite strong, another one of the elders who used his power in this way. So the rotting tapir, which had been lying helplessly, recovered and became even bigger, then attacked the hero. Of course, he didn't like it, because it was a pretty nasty attack. Therefore, he immediately changed his face to human form, and said that this creature was quite disgusting. But since it had become larger in this case, he should also take it a little more seriously. That is why Swallow used the body of an ancient monster, but became several times larger. Because of this, he was able to easily devour his opponent, who, although large, was no larger than the ancient monster itself. The king of the undead watched what happened, and realized that they could not defeat him again. But after finishing his attack, the hero turned his body back into a human form. He said that now it was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of evil, as he had said earlier. Somewhere in the settlement, Patrick did not understand what the boss was thinking, how stubborn he was, and when he would finally realize that he was a walking disaster. He understands that the boss is the boss and can do whatever he wants, but it wouldn't hurt to know when to stop, because it's Patrick who has to clean up the mess afterwards, so he thinks he should have quit. The explosions did not stop, so the ruler asked what was going on. The gatekeeper replied that his boss was creating new problems for him, and to be precise, he was currently destroying the undead army. The girl asked if she understood correctly that he was now saving Hasten. If that was what he meant, Patrick noted that this was not entirely the case, but that everything would work out somehow. She had nothing to worry about. It was just a formality. It was getting on his nerves, so she should talk to him as before. Fortunately, there were no more undead in the village, as expected from Melsu. But as soon as he said that, a girl suddenly fell right next to him, so Patrick said that if she remembered the ray of light, the sun would also appear. The girl happily reported that the job was done, and that she hadn't used up all her mana in a very long time, and the knight simply thanked her for her work. After that, the demon queen asked how the gentleman was doing, and her interlocutor noted that compared to him, she had done a tremendous job. It turned out that he had not yet returned, and as far as she could hear, he was still fighting. He really does have incredible strength, but when you think about the collateral damage, it's nothing short of fantastic. Patrick is amazed at how, wherever you go, something always happens. Right now, he also feels that she's going to have a lot of work to do with his poor soul. At the same time, it is unclear why the gentleman is dragging his feet when he could easily crush everyone. It seems as if he does not quite appreciate that he is cleaning up after him. Suddenly he turned to the girl and called her by name, after which she immediately looked at him. At the same time, the Knight of Death rose and raised his weapon, announcing that they had decided to spare only the ruler. That is why it was necessary to finally deal with her as well. After all, they had no reason to spare anyone but the ruler. Rosalina was very frightened, and Lara asked Patrick to wait a minute, because the girl was one of those under her authority. An awkward pause hung between them for a short time. Then the skeleton smiled and said that this was indeed a compelling reason not to kill her. It turns out that all the people from the alleys were killed, the undead, and so this girl alone could do nothing. Besides, she was in such a broken state that there was simply no need to kill her. But if her elimination caused emotional turmoil for the already weakened ruler, it would be a great loss. Therefore he decided to let her live, after which he turned to Melzu. He asked if she could put someone to sleep, and the girl replied that she could easily do so, but wondered who exactly needed to be put to sleep. The knight said that he would like to talk to the ruler alone, and then the demon queen understood everything. She used her magic to put Rosalind to sleep right away. Patrick made sure she was asleep and said that now they needed to start a dialogue, as the ruler could see that they were fulfilling their part of the deal to save the settlement. So it was time for her to fulfill her promise, and Lara immediately asked what she needed to do. Her interlocutor noted that it was a matter of not disclosing everything she had seen here. He thought that such obvious things were not worth mentioning, so he would omit them. Right now he was going to tell a story, so she should listen carefully. It was the story of a heroic ruler who had suffered many insults, but who had protected his village. The ruler noticed that her land was threatened by an invasion of the undead and decided to protect the village for the sake of its inhabitants. But it was unclear what to do, because the undead were watching her, and the local troops were powerless to resist them, so the only option was to ask for help. But while help was on its way, the inhabitants directed their anger at the ruler, blaming her for all their misfortunes, and the situation only got worse when the undead killed many people who were waiting to be rescued. But even in such a situation, the ruler coped and endured it all. Therefore, after what seemed like an eternity, reinforcements from the Empire arrived and defeated the hordes of undead. And so, in the end, the village was saved, and this wonderful story was told. So from now on, Lara will no longer be a cowardly ruler who hid out of fear. She is a savior who knew everything from the very beginning and sacrificed herself for the sake of saving the people. The girl asked if he really wanted to deceive the villagers. After that, Patrick immediately stretched out his hand and asked if she hadn't said she wanted to live. So let them gather right now, see what is in the castle, and feed the remaining people. Soon, help and food would arrive from other villages as well. The ruler asked how he knew that help would come to them. Patrick replied that he didn't just know, he was organizing it himself, and they would take care of everything that would make the young ruler Hastina a heroine. After hearing this, Uller thought about the whole situation for a while. The knight said that everything had calmed down, and it looked like the boss had already finished his fight. Therefore, he thought that it was time for him and Melzu to head to the boss. The girl replied that she could not use the teleport because her mana was at 0. Suddenly, the Countess joined their conversation and asked if she could ask at least one question. She didn't quite understand why they were all going so far to save Hastin. She couldn't understand it because they were monsters from the dungeon and couldn't be so friendly to humans. Speaking of this, Patrick said that she wanted to live, so she shouldn't try to find out too much about it. Shortly before the incident, Swallow said that it was time to destroy one of the dungeons of great evil, so he felt sorry for Erebos. After all, he could have avoided it if he had just sat quietly in his place. His minions were so annoying and wouldn't leave him alone, even when he stood still, and they stabbed him in the back so hard that now it itches all over. In the end, his interlocutors said that he never ceased to admire his strength. But the guy replied that he did not need his admiration. He just wanted to ask the king of the undead why he had chosen Hastin for the attack. If he hadn't invaded this particular place, the ancient monster wouldn't be standing right in front of him. Erebos said that the route from Hastin was the most suitable route for invading the Empire. The hero was not talking about that, and thought that this asshole knew that this was his territory. But he came here anyway. Then his interlocutor asked him why he thought he had come here. Then he began to use his power, and Swallow noticed it. So he immediately counterattacked, using his ancient monster powers. When the body of the undead king was destroyed, he began to laugh very loudly and did so until the very end. Of course, the guy didn't like that very much, so he decided to finish off his opponent, after which there was a loud explosion. Then the head of the undead king immediately fell to the ground. The hero approached him and wondered what had happened, wondering if he had tried to use teleportation magic, although it didn't really matter because he was going to kill him anyway. Now he wanted to look around, and what he saw did not exactly please him, because it's unclear what to do with it, since this place is no longer suitable for restoration. And as soon as the guy thought about it, he heard a voice calling him. It was Patrick, who was rushing at full speed toward his boss and calling him. His gaze spoke for itself, but the knight told him to stay put, because he missed his master. And his master probably missed him too. Swallow understood the sadness of the situation and decided that it was the end for him. Sometime after everything had quieted down, the settlement of Hastin was drenched by heavy rain. Previously, people had walked around carefree in this place, drinking and enjoying life. But now everything had changed after the settlement was attacked by evil spirits. Rosalina sat and hid from the rain somewhere in a dark place, remembering what had happened in the past, and now realizing that she had nothing left. So she immediately asked herself if this was really salvation, because she was all alone. The rain continued to pour down, and the girl sat alone with no one coming to her. She just kept repeating that she hated them all for what had happened. Then the girl wondered whose fault it was that everything had happened this way. At the same time, her gaze was not at all the same as before, and she wondered who had killed them all. At the same time, the main character and the others finally returned to the dungeon, where they were met by Renee, who congratulated them on their happy return. But the new arrivals were very tired, so the guy only managed to mumble something. The maid, despite everything, was very energetic, so she said that she had been waiting patiently for them. Suddenly, a fragment fell from above around the cave, But the girl easily destroyed it and returned to her master, saying that she had been waiting for him and had cleaned up everywhere. The boss immediately patted her on the head and said that she had indeed done a very good job. Soon Melzu, like everyone else, collapsed from exhaustion, and it was clear that they were very tired. Renee, a little shyly, remarked to Mr. Swallow that he must be tired. In that case, he asked if he would like to have dinner first, or take a bath first. And he replied that he would like to have dinner with water from the bath. Patrick realized that something strange was going on. So he turned to Batory, who was also sitting there, and asked what she had taught her while they were away. His companion hesitated, and asked how everything had gone, and the hero told her to just leave. Patrick said that if you didn't count the number of people who had died of starvation and the undead, and didn't count the fact that their damn boss had destroyed the whole village, then everything had gone just great. The woman was surprised and asked what he was doing there, and the guy replied that he was cleaning up the undead. His interlocutor asked if he was sure that he had only killed the undead, and Swallow replied that he had wiped them out completely. The woman was surprised by this, but he continued, saying that he was going to sleep and should not be disturbed. Then took out Erebus's head and placed it on the table. Elizabeth looked at his head and asked if it was really the king of the undead, and when the others were about to leave to rest, she asked them to wait. Then she asked in surprise if it was just his shell. Patrick and the wounded man were a little alarmed by this, and asked what she meant. After a while, the main character told his gatekeeper how it all happened, because at the end of their battle, the villain used magic. His interlocutor remarked that the boss shouldn't think about it. It was a complete mess, because he had really made mistakes with this cleanup. And it was so bad that the ruler knew the truth. And now it turned out that Erebus was also alive, so it was unclear what they had been doing in Haston at all. Swallow noted that Batory had said that the king of the undead had lost at least 70% of his life force. Patrick added that the conflict between the two dungeons of evil was still ongoing, and whatever the reason, he now needed to be careful. For now, Erebos would not bother them, as he would be unable to do anything for some time. But even so, it was time to start taking all this seriously. As he had already said, even though he could take care of the consequences of the settlements, recruiting monsters in the dungeon was still the boss's job. That's why he's interested in whether the boss understands this. Of course, the main character didn't hear any of this, as he was already fast asleep, and Patrick was already tired of it all, because he was constantly trying to do something for him. Rosalina was heading towards a tree at night, near which there were a large number of corpses. There were also other people there who said that they had been given rations for 3 days. But what was the point of filling one's stomach if one's wife and children were already dead? It was unclear how the governor had helped, because he thought everything was fine since they were fed. One of the men said that he would rather follow his loved ones into the afterlife than live like this. A girl turned to him and asked why they should go anywhere. Of course, she was also in so much pain that she just wanted to run away. But why should they run away? She wonders what they did wrong to deserve to die like this. Let them just think about whose fault it was and who mercilessly killed them all. When the little girl said this, you were very angry because you understood that it was all unfair. So, you told those around her not to direct their anger at those who were not to blame, because there is no point in senseless death. And if they were going to die anyway, they should take revenge on those who had brought them to this state. People listened attentively to her stories, so they asked what they should do. Rosalina then said that they knew perfectly well what they had to do. They had to destroy all the undead. Gale was in the imperial palace, and there he bowed his head. Several dozen guards were nearby, mourning the death of the emperor himself. His Majesty addressed the young man, calling him by his full name. The knight waited patiently until he was addressed and asked what His Excellency wanted from him. The emperor said he was surprised, because there was no sign of fatigue in his voice, as he had just noticed in his long speech. The subordinate replied that he would not dare to even mention it. The old man went on to say that the fate of the raid center would depend on the words and actions of his interlocutor, and therefore, he had very high hopes for him. Gall replied that he would strengthen his resolve in order to justify His Majesty's trust. After a while, Gall was moving around the capital on homunculi. A girl was sitting with him and said that he had been entrusted with complete control over the raid center. His interlocutor said that this was true, and asked if it was true that she had announced that he was wanted. She replied that he was being pursued, but since he was an aristocrat with a huge fortune, he surely had helpers, so it would not be easy to catch him. To which the leader replied that it was enough for them to show that he had been declared wanted, and that was already good. He thought to himself that a month had already passed since the black disaster had struck the capital. This had greatly affected the upper echelons of the empire's government, and accusations were flying left and right, with those who couldn't cope being devoured. So now a lot had changed, and finally the chief knight had arrived at the right place. The girl asked if he had forgotten that the meeting was in 2 hours, and what she would do if he was late. The guy said to wait until he arrived and asked if she was there. After that, his companion said a little indignantly that she had to be there. So R approached the huge door and opened it, saying he was coming in. And when he opened the door, he saw the girl sitting there stuffing herself with donuts. This made the guy smile immediately, and he asked if she had had a good rest. In response, the girl smiled sweetly at him and greeted him. At the same time, a small squad was moving through the dungeon, and the leader told them to remember that if they sensed even the slightest presence of a monster, they should run away. They should keep their ears open because this was the core of antiquity, and they were about to reach the first room. He also hoped that the information they had received earlier was reliable. As it turned out, once they were in the first room, they confirmed that the information was true. It was information that no monsters had appeared here since the raid on Hishalt 2 months ago. The man was really sure that there was something to pick up here, so they should keep going in the same vein. His companion said that was great, and that they would soon be rich. In the end, after moving forward, the squad did not find a single monster or living creature in the second room. And to their great surprise, the same situation awaited them in the third room. The squad leader really couldn't believe that even here there was nothing. The girl asked if everyone had known about this for a long time, and maybe other squads had already cleaned out the place and taken everything of value. Her companion said that couldn't be. She still couldn't believe that this was the core of antiquity. If they hadn't found anything after going so deep, then there was no point in going any deeper. Suddenly, the leader announced that there was a fifth room further on, where there were ancient anthropophago plants, a plant-type monster with numerous thorny leaves. According to rumors, its body has the property of turning into a stone as hard as a mineral, if hardened after special processing. Therefore, even as a material, it is worth a lot of money, and they will be able to take at least that, recouping all their costs. One of the people asked, what if there was nothing in the fifth room either? Or what if there are monsters there, and they are just a squad of low rank, so even the weakest monster could kill them with a single blow? The leader looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted to return empty-handed. Of course, it was up to them if they wanted to go back, and he wouldn't stop them, but if there was anything valuable there, they shouldn't even hope for their share. Nevertheless, they all headed to the fifth room, and it was unclear if anything could be seen. But the leader said that everything there was already very valuable. Therefore, they should quickly gather everything they could carry and leave. Just as he tried to cut off the valuable part of the plant, he saw water dripping from the ceiling. But the man was even more surprised when he realized that it was not water, but the monster's saliva. Then he began to mumble something incoherently, and his subordinate asked him what he was talking about. The leader, trying to escape from the room, shouted that they should run away quickly, but it was already too late. So, a few moments later, they were mercilessly killed. After looking at their belongings, Patrick said that he knew these guys had nothing of value, and Renee added that they would have stayed alive if they had left and surrendered in time. But there is no limit to human selfishness and greed, which is why she hates people so much. The knight turned to the main character and asked what he thought about it, and the guy replied that they were 100 times tastier than the undead. Patrick added that these people did not even seem to be from the Empire. Judging by the coat of arms on their clothes, they were from the western kingdom of Krantal. To verify this, the girl rummaged through their belongings and saw the coat of arms, so she said that they had indeed come from far away. Swallow remarked that who would have thought that delicacies from there would be delivered right to their doorstep. And the gatekeeper was not thrilled by this conversation. He said that the fortification of the dungeon could not be delayed any longer, as he realized that rumors about the absence of monsters in the ancient core were spreading too quickly. He then asked how the boss could be so irresponsible when it came to his dungeon, although now he didn't care either. But did the boss really think he would say that? So let him come down right now, before he quits. Luckily, their guest Melju was with them in this situation. Thanks to the magic of observation she used, she quickly noticed the uninvited guests. The main characters smiled and said that it was true, because she could be relied upon. Renee was indignant and said that she could also use magic. Then the gentleman tried to calm her down a little and said that she was indeed amazing too. Melzu watched what was happening and said that she was, of course, glad that she was able to help the great core of antiquity, at least a little. Patrick began to admire her and said that it was all thanks to her, because they already owed her a lot. Suddenly, the Demon Queen resumed with the question of how long she could stay with them as a guest. In one of the strange places, a subordinate turned to the leader and said that the preparations were complete. Therefore, he could say that it was time for him to go to Judecca, and this creature spoke to His Highness named Yubar. At night, Melju sat on a rock and looked at the rising moon, thinking that her future seemed very bleak. After all, she had no home, no army, and no money at all. So it was quite strange to consider herself the Demon Queen. Therefore, it was time to make a decision about the banquet of Demon Kings in a couple of days. While she was thinking about this, Patrick approached and said that the air was really refreshing today. His companion was surprised and asked if she could really breathe. He replied that it wasn't true, that it was just a joke about the undead. Melju then said that it wasn't very funny. He then asked what she was doing there, to which the girl replied that she had come to get some fresh air, and was also curious about what he was doing there. The knight said that he had no concept of sleep, so he devoted his free time to training. The Demon Queen was surprised that he still had room to grow. But the gatekeeper told her that a swordsman's hands rust the moment he lets go of his sword, so he needs to train. They talked a little more, and then an awkward silence fell. Patrick realized that this was the first time he had ever talked to a girl alone. He went on to say that it wasn't that important, but that Mr. Tentacles had almost recovered. Renee had already gone to see him, and he asked if his companion would like to visit him too. She agreed, and after a while they headed there. Upon arrival, Patrick said that he only looked slightly recovered, which was very good, because, honestly, such a speed of regeneration was amazing. Renee calculated that only 68 tentacles had recovered. Of course, even though he was recovering, the process was very slow. That is why she believes that a maximum of 5 more tentacles will grow. The Demon Queen touched one of them and said, "Hey, I remember they said they fought against Hishalt's squad." The knight noted that she had a castle near the capital, and if she didn't know about it, it would be quite strange. The girl replied sadly that, of course, she knew about it. After all, it turned out that it was the punitive detachment led by Bern, who was the strongest hero at the time, that killed her father. She wondered how strong Mr. Tentacles was, since he had survived a battle with such a terrifying enemy, and if she had been in his place, she would have died like her father. So now she realized that becoming part of the core of antiquity, as she had recently dreamed, was not meant to be. Speaking his thoughts aloud, Patrick said that now that Mr. Tentacles had recovered a little, they needed to convince the boss to hire monsters. Renee suggested hiring only males like the golem that guarded the 4th room, but the knight didn't like that idea at all. Suddenly, Melju interrupted their conversation and addressed everyone. They looked at her in surprise, and the Demon Queen said that she should probably go to Judecca. In the capital, R asked Miss Wynne how she was feeling, and the girl replied that there was no trace of her wounds left. Garrett said it was best to pretend she was still recovering, because in the current situation, it was desirable to hide from the imperial family that she had recovered so quickly. Her companion was indignant and said that she was always as fresh as a daisy. Soon, the man said that they had some snacks, so he asked if she would like them with her tea. The woman he had helped noticed that the meeting would soon begin, but he did not like that very much. He then asked Miss Wynne if the maid was here today, to which the girl replied that she did not know, as she had recently gone out to buy sweets. The commander then understood everything and told the girls not to go to the meeting room first. Garrett asked what about him. R said that he remembered he had something to sign, and it wouldn't take long, so he would catch up with them later. After his explanation, the girls agreed and asked him not to be late. After a while, they left him, and the guy was left alone. But it turned out that he was not alone, so he asked what kind of maid was wiping cups here. In the shadows was a man who hid his identity and said that he would find out everything right away. And the commander added that he did not need to report back. At the same time, he thought that there were thousands of confidential documents in the office, and the maid had wiped the dishes without his knowledge, which meant that she could have read something. Therefore, he ordered his subordinate to find this maid and eliminate her exactly 4 days later at dawn. Very soon, the meeting that was supposed to take place finally began. The commander thanked those present for finding time in their busy schedules, gathering them here to tell them about the black catastrophe that threatened the empire. Suddenly, the man declared that the imperial court had stated that the black catastrophe was not an ancient monster. So would he really deny their words? The young man replied to Commander Cart that the information about the glaciation was only a means of calming the people. His interlocutor remarked that if that was the case, how could he prove Swallow's involvement? R replied that he had seen it with his own eyes, that the hero Win Historia had personally confronted it, and that the tracker Garrett Ajanelzia had lost her arm. The man next to him immediately became indignant and asked what nonsense this was, as he had not heard such reports. Pointing to Gareth's arm, the commander said that the evidence was right in front of them. Cart looked at both girls and their mental state. Then he remarked that it all seemed to be true, and at that moment he thought to himself that it was terrible, because even Win was powerless against him. Galley went on to say that there had been no signs of a black catastrophe, so they were there to prepare for a sudden recurrence. Naturally, those present began to whisper among themselves, and then one of the men asked what his plan was, how he was going to stop it. After all, he did not think that there were any flaws in Riaz's defense, but Swallow's attack proved that it was powerless against him. The interlocutor said that Duke Roldos was right, and he wanted to answer his question, because it was simply necessary to emphasize the importance of the 36 masterpieces. The Duke immediately stated that everyone was already actively searching for them. Of course, the captain understood that they were being searched for, but no one would find them, because even the Dandu teeth that were put up for auction ended up in Swallow's hands. But it was unclear how many of those present would be able to withstand a battle with him. Each of them was a diamond of the Empire, but even they were nothing compared to his power. Their weak human bodies, with the exception of Win, would not leave a scratch on Swallow's body, no matter how much they trained their abilities. Therefore, in order to bridge such a bottomless gap in strength, it is vital for them to collect more masterpieces. After a moment's thought, he reported that the Pope's recent actions were also extremely suspicious. He was spreading rumors among the people that the Black Catastrophe was divine punishment sent upon the Empire by God himself. The girl in front of him immediately became indignant, saying that this was nonsense, and the guy added that there was an explanation for this, because the Empire had suppressed religion for centuries. His companion shouted at him to watch his language, asking how she had suppressed religion, since the young man's words could be considered an insult to the Emperor and treason. He, in turn, did not respond to this, and only smiled slightly. She became even more angry, asking if he really found it funny, and then launched into an attack. The captain, in turn, was not at all frightened, and stated that he had only told her the truth. At that moment, a blade was held to her neck, stopping her. Therefore, R stated that she also seemed to be overestimating her own strength. He, in turn, certainly did not take this as lightly as one might think. If everything is left to take its course, the actions of the Pope's faction will divide the Empire in two. The guy understood that 3 of the 36 masterpieces were kept by him under the guise of sacred objects. That is why, in order to get them, he would have to start a war, namely a great holy war. At about the same time, Patrick was talking to his boss. He was very sluggish again and spoke in a vague manner. The gatekeeper added that he had already told him several times that Melju had left. In response, the hero said that he had heard him perfectly well, but did not understand what that meant. The knight was in despair and shouted that he didn't understand, that the boss's ears were just for decoration, and he had 2 pairs of them. And again he shouted that the girl had indeed left the dungeon, and since it was all for show, maybe that was why Renee and Melju had left, because they couldn't get through to him. Swallow pointed out that he had said she wanted to go to Judecca, so what was the problem? There would be a banquet for the king and the demons, and it was perfectly normal for her to go there. Patrick became even more angry at these words and shouted that it was probably because she might not come back. But the hero explained that she hadn't said she wouldn't come back. After that, his interlocutor calmed down a little and said that, come to think of it, he was right. To tell the truth, the Demon Queen's condition had raised questions even before the words about Judek. Instead of saying that she would return, she said that she thought she should go, perhaps seeing meaning where there was none. Renee, who came to feed the boss, said that she also sensed something was wrong, and the knight said that Melzu was probably going to recruit an army of monsters again. At the same time, the main character turned to her and asked what she had in the pot. After that, the little girl smiled and said that she noticed he looked depressed, so she made him some porridge mixed with her love potion. Swallow asked what else was soaked in death. Patrick smiled and said that he had misheard, but the result would be the same. Naturally, Renee got angry about this and immediately hit him. Then the hero said that Melzu had left, which was understandable. So why were they all gathered here? Did they really want to tell him something else? Patrick noted that 2 months had already passed, and they couldn't delay hiring monsters any longer, and Renee confirmed this. At that moment, the gentleman asked why he was constantly shifting all the work onto him, after which his interlocutor was surprised and asked who else he was shifting it onto. In the end, the boss just rolled over onto his back and remarked that, in the end, he wouldn't be going anywhere. And anyway, Patrick was his gatekeeper, and gatekeepers were supposed to replace the boss in such difficult matters. The knight said that he was indeed right, which surprised Swallow. Then he looked down and said that he would hardly be able to do it, had he forgotten that he had given him complete power over Haston. He should know how much work he has to do there, so there is no end to it. Swallow admitted that he was really surprised that he agreed so easily. But who else would go? And his interlocutor said, of course, that he was talking about Renee. But the young man really didn't like this prospect, because he understood everything. The girl, however, told the gentleman not to worry, and to leave it to her. At the same time, the main character remembered what had happened recently when he saved her. He then asked if people would have questions or suspicions about her eyes, to which Patrick replied that they definitely would. He should leave the matter to her and enjoy his vacation, and that's all. Of course, this answer upset Swallow because he realized that he had to leave. Patrick then turned to him again and asked if perhaps things with Melzu weren't so simple. After a difficult journey, the old man informed the young lady that they had finally arrived. He then asked her to take care of herself if she wanted to see the world at such a young age, and the girl naturally agreed. She thought she had heard so much about this place, but she never imagined what it would be like. Melange arrived at the mercenary town called Knecht. It is worth mentioning that this city lives up to its name, as everyone looks so threatening. This city is located between the borders of the Empire's Union of Kingdoms, so neither side interferes in its affairs. Here, every fourth resident has made a career for themselves by participating in raids, and she had heard that it was from here that the troops received the most information about the dungeons. But at the same time, the girl sees neither maps nor signs, so it's strange that she finds herself in such an unfriendly place for the first time. That's why she'll have to look at the stars to find out which direction Judecca is in. In reality, the city seemed very large to her, as if it were the castle of the Demon King. And after staying here for a short while, she could feel how dense the concentration of mana was here. Inside, there were about 10 people, all with magic levels similar to those she had seen in Riaz. So there was probably a lot of information and requests for raids there. But it wasn't that simple, because she saw how one of the people was restored. He showed them a card, and then they let him in. Melzu wondered if it was some kind of ID card, because it seemed like you couldn't get in without it. Of course, it was unfortunate that she would have to put in a lot of effort just to get information. Suddenly she felt something strange coming from one of the side streets. That's why it caught her attention, and of course, without thinking twice, the girl headed there. It was a place with a large number of cages, behind which monsters were sitting. She, in turn, looked around carefully and wondered if all these monsters had been caught. Suddenly, a strange man appeared, and asked what such a lovely young lady was doing there. And while they were talking to the girl, the dog behind them was watching them intently. The man then greeted his young companion and said that his name was Pun from the Albright Trade Guild, and asked if she was looking for something specific. The man understood that she looked very young, but since she had come here alone, she must be strong. So he could say with confidence that this girl was an unusual aristocrat. That's why it would be better to be on good terms with her. The interlocutor noted that her name was Melchu from the Agrea clan, and that she was interested in what kind of place this was. Pun said that in short, it was a warehouse for trophies obtained after dungeon raids. They are mainly used to make equipment or jewelry, but he simply puts them up for sale. The girl realized that after the castle was restored, she would still have to recruit an army of monsters, so she might as well look around. The man told her to take a look at what they had, and suddenly the Demon Queen saw the lycanthrope. He is a powerful monster who was her only military commander, and he always won in the battles for the castle. Therefore, she thinks she must buy him, so she turned to the seller and asked how much he costs. Poon noted that this was an extremely dangerous creature, and 4 members of the B-rank squad had to give their lives to capture it alive. Melju, in turn, told him to just name his price and say nothing else. The merchant replied that since she insisted, he would look in his documents. After he did so, he said that it was worth 250 ounces. The girl was very surprised and realized that it was very expensive. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't have the money, it was just that it wasn't that simple. She gave the money she had to Renee, who said it was a small token of gratitude and thanked her for helping Mr. Swallow. The Demon Queen thought that she now had 500 ounces, so she couldn't spend half of it on the monster's outflow, and she hadn't even started building her castle. So she said that it would be better to look at the other monsters, and her interlocutor replied, "Of course, let her do so. She should not hesitate." Then the girl approached the cage where the dog was sitting and asked who it was. Poon said that he himself knew little about this beast, but he had heard that it was found after a raid on the dungeon when they were catching monsters. Its mother was not with it, and it did not attack people, but it seemed to be just a big dog. Melch was surprised by this story, so she decided to take pity on him. The merchant saw her reaching out to him and told her not to do so because it was dangerous. After all, it was a monster. But the dog did not react aggressively and just sat peacefully. The girl asked him not to worry, because she would not hold him accountable. The man replied that he was just worried about his customer. The dog the girl was playing with even started to smile. In the end, she liked it very much, so she asked how much she should pay for it. When night fell, Melju looked at her purchase. She then said that she had bought it after all. But wasn't it too big, since it was sitting next to her and was twice as large? Apparently, because his fur blended in with the dark cage, he seemed smaller to her, only his face was visible. When coming up with a name, the little girl said that from now on he would be called Devunzi. She had heard that night fell 30 minutes earlier in Knecht than in other places, and indeed it got dark quite quickly. In her opinion, it was really beautiful, just like the sky in ancient times. However, now was not the time to indulge in such nonsense, as she needed to get to Judeku as soon as possible. After that, she invited her dog to follow her, and they set off. They arrived very soon, only to find ruins instead. The girl immediately looked ahead and said that they had probably already arrived. On one of the slopes stood a creature that looked like a deer. Melju addressed it and said that she was already there, so she asked it to show her the way. The deer immediately transformed into a human-like form and greeted the demon queen. He told her to go to the abandoned monastery just beyond the hill, as most of the kings had already arrived there. The girl said she understood and immediately followed her beast to the appointed place. On the way, the little girl noticed him and realized that this was wrong. So she told Devunsi not to follow her, but to sit there and wait like a soldier in her army should, but it seemed that he did not understand anything. Therefore, she asked him again to wait there until she returned, and if he encountered people, to quickly hide. He had only been with her for half a day, but she couldn't take him there because everything was very strict there. And yet, the more she thinks about it, the more she realizes that the name Devunsia sounds a little insincere, so another good name is needed. She looked closely at her new pet and thought about a name. When the demon queen narrowed her eyes slightly, he reminded her of Swallow, so she soon announced that she had made up her mind, and from now on he would be called Swallow. She, in turn, would try to return as soon as possible, so he should just stay here. Melju used her wings, adding that now she would no longer be able to see him, so she hoped he would forgive her for the name. The main characters were just telling Patrick that they would not forgive him, because they would always say so, and he would die in agony. And his interlocutor, with a smile on his face, remarked that he had been cursing him for 100 years. So surely he wasn't tired of it yet. Then he said that in that case, he hoped his osteoporosis would be enough. And the knight was surprised, because this was a new wish. He then told the gentleman not to think about the bad stuff, because he could consider himself on vacation. Then he handed him some small object, and the hero asked what it was. But suddenly he realized that it was the very familiar thing that limited magic. So he asked how many more he had. Patrick replied that there were still about 30 of them somewhere, and then looked closely at the pensive young man. The hero said that he had told him that this bracelet was very expensive, and wondered if he had spent the entire dungeon budget on them. The gatekeeper didn't understand what he was talking about, because he had previously said that it was just a cheap trinket. The hero, of course, was outraged that he had lied to him, but Patrick said that it was with good intentions, so that he would use them carefully. At that moment, Renee joined their conversation and asked the gentleman if he had been waiting for her. At that moment, the girl was already ready and said that it was time to leave. Smiling sweetly, she said that it felt like they were going on their honeymoon, so she was excited. After all, it would be just her and the gentleman for a few days, so they would eat all kinds of things. Patrick was upset by this and asked where they were going with such a mood. They should not perform tricks, but simply get ready for the journey and not forget why they were going. The knight literally begged them not to cause trouble, and to return as soon as possible. Soon, the hero asked the girl where they were going, and she replied that their destination was Knecht, a city of mercenaries, so there was a lot of news about monsters there. The hero understood what she said, and was already thinking about what they would do there. Patrick, however, looked ahead, and thought that perhaps he had made a mistake in sending the two of them together and was simply going crazy. Although as long as he didn't think about it, there shouldn't be any problems. And it was with these words that he tried to calm himself down a little. Melzu, in turn, finally led them to the ruined monastery. And before going inside, she wondered how long it had been since she had been here. This place was supposed to host a banquet of demon kings called Judaica. Inside were demons who immediately noticed the little girl. She walked slowly, catching glances that literally condemned her. After seeing her, the creatures present began to whisper among themselves. Then the girl thought that the last time she had visited this place was so long ago that it was now tense. And when she was here, it was still in her youth. That was when she came here with her father, and she was also the center of attention then. But now everything was completely different, because she felt like a stranger here. While she was trying to drink, someone carelessly bumped into her, and the liquid spilled. Naturally, Melzu immediately became angry and asked if he couldn't see where he was going. At the same time, she was very surprised when she saw that it wasn't even the Demon King who had pushed her. So she immediately decided to use her power and realized that some demon dared to touch the queen, and for that, she was going to behead him. But she was even more surprised when she saw the smirk on the creature's face. He didn't even say anything, just turned away and walked off. The Demon Kings present, as well as their subjects, immediately began to laugh, saying, "Is this really the Demon King?" The girl thought, "How dare these scoundrels despise her so openly? I guess since she has no power, they can laugh at her without restraint. Let them wait just a little longer," she thought. and then she would endure it for now. And after that, she would gather the greatest army. Suddenly, Melju felt someone touch her body again. Of course, she became very angry again, asking who dared to do this, and perhaps they thought that mockery was not enough. But that wasn't the case at all, because it was a girl who recognized her and said it was her. Melju herself wondered if it was Marmolia, and was very happy that she was alive, because she had been very worried about her. Then she hugged her and said that many years had passed, as if it were only yesterday that they were studying and playing together as children. The girl said that, judging by her manner of communication, she was too childish for the position of Demon Queen, and her friend replied, since when did they need manners at all? Then she glanced at the visible glances of the other demon kings and suggested sitting somewhere else. Renee and the main character arrived at his city of Necht, and the girl handed over a few gold coins and asked for the best room. Naturally, the owner of the establishment was not very surprised when he saw them, but said that he would show them the best room right away. The rest of the people present wondered if even beggars now had servants. When Swallow arrived in the room, he immediately jumped on the bed and said that he would finally get some rest, and the owner told him to make himself comfortable and call him if he needed anything. After that, he left the room, and Renee asked her boss if it wasn't too early for him to lie down. The hero noted that they had been walking around without rest for a short time, but the maid pointed out that there was a bulletin board nearby with raids on the dungeon she had heard about. They needed to select a couple of suitable monsters from it, and if the guy went with her, it would all be over even faster. So she asked him to get up. In the end, nothing came of it, and the homunculus realized that they needed to get on with it as soon as possible, but he looked very tired. Be that as it may, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for her. Earlier, Patrick approached the girl and asked if she wanted to have a good time in the company of the boss. She was, of course, very surprised, and asked if he was talking about a date, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. She just needed to tell her boss a couple of times that she was going to go look for monsters on her own. Renee stood her ground and asked if they would have a honeymoon. Patrick wanted to say no, but he said yes anyway. Right then, Svalov realized that things were not going well, so he said that he was not destined to rest, and that they had to go. At that moment, the gatekeeper thought that she should just follow Patrick's advice, and the gentleman himself volunteered to go with her of his own free will, which was clear proof that Renee was important to him. Now she was sure that he would belong to her, and they would quickly get everything sorted out. And then they would have the perfect honeymoon, so she was definitely a genius. At that time, Melju was talking with her friend, who told her what had happened to her castle. She immediately sent her demons to investigate, but all the surrounding territories had already been captured by humans. Therefore, everyone already considered her dead, and no one understood where she had been for the past 2 months. The little girl replied that she had simply been wandering around, thinking that it was not worth mentioning her stay in the core of antiquity. Then Marmolia took her by the hand and said that, in any case, she was very glad that she was alive. Melju said that, to be honest, she had expected the same reaction from her as from the other kings, and her friend did not understand why that was so. Then the girls said that their fathers did not get along with each other, and her interlocutor added that it was their business, that the rivalry between their fathers remained between their fathers, and it did not concern them. Now they, in turn, were queens, and did not depend on them in any way. After that, Marmolia asked if it was true that she had come for help, and that was why she was in Judek. Melju did not answer, and thought sadly that she already knew everything. Suddenly, her friend said she could help her. She said she was not doing this as a friend, but as the Queen of Demons, because if the girl tried hard, she would definitely be able to help her. Marmolia held out her hand, and the little girl realized that she had grown a lot, unlike her. Her friend also held out her hand and suggested they return. Melju also reached out her hand to her and thanked her for deciding to help, so that soon she would surely restore her castle. Her companion hesitated and said that she would definitely manage, but everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Melju and her friend had quarreled before, and she said that her father was stronger because he was a true descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia shouted that this was not true, because her father was stronger and his horns were stronger too. That's why they had a very tense relationship since childhood, not because of differences in character or anything like that, but rather because it was natural for them. They often quarreled, and perhaps their fathers influenced them in this way. Although as far as she could remember, the men got along quite well. Even though their relationship was so-so, you couldn't deny how close they were. However, when Melju felt the power, everything began to change a little. Each of the girls grew closer to their father, which had an even greater impact. Right now, her friend was telling the girl to come with her. She smiled and said something like she hadn't grown up yet. Marmolia was surprised, and asked why she suddenly thought so, and her friend replied that she had just said it in passing and asked where they were going. The friend replied that it would be almost impossible for her alone to help her regain her army of demons. But there were kings who shared her intentions. In the end, she opened the door and asked them to come in, because it was true. Melzu was really happy when she heard that there were people who shared her views, but when she saw who was in that very room, her smile disappeared. For there were no less bloodthirsty demon kings who looked at her with contempt. She immediately looked at her friend, turning to her, but she did not answer, only telling the others that she had brought the girl. At that moment, Melzu realized that she had not really grown up since her young age. She hadn't changed at all, because since childhood she had envied her strength and was very cunning. Marmolia's smile changed to a more malicious one, and she called the girl a failure. Soon, the little demon queen was the center of attention, and the chief addressed her. He was a direct descendant of Satan in the 4th generation, the demon king Ubar, and he told the girl that he was very disappointed in her. Her former friend also egged her on, calling her nothing but a fool. She then asked if she really thought that a demon queen who had lost and been stripped of her army would be accepted in Judek. Melzu, of course, knew that she should not expect a warm welcome here, but she still didn't think that the attitude towards her would be so cold. The chief addressed her again, calling her a descendant of Asmodeus, and said he would give her time to justify herself. The girl was surprised that she had to justify herself, and declared that it was just a misunderstanding, because she had not lost to humans. The other kings present immediately interrupted her and asked how she had not lost to humans. Did she really think that since the demon queen was the only survivor, this victory, given her current state, could be called anything other than a defeat? At that moment, someone suggested not even saying anything, but simply executing her. Naturally, the little girl hesitated at that moment and realized that she had nothing to say, because the king was to blame for the destruction of the demon army. That's why there was nothing left to do but say it was her fault and bow her head. Some called her a disgrace to her race, while others said that she must be very brazen to come here after such an incident. In order to maintain their authority, they must remove her from her position. Several senior demons agreed with this and declared that she must be dealt with. One speaker even suggested executing her, which greatly pleased Marmolia. They went on to say that they could not allow the banquet to be ruined because of such a nobody. Therefore, he proposed to postpone the decision until the final day in Judek. Ubar in turn smiled when he heard these proposals and ordered the sinner to be put in prison. Swallow and Renee were heading to the order center at that time, but a man stopped them and told them to show their identification if they wanted to pass. The hero asked what other identification they needed. The guard was furious and thought, surely this beggar is not a servant, and besides, the guy can barely stand on his feet. But soon he was surprised to see that they were members of high rank, so he invited them to enter their center, where they eagerly awaited that their efforts would benefit humanity. The gentleman asked the girl where she had found them, and she replied that she had found them while cleaning up the corpses, and had selected only the cleanest ones. Then the hero noted that there must be a lot of such junk there, and his interlocutor noted that there was certainly no shortage of it. Soon they approached a stand, and the girl said that all the information about the dungeons was collected here. After Swallow saw it, he wondered if they would have time to look at everything, and then asked her to remind him who exactly they were looking for. The gatekeeper said that they were looking for a powerful monster that, despite repeated attempts by humans, had never been defeated. He noted that he understood everything and could recruit monsters from other dungeons of great evil, although it was not worth doing so. When asked if a lower-level dungeon would be suitable, the girl asked him to wait a moment. She then handed him a large number of sheets of paper and said that it was a list of suitable ones. Suddenly, a waiter approached them and asked if they wanted to come back tomorrow because they were about to close. Renee said angrily that she would like to stay a little longer, so she asked if something could be done, and the waiter smiled and said that they couldn't stay just because of the two of them. The girl realized that this was really bad because if everything dragged on until tomorrow, the date with Plaza would definitely come to an end. The hero thought about it. Was it really worth coming back here tomorrow? It would be easier to just die. So he decided it would be better to kill him. The girl, in turn, held out a gold coin and asked if they had any more requests for the raid or not. Of course, the interlocutor became curious about what exactly they were interested in. And he, in turn, was surprised that they had already taken so much, and it was still not enough for them. Renee pointed to the other ads hanging on the board and asked them to bring them to her. Soon they brought them all to the hotel where they were staying, but realized that none of them were very good. The girl said that there weren't that many monsters worth fighting this time, and the hero soon asked what about this ancient metal slug he had found. The gatekeeper said that the idea seemed good, but the dungeon was too far away, so the idea was put aside again. The gentleman said he didn't like it, and that they should have just hired Melju. His companion said she had thought about that too, but he knew it wasn't that simple. The guy, in turn, added to her words and said that she was just weak. And the girl added that, considering the level of people challenging the dungeon of great evil, this was indeed the case. After all, the Demon Queen would last a maximum of 3 years, and perhaps she was the only one who thought so. But she thinks that the Demon King shows himself in all his glory only when he stays with the king. Swallow soon realized that she was indeed right about this, but it was still worth asking her about it. After all, she really helped him in his search for Renee, so perhaps he let her go in vain. Suddenly, the hero thought that if he thought about it, it was he who had smashed her castle to smithereens. So he got up and asked the gatekeeper how long Judecca would be open. She replied that, as far as she knew, it would be open for 2 days. If he decided to go there, he should do so before the banquet ended. The guy said it was worth a try, and if she turned out to be far away, then there was nothing he could do about it. Renee noted that Judec's location could only be determined by the stars, a skill possessed only by demon kings, so she was not particularly familiar with this method. But the main character replied that he knew how to read the stars. And so, at night, on one of the hills, sat the dog Melzu and a deer who said he felt awkward somehow. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching them, so he asked him to stop and say who he was. After all, he could say that this other person was definitely not one of the demon kings. Only they were allowed to set foot on this land, and if he dared to come any closer, he would immediately lose his life. But the guy didn't stop, and after so many warnings, his companion said that his name was Bamut, and that he was a loyal servant of the great Yubar. And now he is the guardian of this place, so he cannot let anyone in. So he grew to enormous size and declared that he would not pass alive. The main character, of course, was not afraid of him at all, and only said that he was just very loud. Somewhere in the old monastery was Marmoya, laughing and saying that it was quite a good show, and also asking her former friend how she was doing here. Of course, Melju did not answer, but her interlocutor said that she looked even better than she had expected. They were still friends, so she wasn't against advice. During the discussion of punishment, many wanted to kill her as an example to others, but she was her friend, and therefore could not allow this to happen. And so it was very difficult to change their minds, and she wondered if she knew how difficult it had been. But she is interested in what the girl thinks they finally agreed on, and the result is that she will only have her friend's tongue, after which they will pull out her fangs. It's really a pity that their lovely Melju will be left without her charms, so it's unclear how many demons will mock her after that. In the end, the girl can't even imagine what it was like for her. After all, she waited a very long and painful time for this very argument, so now she's enjoying it. But if her friend loses her fangs, she will no longer be able to claim the role of Demon King. Therefore, she has a wonderful plan for that option, to become her servant, and she will even give her a chance. And who knows, maybe she'll even get the boss's job in the end, if she keeps bowing and licking her boots. Melju did not respond, and Marmolia asked if she did not like it, because it was unclear why she was silent. Suddenly, several demons approached and addressed the lady, saying that they had been ordered to take the sinner to court. She ordered them to take her away immediately, and her subordinates obeyed. Melzu was immediately taken out of her cell and led away to be punished. Marmolia then smiled and said that it was all boring, but that she should not despair because the fun was just beginning. Soon, the demon asked for attention, because the trial was about to begin. The future ruler of monsters, this girl had betrayed the loyalty of her subjects. That is why she is definitely guilty of undermining the authority of all demon kings. So, based on all the evidence presented, the court sentences her to have her horns cut off and her fangs removed. Now the representative of the Agreya clan has the right to appeal the decision, so she is asked if she has anything to say in her defense. And Melju then said that although her stay in prison was short, she had thought about many things. However, there was something she still could not understand, because the weak are weeded out, and the strong survive. An army was assembled to protect her, but they were not weak and did not perish, while she, being strong, survived, so it was unclear what the problem was. Of course, those present became very angry and asked what kind of demon queen she was if she treated her subordinates so carelessly. The little girl immediately looked at the one who said this and asked if he really thought she had abandoned them. In general, she didn't understand if they knew what kind of relationship she had with her own subordinates. At that moment, Marmolia burst out laughing and asked if her friend had followed her, and decided to raise a fuss about the army that she herself had lost. Most likely, she had simply lost her mind, since she was saying such things. Melju replied that this was not the case, because she was more than sane, no matter how much she thought about it. Wasn't it all absurd from the start, since she was being accused of something she was innocent of, and the punishment had been determined even before the trial? It was all very childish, really. but it was amusing to watch the unforgettable Supreme Demon agree to this farce. That's why she looked at the chief and asked Sir Yubar if she was wrong. Marmolia, like everyone else present, was very surprised because she addressed him as Sir and not Mr., so they began to ask what kind of disrespectful communication this was. The chief told them to stop, saying that those who had lost everything would say anything, and such words certainly did not hurt him. At the same time, the girl realized that no matter what she did, nothing would change for her. All these higher beings must meet the real higher being, these demon kings, so ignorant. And it's quite amusing. And even this simple thought made her feel better. One of the horsemen said that such an action by the defendant would result in a second punishment, and that the first must be carried out immediately. Another demon began to laugh and said that he would gladly help to do so. Now she will be in great pain, so he asks the young demon queen to enjoy it. And he was going to start with cutting off her horns, because that would hurt the most. Just as this creature was about to carry out its evil intentions, a dog began to bark. Those present did not understand what the noise was, because they had stopped the proceedings at the most interesting moment. Yubar also did not understand that it was the judge who started shouting, where the noise came from. Melzu, in turn, felt that it was Svald, but could he have run here? While the others were discussing the fact that the dog barking had been heard in the sacred Judek, another voice was heard, one that was immediately familiar to the girl. He said that, in his opinion, listening to a dog bark was much more pleasant than all the nonsense they were talking about. Melzu thought that this simply couldn't be. She didn't believe that she was here, and perhaps it was all just a deathbed hallucination. Even if it started, he wasn't there, and yet she thought that if he was here, she would like to see him. So with tears in her eyes, she turned around in hope and saw Mr. Swallow. He, in turn, was sitting in a chair as if he were at home and greeted her, saying that he could see she was having problems. Long before that, there was another bloody situation. In that battle, a large number of demon kings were killed, and, of course, it was the main character who did it. Realizing that this was the last one, that they were only pretending to resist like kings, but in fact were nothing. And suddenly, examining the remaining bodies, he wondered if anyone had survived. If this creature also existed, then it was reasonable to assume that he was the demon king. So Swallow approached him and asked how old he was. Unlike humans, it was difficult to tell, so he asked him to raise his head. The boy was very afraid, so he did not raise his head, and then the guy shouted at him, looking at him. After that, he said how beautiful his horns were and asked what his name was. Of course, his interlocutor immediately hesitated and then said that his name was Yubar. And now, looking at the main character, the Demon King remembered what had happened earlier. This left him speechless, so his subordinates asked if he was all right. At that moment, Melzu's dog rushed into her arms. The girl smiled and asked if she hadn't told him to sit quietly and wait for her, but apparently he had just chased after Mr. Swallow. Marmolia was furious when she saw what was happening. Turning to the two who had arrived, she asked who they were and who their king was. They must have lost their fear if they were distracting them from the sacred trial. Renee immediately became angry and asked how she dared, telling her to know her place, but the hero asked her to calm down, because, truth be told, she was right. He apologized, because he really didn't want to interrupt them, and they didn't have a king anyway, they were just passing by. But even so, he was now very interested in what was happening here. It turned out that everyone present was ashamed of Melza, because she had managed to lose everything. That is probably why there was so much fuss about punishment and everything else. In the end, he wonders if he ruins their property. Then, following logic, the same punishment awaits them all. The Demon Kings were immediately beside themselves with rage at that moment. Someone shouted that he was an upstart who had forgotten his place, and not only dared to appear in Judeku and insult the kings, but also threatened Lord Yubaru. The hero, in turn, pointed out that he had simply asked a question, and nothing more. But the judge yelled at him to shut his mouth, saying he would tear him to pieces that no one could ever put back together. After that, he rushed into the attack, using his many blades. But the guy standing right in front of him didn't even flinch for a second and just started yawning, which was very surprising. Suddenly, just before the demon attacked him, he was stopped by an enormous amount of force. Of course, the Demon King looked at the main character, but he asked why they were looking at him like that, because he hadn't done anything. It was their king who did it, whom he was pointing at right now. Those present were puzzled, and turned their heads to look at him, asking what he was doing. Yubar was very angry with them, and it was clear that he was the one who had stopped his subordinate. Then he asked how those present dared to show such disrespect to the greatest. He apologized to Swallow, and said that he would personally punish him for raising his sword against the Great One. Marmolia was also surprised by this. After all, she saw that their chief demon king bowed before this guy, and said that he welcomed the supreme being, Lord Swallow. The others immediately thought, Could this be the monster who is the main boss in the core of antiquity? The judge, who was standing behind him, asked the Lord why he did it, and the man thought he was a fool for not noticing anything until now. After all, if he hadn't done so, the maid would have already beheaded him. The hero looked at Yubar and said that he looked familiar, so he wondered if they had met before. And the chief king thought that not only his subordinate, but all the other demon kings would have already been exterminated. Therefore, he respectfully addressed the supreme being and asked what had brought him to this place. The Lord said that he remembered him and that his name was probably Yubar, which was surprising, of course, because he had grown so much that he barely recognized him. The man replied that all this had happened thanks to the mercy he had shown 900 years ago. Then Swallow approached him and, touching him, asked him to get up, because that was why he was here. But the Demon King was simply terrified, because he understood that it was impossible to forget the fear here, and everything was just like it had been that time. When he suddenly appeared here 900 years ago, it was the same. On that bloody night, the boy asked him why he had come, and the ancient monster, as before, replied with his own thoughts on the matter. But he said not to worry. Perhaps the fear of the past had not yet left him. But this time he was really after something else. His interlocutor asked why, and the gentleman replied that he had come for Melzu, which surprised the girl herself. Renee also came out from behind the guy and greeted the little girl. She said that after lengthy discussions, they had come to the conclusion that she was needed in their dungeon. That is why they were interested in whether she wanted to become a member of the core of antiquity, which greatly surprised the Demon Queen. Renee continued, saying that she had come here to bring back the army, and of course, they hoped that she would agree to become the manager of one of the rooms in their glorious dungeon. In that case, of course, monsters would be placed there, which would become part of her army. The little girl asked if she could really become a manager, and her interlocutor replied that this was true, and that every member of the core of antiquity would help her recruit suitable monsters. The hero noted that he would not be involved in this, so Renee said, "Of course, except for Mr. Swallow." The guy stepped forward and said that this was exactly why they had come here. He then held out his hand and asked her to allow him to ask for a favor, to which the girl agreed. At the same time, as soon as they tried to shake hands, Marmolia appeared and shouted that she was against it. A nobody who can't even handle an army is going to rule the core of antiquity. That's just ridiculous. Since childhood, she has been compared to Melzu and told that she is not as good. But now she has a chance to overthrow her. Turning to the greatest and most powerful lord, she is sure that she is reluctantly deceiving him. So how can he ask her for such a thing, since she is unworthy of it? But what about her? Unlike Melja, she is a true demon queen with an ancient lineage. If he allows her to take her place, she will give him her heart, body, and soul. Then she reached out her hand to him, begging him to do so. Then Renee rushed towards her and immediately cut off her hand. With anger, she asked how she dared to reach her filthy hands toward Lord Swallow. The Demon Queen began to scream from the injuries she had received. Her fingers were cut off. Yubar turned to Mr. Swallow again and asked him to forgive her for such rudeness, but he said that it was no big deal. The man replied that this was not the case, because if he gave them this opportunity, they would punish her properly. The subordinate demons immediately grabbed Marmolia, and she screamed, asking why this was happening and begging them to let her go. She also shouted at Melz, who was sitting on the ground in bewilderment. After a while, Renee asked her if she regretted it. She was talking about what had happened because if she had asked her, she would have cut down all those kings at once. The girl replied that there was no benefit in this for the core of antiquity. She understood that she had not decided this out of some kind of mercy, but because the kings would now have to reckon with her, so it was better to leave them alive and reap more benefits. She then asked how they had found Judek, and Renee replied that he was surprisingly skilled at reading the stars. True, there was an annoying guard at the entrance who refused to let them through, but this monster, which she had led by its scent, helped them. The girl was gone, she said, and added that she expected nothing less from the first soldier of her army, Dvunsia. She would do everything possible to become a worthy member of the core of antiquity. But was everything really okay? And Renee wondered what she was talking about. The girl was sure that the previous rulers were much stronger, and now she needed to take their place. Of course, she would work hard, but it was still a little exciting. The gatekeeper stated that, to tell the truth, she does not meet the criteria and doubts that she will last even 3 years, and may not even survive tomorrow. The Demon Queen was upset and thought she knew that, but hearing it to her face was like a knife to the heart. Renee added, however, that they had come here for her because Mr. Swallow himself had wanted it, so she should try not to disappoint him. The girl immediately stood up and said she would try her best. The maid noted that this was, of course, a good attitude, and wanted to say in advance that she had already received permission from Mr. Swallow to confess. The young interlocutor understood all this, and asked where he himself had gone, to which she soon received an answer. The Demon Kings were still in the meeting, and an awkward silence hung between them. Suddenly, one of them broke the silence and immediately addressed Mr. Yubaru. It was Björman who dared to speak on behalf of the Northern Demon King. It is well known that Swallow is an ancient monster and also the strongest of the dungeon bosses. However, even considering this, such behavior is quite strange. In turn, it was not entirely acceptable for the Supreme Demon, and he stated this with all due respect. The man stood up and said that if he were to cover up such behavior, he would listen to his words with all his heart, as if they were afraid that he would undermine the authority of the kings. But another of those present said that this was not the case at all. The previous speaker continued to speak in part, saying that this was of course true, because if something like this continued in the future, it would be very bad. The Supreme Demon immediately became very angry at these words, and asked what kind of worthless fools they were. Then he used his giant strength and grabbed the one who had spoken against him. He declared that Björman must have thought that he would take his insolence for noble bravery and forgive him, and that he was probably seeking some benefit from his actions. But since he was so concerned about the time on his shoulders, let him try to take it upon himself if he could. At that moment, the High Lord was asked to moderate his anger a little, for the Northern King would die. But the chief did not agree and continued to squeeze until blood appeared. Then he said that those who think he bowed his head out of weakness are free to voice their thoughts. After that, the kings immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness for their ignorance. Yubar said that was enough for him, so everyone was free to go. He thought that this situation should serve as a lesson for them. By the way, he couldn't understand how a child from the Agrea clan could have come into contact with an ancient monster. And while the man was trying to calm down a little, the main character appeared, who noticed where he was. The Supreme Demon asked him what else he needed, and the guy said that he didn't want to do it at all. But after thinking it over, he made up his mind. And Yubar became alert again, because he knew that it wouldn't be that simple. He had already bowed his head. So what else was there to lose if it was for the survival of the demons? At that moment, the guy took out his interpreter and noticed that they were the kings of demons. Besides, he didn't understand why his interlocutor was so tense. And suddenly he saw what was there. After a while, the main character's squad left the ancient monastery. Renee said she couldn't believe that the Lord had taken the trouble to call a sudden meeting of the demon kings for their cause. Swallow said that they were wonderful friends, and he didn't think they would put in so much effort, and the girl didn't think he would be so enthusiastic about it. Swallow was also very happy, because he understood how good it was to entrust everything to the demon kings, instead of hanging around in a hotel and sorting through monsters themselves. And finally, Melju could join them. She had finished her business, and said that since a member of the Corps of Antiquity was now asking to help with the luggage, they probably needed help. But Renee said that everything was fine, and asked if the girl had really finished all her business there. The Demon Queen smiled and said that she didn't need anything else here, because her goal had already been achieved, and as for how to get back, she would do everything to become a strong Demon Queen. Now they had to return to Knecht, and all that remained was to weed out the remaining candidates. Soon, several subordinates came to Mrs. Marmolia and asked if she was all right, and she saw that someone had shot her hand. But at the same time, she didn't quite understand what had happened to her horns. Right now, they were sawed off, so she realized that it was not a dream. The guy said that she had slept through the whole day, so it was unclear if she was okay. But the lady replied that it didn't matter now. She was interested in what had happened to Melzu, and then she heard that the girl had left with the ancient monster, and this struck her. The guy asked her not to worry about the horns, because the Demon Kings would find suitable explanations for their absence. Even if not the majority, many still support her, and they will continue to follow her. So they ask her to forget about their differences. Marmolia was beside herself with rage, and told him to shut up. What other disagreements? He thinks she is his friend, but how dare he say such a thing? She must die anyway, and it is useless to count on other kings. That is why she needed someone strong who could stand up to the ancient January, and they definitely had someone who could do that. It was the one who had managed to make him his own enemy. In a completely different place, the wizard asked what had brought the guest to him, and next to him was R, who said he had a question for the third eye. It was a rather urgent matter concerning the homunculi. Upon arrival at Knecht's hotel, the girls began to sort through the announcements. Everything was described in great detail, so the Demon Kings had done a very good job, and styled everything according to human requests for the raid. Renee noticed that the gentleman said that the kings had selected only those who were equal to them, so how great he was after all. Melju wondered if even such powerful monsters did not interest Renee. The girl replied that because Elizabeth was the queen of succubi, her race and attributes spoke for themselves, and she was also a flirt, which she knew how to use to her advantage. She tore up the announcement and said it was no good. Her companion was surprised and asked about the other one. She mentioned a giant lamia from the foothills, but Renee said that she didn't need it because the description stated that she stood out for her grace and beauty. Therefore, this appearance was also destroyed and deemed unsuitable. She said that, to be honest, there was only a bunch of ordinary monsters gathered here. The Demon Queen thought about it, and if we judge her by the logic that she also does not fit the criteria, then everything is obvious. It turns out that Lady Renee was also afraid of her beauty. In the capital, the leader of the knights was in his office, working diligently. He searched for various information in books and realized that there was nothing about Swallow there either. At that moment, thoughts of the young man's destruction of humanity came to mind, so for the safety of the entire empire, he must be crushed. To do this, he would need to gather all the masterpieces that could be used in battle. Soon his thoughts were interrupted by Garrote knocking on the door. The captain invited her in, and she asked him if he had found out anything. The guy replied that he would like to have a cup of tea first, and then talk about everything. His subordinate immediately understood, and began to pour tea using her magic. Then she put it on the table and asked if that was enough. After that, the commander noticed that the books he had found contained only information about the core of antiquity. Although the facts were well known, as he read, he noticed something disturbing. This aspect was related to the gatekeeper's personality and the meaning of the dungeon's existence. The tentacles could be ignored, as many like them have unknown origins, but there were no records at all about the other two. Are understood that even taking into account various variables, there were still many oddities, as many dungeons of great evil sought to expand their power. However, such things are not characteristic of the core of antiquity, so he said that Swallow's main goal had not yet been revealed. The girl listened to him and asked him to first hear what she was going to report to him. He, in turn, immediately raised his head and was genuinely interested in why she had come. The tracker was a little surprised by the speed of the response, and said that an urgent message had arrived from the Third Eye, as the Demon Queen Marmolia was requesting negotiations with him. Therefore, after a short while, the captain of the knights arrived in the city of Knecht. There, the representative of the Third Eye thanked him for responding to such an unexpected call. R said that he had recently received reports that the Demon Queen had requested negotiations. His interlocutor noted that this was true, that the location had been chosen by the other side, and that he would not recommend going there in a hurry, as it could be dangerous. And just as they were talking about this, the demonic side finally arrived. The girl looked at the man and said that she had expected to see an old man at the head of the human organization. But it turned out that they had a young and rather handsome man here. The knight introduced himself, stating that he was the commander-in-chief, and his name was R. Edelweiss Gal Revisten. She remembered that the message said she would come to the meeting unescorted. The girl replied that apparently they weren't the only ones who had promised this, but what could they do? Then the representative of the Third Eye said that it was time to begin their conversation, and when they sat down at the table, the commander-in-chief suggested getting straight down to business. The Demon Queen said that he was quite impatient, but she agreed. It turns out that near her castle there is a village called Rosoid, where about 400 people live, so if they do something stupid or disrupt the negotiations, her army will destroy it. The guy noted that if they did something, it would sound rather petty on their part. He wants to refuse their tea, because he would like them not to resort to such tricks in the future. Marmolia noticed that she thought he was a simpleton. She did not sense any magical auras, but they were not so simple after all. The captain said that it did not matter, and that they should move on to the main point. After that, his interlocutor informed him that one of the demon queens would soon leave Knecht. That is why she wants to be killed, and said that she is too bloodthirsty. R asked if he was really asking him to fight against the Demon King's army, and whether this should be considered a request to become cannon fodder. The girl said that this was not the case, that they only needed to kill the Demon Queen named Melju, and if they killed her before she left the city, she would reward them generously. The people in Manda needed bridges for biological experiments. After listening to her, the guy immediately said that he would have to refuse her request. The Demon Queen began to laugh and said, "Are you really turning down my deal? What's the problem? The reward should be sufficient." But the commander said that was not the case at all, and his interlocutor asked what the problem was, since he had rushed here, which meant he needed something. Her manner of speech had changed significantly, so the guy said that it was more likely that she was in a hurry to do something. Then he realized that she had no fangs, so she probably didn't have horns either, and she was behaving rather strangely, as if she were running away from something. The Queen of Demons, with whom they had never had any contact, Suddenly asked for negotiations, either a trap or something very serious. Suddenly, she stood up and asked if he was laughing at her. R asked if he was indeed laughing, because wasn't she the one hiding something from them? After all, she was asking for strange things to help get rid of the demon queen named Melju. But the knight, in turn, understands perfectly well that she has a protector. The girl's movements changed again, and he realized that everything was as he had thought. Therefore, there was no point in getting involved in the king's throne games, so he got up and told his subordinates that they were returning. Marmolia immediately shouted for them to wait a little, saying that he was right, because, as she said, she had her own protector. R replied that he understood perfectly well, so they would pretend that these negotiations had never taken place. And just as he was about to leave the room, his interlocutor said that her patron was an ancient monster from the dungeon of evil, Swallow. But surely there was a way to kill this villain away from the eyes of this creature. The commander immediately turned around and said that he agreed to the deal. The demon queen was surprised that he agreed so quickly, and the captain continued as he had promised, saying that they would eliminate the demon queen Melju. His interlocutor was surprised when he called her by her full name, because she knew she had not told him it. So she asked if they really knew about her after all. The commander-in-chief said how could he not know about the demon queen who was near the capital. It turned out that the girl had said that the victim would soon leave the city, so they needed to hurry. But Marmolia found it all rather strange. This man had clearly smiled when he heard the name Swallow, which meant that something was wrong here. She went on to say that whatever he was thinking, he should keep it to himself. Because had he forgotten that they had 400 hostages from the village of Rosoid? She wasn't joking, and seriously intended to kill them. Suddenly the commander said that he almost forgot, they could just kill them. The demon queen did not expect this, so she asked what he meant. The guy replied ruthlessly that dying in the name of the great revival of the mighty empire would be a special honor for them. It turned out that the negotiations had been successful, so it was time to receive the reward as agreed. After all, as he remembered, not long ago, the girl had promised to provide them with monsters as test subjects, and so it turned out that one of them was right in front of him. After all, the Queen of Demons is a good enough example, which fits perfectly. Her subordinates immediately told the girl to stand behind them, and did not understand how he dared to speak that way. Marmolia's body began to tremble with anger, and she said that now even this filthy man did not take her seriously. That is why she immediately ordered her subordinates to kill them all. But Commander R only smiled when he heard her intentions. The next morning, the main character woke up because he heard someone calling him. It turned out to be Rena, who asked the gentleman to wake up, but he said he needed 5 more minutes, and the girl noticed that he had said the same thing 3 hours ago. The gentleman said, "What morning, it's day, night, or whatever, it makes no difference to them." The maid realized that things were not so simple, and told Melchu that it was time to use it, and her interlocutor, she noticed, was probably talking about the very forbidden spell of total destruction. The guy asked how they wanted to use it, and the girl tried to do so. As a result, a bright light spread throughout the room and the surrounding area, so he shouted that he was already up. So he asked her to cancel her spell before it killed anyone, and soon asked what else it was, as if demons could use holy magic. The demon queen said that this magic was called genocide, and it was the magic of light. Then Renee joined the conversation and said that since he was already up, he should try the breakfast she had prepared. It was baked goat meat cooked with stewed vegetables. The hero saw the slime inside and said that it looked like a homunculus. After that, the gatekeeper noticed that on the day they returned from Judeca, a reply to the letter they had sent to Patrick arrived. The letter contained a small item, which he took out and showed to the gentleman. The boss asked what it was, a piece of glass or a mirror, and whether he wanted them to admire themselves. Melju also looked at the contents and thought it was a magical communication device. It turned out that if you poured mana into it, it would most likely work. The girl did so and asked if Patrick could hear her on the other end. The guy looked at it and said that it had strange nostrils, and his interlocutor noted that they had only just connected and he was already picking on him, and he didn't like it. Although none of that mattered right now, and he was curious to know if he could hear him well. Renee wrote that he was helping them, so he contacted him to help with the hiring as well. At that moment, the gentleman asked him where he got this thing. The skeleton said that he had borrowed it, and the gentleman should remember the large mirror in Bathory's room, and that this was a fragment of it. The hero was surprised, and did not believe that she had lent it to him so easily. The interlocutor added that she wanted blood in return, but as they know, he is a bloodless and tearless knight of death, and Bathory was interested in the homunculus's blood. Therefore, they managed to agree on Renee's blood, so ask if she is with them now, as I understand the whole situation. And right in front of the device, a girl appeared, who immediately greeted Patrick with a crazy look in her eyes. But she didn't see anyone there and asked where he had gone. The knight pretended that the connection was bad and said that the real one was now in front of them, and that he had learned here that Melzu was helping them. But the homunculus had already declared that it was too late for him, because the blades had already been sharpened for the real Patrick. In the end, the skeleton said that they should get down to business. He looked at the requests that Renee had sent and, to be honest, did not find a single noteworthy monster. So he sent information about the ones he found himself. Renee was surprised and said she didn't remember seeing it in the letter, but she was told it was attached to the back. As a result, the lists contained monsters that were not in the requests, and Patrick said that he really had to work hard to collect everything. Individually, they are nothing special, but together they can become a real threat, and some are even capable of effectively using the advantages of caves. It turned out that he hadn't been watching long enough, and the hero was surprised by these words and asked how long it had been. Was it really before they went with Renee to look for monsters? Patrick realized that he had made another mistake, and then disappeared from the communication device. Melzu looked and said that it seemed he had really turned it off this time. The gentleman noted that there was nothing to worry about, because this scoundrel would get his comeuppance. The demons that Marmolia had brought with her were destroyed, and the commander-in-chief said that they were indeed reliable. But who would have thought that they would come here with such a large army? Then a subordinate approached him and asked if he could take the demon alive. The commander replied that he could do so, and said that now he should allow him to receive his well-deserved reward. He turned to the demon queen, who was sitting on the ground, guarded by 2 warriors. The girl asked if this man really thought he would go unpunished after this, because if he did anything to her, the other kings would also rise up. R remarked that perhaps he should have mentioned it earlier, but it didn't matter now. Nevertheless, she had helped them greatly. After all, it was thanks to her that they had the opportunity to deal with Swallow. When Marmolia heard this, she immediately started laughing, and her interlocutor asked what made her laugh. The demon queen asked how she could not laugh at what he had just said, which was ridiculously absurd with whom he was going to deal. After all, she could assure him that it was absolutely impossible, and he had no idea how terrible this ancient monster was. The representative of the Third Eye noted that there was no need to listen to her any further, and he humbly thanked her for such excellent material. The commander immediately asked if he could do what he had in mind. The interlocutor replied that he would definitely create the best homunculus from this demon queen. The main character and his squad were heading to another location, traveling not by air but on the creation that Melzu had made. Before that, Patrick said that the most important thing among his master's subjects was loyalty, and in order to achieve it, the boss should hire monsters himself. While the master was thinking about this, one of the girls informed him that they seemed to have arrived. He was glad that it had finally happened, but he did not show it. The gatekeeper also said that the first candidate on the list was a golem guard protecting Connect, who was said to instantly regenerate from the stones around him. This makes him the perfect bridge to the dungeon, Swallow said, judging by the appearance of the guardian Patrick had mentioned. The demon queen looked and asked if it was really him who regenerated instantly. She was told that this was entirely possible for a magical golem with an internal magic stone. The boss asked if that meant they just needed to find and remove the stone from it. Renee noted that even if that were the case, she didn't understand whether this giant would affect them in the cave. The guard had already rushed to attack them, and the gentleman said that if he could get in, then the creature could too. Suddenly, Melzu added that this golem seemed quite strong. That's why she would delay it, and they would take the stone until it regenerated. But the hero patted her on the head and asked her to calm down and relax, saying he was already grateful that she had brought them there. As for himself, he was going to deal with this creature quickly. That's why he jumped right onto the limb of the huge monster that was flying at him. And the moment he was below the guard, the monster immediately slammed him with another limb. But of course, this attack was nothing to the ancient monster, and he said that Patrick had indeed made the right choice. After that, he easily freed himself from the dozens of tons of rock that had fallen on him and crushed them. Then he smiled and said that he really liked this candidate. Then he immediately hit him, and the golem was completely crushed into small stones. Both girls were surprised at how quickly he had done it. At that moment, Renee told Melzu not to stand there like a pillar and find a stone, and she agreed. Swallow was upset that he had gotten dirty and asked who was next on the list. And so, in one of the strange caves, they discussed the news among themselves for several cycles. One of them said that after yesterday's earthquake, the golem had disappeared from the quarry. And according to rumors, the pack of silver wolves that controlled the plateau above the gorge had also been destroyed. So they didn't understand. Had the humans really tried? If so, then they could be next. Suddenly, the chief came and told them to shut up, that there was no point in worrying ahead of time, because no one knew where their dungeon was located. Behind him was Melju, who asked if it was true that the Cyclopes were all huge. Renee didn't think they were here, so Patrick was very impressive. The creatures were amazed and asked who they were and how they got here. The maid said that they had come with an offer, because their dungeon needed monsters. But the Cyclops interrupted her because they realized that this would not exterminate everyone in the area, and at the same time, they did not understand how they could have ended up here. The leader shouted, "With you, atomism!" Not thinking that they would give up without a fight. Renee was surprised by this and said that words were apparently meaningless here. The monsters didn't even understand what they were talking about or why they were behaving so carefree. Soon, the gentleman's squad was already heading to the next point, and Renee said that they turned out to be very weak. After all, before that, she couldn't even imagine that they would be cut down with just one blow. She then asked who was next on their list, and her interlocutor replied that it was a monster named Yaksh. And while they were discussing this in the tree, someone was watching them and said that it was surprising, because they hadn't made it here yet. The person they were talking to turned out to be a guy hanging upside down. He said he heard that they had been defeated by the Cyclops on the other side, and Renee was surprised that the news had reached them so quickly. The guy climbed down and said that there was nothing to be surprised about. Why did they think that people hadn't found them yet, since people were capable of obtaining information at an incredible speed? The maid understood this and realized that they already knew everything, so there was no need for her to explain all the details. He replied that of course that was the case. So did they really want to recruit him into their underground organization? Of course, he agreed, but on one condition, and immediately turned to the one in black. After all, as he understood it, he was the very same Swallow. Renee was already beside herself with anger, and asked what kind of disrespect this was. Yaksh suggested that the boss fight him. To be honest, he had always wanted to know how strong the ancient monster was. Gomunkel asked how he dared to address the master informally. Let them agree she would teach him a lesson herself, but the guy said that if he wanted to, then why not? Now they would see what this show-off was capable of. The opponent smiled and immediately took a fighting stance, saying that the new boss should show all his strength. The hero immediately asked if he really wanted all his strength, and soon it was all over. After a while, they arrived back at the hotel, and Swallow said he was tired of it. He didn't want to do anything, because they had been walking non-stop for 2 days in a row, and they say that if you do something unusual, it can end badly for a person or a monster. Suddenly, Renee came up with food and asked if he would like to eat first. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to cook herself, so she bought some food in town. As a result, while the boss was eating, she saw that they had only managed to hire a golem so far. After all, the Cyclops and Yaksha had gone to the other world, and she certainly didn't expect him to fly away with a single flick of the finger. And Arhana apologized so often for her inexperience that her recruitment was in question. But she could tell Mr. Swallow that they had a big catch, a successful raid, killed everyone, and even got some treasure. The hero asked if she was curious about what was inside these chests, since they were trophies obtained from hunting people. Melju suggested that they look together, since they hadn't had time to look in their haste. Soon, as expected, the maid noticed that they were full of magical artifacts. The boss also joined in, and said that he was curious to see if there was an artifact that could pierce even Patrick's bones. Suddenly, he was very surprised when he found some kind of flower and asked what it was. The wizard thanked the commander-in-chief for providing such valuable material. R replied that there was no need to thank him, as it was all for the good of the empire. His interlocutor said that it was truly excellent. He did not think that he would be able to get such a high-quality specimen. Just look at it. Isn't it beautiful? The commander just smiled at this, and looked at the demon queen who was there. He went on to say that if we're talking about beauty, then it definitely is. Although, to tell the truth, appearance does not play a special role, because the purpose of the experiment is to test the suitability of the specimen. The wizard said that this was true, and they were doing everything possible. However, if they extract this hastily created body now, it will not last 2 days. R said that what they had was enough. But the man said that, in addition to this, the unstable process of suppressing the personality was unclear, and it was unclear whether they would be able to keep it under control. The commander assured him that this was not a problem either, and his interlocutor said that since he said so, he was sure he would get the desired result, regardless of how he used it. The captain smiled and thought that this was true, because this creature had already found its purpose. The main character looked at the plant in his hands and asked Melju if it was really a magical artifact. She glanced at it and said that it probably was, but it had already been used, so it had exhausted its function, and now only the magic remained on the scroll, which prevented it from withering. Renee said that it was a lycris, which meant that it would look nice in her hair, and the demon queen agreed. At that moment, the main character understood everything and immediately told his subordinates to keep her still. But she didn't understand what he was doing and tried to break free. However, Swallow soon finished his work, satisfied. As mentioned earlier, he attached a flower to Renee's hair and said it was wonderful. At the same time, he thought that this girl always tried harder than anyone else. And since arriving in Connect, he had often noticed changes in her mood. He wasn't sure, but it seemed as if she was expecting something from him. Besides, he had never given her anything like that before. Melza had just said that it suited Miss Renee very well. But the girl turned to the nobleman and asked if it really suited her. He replied that of course it did. There was no doubt about it. But if she didn't like it, he would buy her something better later. Renee, in turn, smiled sweetly and said she was very happy about it. Swallow remarked that it was wonderful, and that now that business was done, they could finally relax. But Turnit said that this was definitely not the case, because they still had 2 more places to visit. Of course, the main character was not thrilled about this and said he didn't want to do it. At that time, the story was in the capital, and she was very bored. The girl did nothing all day, so she was simply dying of boredom. She thought about what she had been told, even when she got better, to refrain from using her powers in front of anyone. This was especially true in the presence of the imperial family. Win understood that Garot was afraid that she might be sent back to the front lines. But just sitting around doing nothing was even harder, because at that very moment, someone in the Empire could be in danger. So she wanted to at least make sure that the capital was peaceful enough right now. That's why she stepped out onto the balcony from the room she was in and looked around. Then she decided that she would go out for a short while, and no one would even notice. But as soon as she stepped outside, the commander-in-chief appeared behind her and asked where she was going. At the same time, he smiled kindly and asked if she wanted to talk. Histo was upset by this and said that he should warn her when he came in. Her companion said he thought it was the perfect moment for her to escape. So he came in secretly. She asked how she could escape, because she would never do such a thing. He asked if she was telling the truth, and the girl immediately apologized for lying. Then she turned to Aru because she couldn't bring herself to ask him, and the captain told her to speak. It was clear that Win was worried, asking how Garrett was doing. Since the day of the Black Disaster, when her hand became like that, she couldn't bring herself to talk to him. After all, it turned out that the girl lost her arm only because of her. The commander-in-chief said that she shouldn't take all the cares of the Empire upon her shoulders. Of course, such an attitude is commendable for a hero, but she should remember everything. He says that all members of the Edelweiss Black Wolf Knight Order are ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, and the same applies to Garrett. Therefore, her hand was merely sacrificed for the sake of the Empire, and besides, the girl herself does not attach much importance to it. I think she cares about Miss Win in this way, so you shouldn't beat yourself up about it. He then asked if he could ask her for a favor, and the girl asked what he wanted from her. The interlocutor noted that it concerned artificial creatures that had been developed in the Empire in the past. Recently, there had been reports of abnormal phenomena being recorded in a research laboratory in the mercenary city of Knecht. Rumor has it that the creatures that remained at the facility have escaped. Fortunately, the laboratory is located quite far from the city, so there have been no casualties so far. Win immediately stood up and said that they needed to report what had happened in Knecht as soon as possible. Suddenly, she paused and realized that if the escape became public knowledge, it would disgrace the Empire. Therefore, since R has the Emperor's trust, he must resolve this issue quietly. The young man said that this matter requires a minimum number of participants, and also silence. After all, this was a secret mission, and besides, she was not in a position to go to the front lines at the moment. Rash actions could arouse suspicion among the imperial family and those around them. Histo looked at him in surprise and asked what she should do then. The captain said that he had made arrangements with the controller of the teleportation center at the western gate of the palace and would be there soon. The coordinates had been sent, and she should be there in 3 hours. The girl was on edge and said she would run there right away to get ready. But her interlocutor did not want to let her go so quickly, so he spoke to her again. Finally, he said that she must arrive there in exactly 3 hours. The heroine said she understood everything and ran off again to get ready. The guy also got up from his seat, realizing that he too had to hurry, because there wasn't much time. But as soon as he opened the door, he noticed a man standing in front of him. After seeing him, the man said how kind it was of him to open the door. The old man then said that they hadn't seen Sir R in a long time, that this man's name was Urania III, and that he was his father. He then asked the commander-in-chief, or perhaps he should now be called the representative. The interlocutor asked what had brought him here, since he was a man who served His Majesty. The clergyman smiled at this and simply said that his words were, as always, quite sharp. but it turned out that he just wanted to know how the heroes and pillars of the Empire were feeling. The guy immediately interrupted him and remarked that, as far as he knew, the hero Win History and his father had never met before. Even if that were the case, did he really think he would believe that he had come so unexpectedly just to inquire about her well-being? He had business to attend to, so it was time for him to leave. At that moment, Dad said, if he said he had come to see him, would he believe him? So he asked him to spare him just a couple of minutes of his precious time. After a while, the captain stood there wondering what was on his mind. After all, it was rather strange to make such a ridiculous proposal at this particular moment. Suddenly he saw several dozen fireworks being launched at him. This was in honor of the arrival of Dian Inrock's punitive detachment, and they were congratulating him on his return. R knew perfectly well that Knecht was a mercenary city, where a third of the population participated in raids. And according to information he had received, Swallow was hiding somewhere here. To eliminate this ancient monster, they needed more information, and for that, they would have to take some risks. Suddenly, a subordinate came to the commander-in-chief and said that the preparations were complete, so they were waiting for further instructions. The captain thanked Sir Storm for his work, and then a representative of the Third Eye arrived and said that they were also ready. He asked to be allowed to ask how he intended to find the Demon Queen who was said to be hiding in Knecht. R replied that, as a simple man, he had neither the means nor the special methods to do so. Therefore, someone else was already searching for this demon with much greater zeal than they were, and he intended to take advantage of this. He then asked the man how much time they had, and he replied that there were 78 minutes left before the hero's arrival. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief said it was a little early, but they should start, and also thought that demon kings could easily detect their own kind, so Melzu would be easy to find, and then he would appear, so those present would see a rare sight. In one of the bars, there was a real party, and people were discussing how the dungeon turned out to be damn dangerous, and how it was a miracle that they got through it without any casualties. One of the guys was heading somewhere, and when asked where he was going, he replied that he was going to relieve himself. This man went out into the street and felt a sharp pain in his stomach, so he rushed to the toilet. Suddenly, he heard some strange noises and said that someone else must have overdone it too. So he decided to go up to him and ask what had happened, but he smelled a strong stench. Suddenly, out of the darkness, he saw a monster devouring a man alive. So, immediately grabbing his weapon, he asked how a monster could even get into the city. At the same time, it was not clear what this creature was, but the homunculus that was devouring the man immediately attacked him. It had enormous strength, so the man could not easily defeat it. Moreover, as it soon turned out, this monster was not alone. The city manager stood at the highest point and saw what had happened, so he asked what the hell was going on. The city gradually began to burn, so he said that even for an imperial official, this was too much. Although even His Majesty's order was beyond reason, the wizard behind him asked him to watch his language. At that moment, the man thought that he knew the Third Eye allowed countless human experiments. But to stage a real massacre in the center of the city was too much. The commander-in-chief immediately told him not to worry too much, because the city would not be completely destroyed. His interlocutor asked what he meant by that. Suddenly, another powerful explosion rang out from the city, and before the manager could understand what it was, R finally said he was here. A silhouette was visible through the burning city and the rising dust, so the man asked if it was also a homunculus. In addition, the commander of the Knights said that it would not come to complete destruction, but if these creatures began to rampage, Knecht would be in even greater danger. As a result, if things continued at this pace, the city and its inhabitants would be killed. Suddenly, he looked at the chief knight and realized that this could not be, because it had all been planned. The commander-in-chief just smiled and asked him to calm down, because there would only be minor casualties. At that moment, he realized that, judging by the state of the city, Swallow did not intend to destroy it. The fact that the ancient monster had come to this large city, and was not only not destroying it, but was not taking any action at all, indicated that he had another goal. Depending on the situation, he could prevent the homunculi from destroying this city. Then he began to laugh and asked them to look at this picture, asking if it wasn't delightful. Right now, before them, is the sacrifice of the citizens of the Empire for the prosperity of the entire state. The city manager was horrified by this and thought that this man must have completely lost his mind. Soon, the main character asked if their hotel was on the other side, and one of the girls replied that it was. Suddenly, everyone heard cries of despair from the gentleman. At that moment, he was terrified because he realized that his bed had been destroyed. The Swallow Squad was moving through the forest, and Melchu was surprised by the large tree, because it was just like the one in the Gaffenia forest, which meant that this forest was also very ancient. The hero noticed that we hadn't figured it out, so we could probably rest for the rest of the day." Renee replied that it was true. They would rest, and then return to the dungeon. Suddenly, the pet of the demon queen of the state heard this and began to growl, and she asked what had happened. Then, a few moments later, there was a powerful explosion, and the shockwave rushed straight towards them. When those present realized what had happened, the boss was terrified, because he was very worried about his bed. At that moment, the gatekeeper told him that he could only lie on her lap. Melju, however, was focused on what was happening in the city and sensed demonic energy. That's why she wondered if Marmolia was there. Then the hero noticed that he was spilling mana into the air, and the demon was surprised that he could feel it too. The Lord saw that the demon queen had begun to worry for some reason, so he asked her what was wrong. The girl turned to both members of the squad and asked if she could go first to scout the situation. At the same time, chaos and disorder reigned in the city itself, and the homunculi were destroying the inhabitants. They did not attack people with their enormous strength, and the people could resist without a fight. But of course, there were those who resisted using their combat skills and weapons. One of them was the very mercenary who was the first to encounter the homunculi. He was now sleeping with a resident and asked him to run away. But looking around at that moment, he realized that these creatures were countless, as they kept coming and coming. Suddenly a guy appeared nearby, thanked him for his help and asked if he was a hunter, also saying that they were from the Red Ursus squad. Burks realized that this was a high-ranking squad, where every member was an elite warrior, so he understood that their help was very welcome here. His new companion said that they had almost cleared the area and asked if he knew anything about their monsters. The man replied that he had no idea and introduced himself. He then killed one of the creatures and said that it looked like an artificial creature, but it was completely unlike the homunculi of Chonik. But whatever the case, the main problem was the huge creature. After all, this huge monster was their main target for destruction. The new comrade in arms said that they would have to get closer to it, and the man noted that he would go with them after it. Maybe not to say so, but he was also a high-ranking officer. The guy replied that he would not allow this, because for him it would be a one-way trip. Of course, he was not immune to anything either. When Burkus said this, he touched the man, and the man wondered if he was trembling. However, he soon realized that this was not the case at all, because this friendship belonged only to him. The guy said that he understood him with all his might, even if it was to protect the inhabitants of the city, but he should take better care of himself and the people around him. He would entrust the rest to him and his squad of red bears. Burkus agreed and asked for a ride, to which he received a positive response. After that, the guy he was talking to immediately rushed forward to attack. The man crouched down on the ground, stuck his weapon there, and shouted that he was there. The warriors of the squad the guy had just mentioned were trying to fight a huge homunculus, and one of them said that his ears were ringing, and he didn't understand what kind of magic it was. Also, none of them could understand what kind of monster it was, because no one had ever encountered anything like it before. It turns out that this monster had destroyed their city. This creature had a colossal supply of mana, so it was dangerous to underestimate it. Strange streams of mana appeared near the huge homunculus at the same time. When the leader of the squad saw this, he shouted to the others to rush back, but he only said that the sides were dangerous, and the creature immediately began to act. Suddenly, the wizard in their squad said that it was detection magic, not an attack spell. Therefore, if they wanted to destroy it, they had to do it in one fell swoop. The leader of the squad immediately ordered all his warriors to open fire simultaneously. When they did so, a barrage of various spells rained down on the creature. She began to growl at the wizard, saying that everything was working perfectly, so they should not stop the attack. But the leader, looking at the huge monster and how it was resisting, realized that something was wrong, because even though it was screaming loudly, it didn't seem to be doing any damage. So he decided to try a melee attack and, rushing into the attack, shouted for it to die. The monster only noticed him and managed to defend itself with its strength, although there was a powerful explosion, so the man's body flew several dozen meters away. When he landed on the ground, he felt a strong blow and couldn't move for a few seconds. But when he came to his senses a little and managed to look up, he told the members of the squad that no man could defeat her. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky, and it turned out to be Melzu, who asked if Marmolia was looking for her. When the man looked up, he saw someone floating there, so he thought it might be an angel. His former girlfriend recognized the girl even in the body of a monster, and she asked why she had become so ugly. Was he so offended by her that she even turned into a monster? Gomunkul immediately became very angry when she heard these words and rushed to attack. Melzu also did not stand aside and said that now they would put an end to this, after which she used the highest magic of black annihilation. Before everything happened, the girl was flying and thinking that several days had passed since the end of Judaica. Marmolia had no reason to stay and connect after what she had been through, but it was demonic energy calling her, and it definitely belonged to her. Moving through different parts of the city, the Demon Queen realized that this trail led straight to the square, and now she was telling her former friend that even in her current state, she could not forget her hatred for her. Although she did not know what had happened to her shortly before, she certainly did not feel sorry for her. That's why she used her highest magic, and a bright, dark flash immediately rushed towards her rival. Soon it reached the homunculus's body, and after that she began to scream loudly. The members of the mercenary squad saw the Demon Queen in the sky. But did she really defeat the monster with one blow? And it is also unclear why she would kill it. Well, at least they didn't seem to be of interest to her, and in any case, in their current state, they were powerless to do anything. So they needed to retreat quickly. Her attack seemed strange, because even though she used pure destructive magic, she couldn't have died so easily, considering that the people who had fought her before were hunters of a higher rank. The wizards from the squad, who had been running faster to save themselves, suddenly turned around. He sensed that the monster fighting the Demon Queen had changed the properties of its mana. Soon, Marmolia herself began to crawl out of the homunculus's body. Of course, her body was no longer that of the Demon Queen, but rather that of a homunculus. The mercenaries, seeing this, did not understand what had happened, because this monster was probably still alive. Naturally, Marmolia heard them shouting and immediately turned her attention there. The girl immediately used a mid-level spell called Silent Dagger. As a result, most of the enemy squad members were instantly killed by her power. Those who remained alive were terrified, because they felt that the monster was approaching them. The former Demon Queen approached them and used a magical explosion, causing a huge dome of destructive energy to spread throughout the area. And at its epicenter, only the girl in the homunculus's body remained, and nothing else. The current Demon Queen also remained in the sky, turning to her former friend. Marmolia moaned in pain, and told Melch that her body was melting, which was why it hurt so much. She added that it seemed she was dying, but there was something that made her very happy. Even so, she would most likely be able to take her friend with her. Therefore, she used the highest magic, piercing the earth with a whim. Because of this, many thorns immediately began to appear from under the ground and attack the opponent. But Melju immediately used defensive magic, which blocked the attack. Then she looked ahead and saw several streams of mana retreating. At that moment, her former friend prepared to attack, and immediately jumped up. She grabbed the girl's staff and said that now she definitely looked like a Demon Queen. At that moment, their powers collided, and it was clear that although they were equal, they were both very strong. The commander-in-chief asked if he was satisfied with what was happening, and he replied that he liked it very much, and now understood why they were so confident. Then the old man smiled and told him to wait a little longer, and he would witness an even more exciting spectacle. R was delighted and said he couldn't wait, because he understood that everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, his former girlfriends continued their serious battle with each other. The girl who was in the homunculus's body felt her body melting more and more. She also realized that something was holding her power back, so she looked down and saw ice. Melzu thought that she had almost no mana left, but her rival's body wouldn't last long either. That's why the girl just needed to hold on, and victory would definitely be hers. So she wanted Marmolia to freeze a little in the ice. Unfortunately, her plans did not come to fruition, as she felt several limbs pierce her body. Naturally, this attack was created by the former Demon Queen, who then began to laugh loudly. Then, seeing the slightly weakened body, she immediately pulled it toward her and struck it. In this battle, as before, the girl was simply insane. So she laughed and said that it would hurt a little now. After that, she used her new magic, which was called Sylph Rejection. But fortunately, she was unable to complete the attack, because she managed to defend herself by throwing her opponent away. And when the Demon Queen landed on the ground, she realized that she had already used up all her mana. A similar situation occurred when she was defending the Ion Center's teleportation device at Lord Swallow's command. Then he appeared, and she fell, and then something else happened. Although it was strange, because it was as if she had found something to remember at that moment. Then the girl looked up and realized how he was dying, so she immediately apologized to her master. Until the very end, she regretted that she had not even had time to start the work he had entrusted to her. Then exhausted, she fell to the ground and only turned to her father at the end. Renee, who was in the vicinity of the city, asked if everything would be all right with Meltsu. The hero replied that she would be fine, because she was stronger than she seemed at first glance. But the gatekeeper said that this demonic energy was very strange. The boss replied that there was no need to worry, that the girl herself might not realize it, but she was a very remarkable Demon Queen. He then turned to the dog standing nearby and asked if this was true. The Demon Queen herself, after losing consciousness, woke up and turned to Mr. Swallow, the commander-in-chief, who was watching what was happening. said that the Demon Queen had finally been defeated. The change in the formula, as expected, showed excellent results, but what exactly did they change? The interlocutor noted that he had previously tried to obtain crushing power by minimizing binary effects, as with Nefri, for example. But in her case, he focused exclusively on violence, turning a blind eye to everything else. This girl is indeed very unstable, but the magnitude of her power is simply undeniable. R understood perfectly well that all these aspects were vital for the upcoming raid. Therefore, everything that happened here would definitely be needed to measure Swallow's strength. Then he noticed that, for some reason, the ancient monster was in no hurry to come here. So he thought, could it be that Melzu has nothing to do with him after all? In that case, everything will be over before Win arrives. In that case, he needed to get some information about it before it appeared. But it was unclear where Swallow was. Suddenly, an old man approached him and asked him to look at the battlefield. Naturally, the commander-in-chief did so immediately and was very surprised when he saw what was there. Melzu was still in a daze and, looking around, wondered if it was really the master's mana. Marmolia also looked ahead and was too surprised when she noticed what had happened. Because right in front of her, as if the most ancient monster was there, and she could feel it very well. Because of this, the girl became very angry and immediately rushed at the Demon Queen standing below. Melzu, of course, noticed this attack and used her spell to defend herself. Since she didn't have a lot of mana, she used an ice spear, which wasn't a very strong attack. But afterwards, she was very surprised when she saw that her opponent's body was frozen, so she asked herself how this could be. After all, it was her usual spell, but its power varied by several dozen times. The little girl thought she had used all her remaining strength to knock Marmolia away, and in that state, she should have died from mana depletion and blood loss. But it was completely incomprehensible how Mr. Swallow's mana had ended up inside her. On top of that, all her wounds had disappeared. But could it be that he had done something to her in Riaz? The girl decided to find out for sure, so she used her life detection ability. Her former friend was still conscious, so she asked her to die quickly. So Melzu finished her attack and said that it was finally over. Then you thought that if she had been careless with that black mana of the master, she would have been torn to pieces even before Marmolia's scythe struck. It was indeed dangerous, so she needed to return to her boss as soon as possible, and she would soon ask him about the mana. Suddenly, she heard something strange and thought that fatigue was taking its toll, so she was already hearing things. But in reality, it turned out to be exactly the sound she had thought it was, because something had come out of her former friend. The little girl saw that it was a rather nasty creature, and she couldn't understand what it was. What's more, it turned out that it was eating Marmola's body right now. Although that's not true, because most likely, it's just absorbing her mana. Melzu thought that she didn't even know what it was, but she didn't have to deal with it. Her rival was dead, and she had fulfilled her duty as her friend. So she decided to distract this creature with a simple attack and escape using teleportation magic. But as she flew, she felt a strong blow, and blood immediately gushed from her mouth, and her strength left her body. In the end, the demon realized that it was a backlash, and that this was the price for using someone else's mana. It turned out that she had no time for this, so she had to get up quickly and get out of there. After all, in a few moments, the creature threw its limbs in her direction. The little girl realized that she would not have time to dodge, so she already thought she was going to die. But in the end, the monster's attack failed because Melzu's body was thrown away. This was done by Renee, who threw her away and arrived at the scene of the battle. There was also a beast there that easily caught the Demon Queen and saved her from powerful blows. Then the gatekeeper said that she had already begun to worry about why she was taking so long, and that's what she encountered. In the end, Melzu realized that since he wasn't here, Mr. Swallow wasn't here either. Indeed, the guy approached them and asked the girl how long he would have to wait for her, because he was about to fall asleep. Then he asked Renee if he could do all kinds of tricks with ropes like she did, and the girl replied that a beginner could accidentally cut himself in half. But even so, he would definitely succeed, and she was sure of it, although the hero said that it would probably be better to refrain. Then he looked at the creature in front of him and said it looked like some kind of snot, and it was getting bigger. As usual, he didn't like it at all, because it was definitely a hassle. Then his interlocutor remarked that she would take care of it now, but he replied that there was no need to do so. Then he became more serious and, preparing for an attack, said that he would take care of it himself. The monster immediately rushed to attack him, using one of its limbs. But for Swallow, this attack was nothing, and he easily blocked it with his hand. However, the shockwave from the strike scattered in different directions, and the creature's limb was immediately deformed, because the blow was quite powerful. The hero looked at this slippery opponent, and asked if he really wanted to shake his hand. At the same time, Renee asked the queen if she wanted tea, and the girl was surprised and asked where she got it from. to which her interlocutor replied that she should be prepared for such a common task for a maid. While they were not engaged in tea drinking, the gentleman tore off parts of the monster that were in his hands. Then he threw it in different directions, and the blows were so strong that the creature's body fell apart. Soon Melju asked why he was throwing it around like that, and Renee replied that there was no need to worry, because there was nothing strange about it, since the master was fighting it. At the same time, the main characters told the creature that it looked strong. But what would happen if he tried to fight him using a different method? Then the guy approached the slimy monster and began to pour a large amount of mana into it. The homunculus's body began to slowly swell, so the hero realized that it would explode. And in the end, that's what happened. Of course, he didn't want that at all, and realized that he had poured quite a lot of mana into it. To protect herself, Renee used her umbrella, but the demon queen was covered in slime. Then the girl thought that this creature was indeed incredibly strong, the last of most demon kings, not to mention ordinary dragons. And yet Mr. Swallow easily dealt with its power. Then he approached the girls and said that he wanted to sleep, and Renee asked him to be careful, because this slime could get into his mouth. The demon queen's dog had just brought a piece of flesh, which made the guy feel disgusted, and he asked why they had brought this filth here. Then the little girl said that it wasn't rubbish but a piece of Marmolia's flesh. At first his companions were surprised, but then they remembered who she was. She said that when she met her, she already looked strange, but then it came out of her and consumed her body. Perhaps it was some kind of parasite, but she was confused by a couple of things. Considering how many of them were around, this version did not seem true. Renee immediately noticed these things because they seemed familiar to her. So she turned to the gentleman and said that she understood what they were. It turns out that what is now scattered around is what used to be that homunculus girl. On the tower, the representative of the third eye was disappointed that his new creation and the pinnacle of alchemy had been destroyed. And the Sogildian said that even by the standards of the dungeons of evil, this creature should have lasted at least 3 minutes. The commander-in-chief immediately told them that there was no need to search so desperately for excuses. After all, he understood perfectly well that this was to be expected. No matter what monster alchemy created, it still couldn't defeat Swallow. However, since he had dealt with it so quickly, there was no need to call Win, so they returned to Riaz. He then turned to the tower master and asked if the man was all right. He replied that he was fine, and the commander-in-chief noted that the deal was complete. The interlocutor did not understand what this man was talking about, and asked him to wait a minute. It turned out that he called it a sacrifice for the future of the empire. But how could he just leave like that? It turned out that all these deaths were in vain, in his opinion. The commander-in-chief stopped and asked what else was in vain. Let him just look at how Connect's brave warriors had successfully defended the city. On top of that, the damage was half of what they had predicted. And wasn't that true? The Magister understood everything and immediately fell to his knees in despair, because everything was clear. But as R left, he realized that these deaths were not in vain, for they had gained something after all. They were certain that such mediocre power was insufficient to revive the ancient monster, and they learned that he had someone for whom he was willing to act himself. But most importantly, this catastrophe would spark a war, an event that could not be fought without the power of masterpieces. The destruction in the city is perceived as ordinary skirmishes between people and monsters. After all, no one would guess from the outward signs that this was the work of homunculi. The subordinate stated that there is now a teleport leading to the capital behind the alley, and his subordinates are already there. Just as he was about to continue his conversation, he stopped and asked everyone to stand still. The commander was surprised, and the man said that he had just received a message about the appearance of an unknown intruder in the teleportation center. It turned out that there was only one, and it was a monster in the form of a maid. R realized that this maid with a blade was probably trying to cut off their retreat, which meant that they had found out about the humans' involvement in this. So, most likely, homunculi are able to recognize their own kind. The guy ordered them to immediately return to the mage's tower and set up a temporary teleport there. The mana circulating under the tower should be enough for teleportation. As soon as they tried to do so, they were immediately attacked, but the commander's subordinates protected her and repelled the attack. Suddenly, the knight who had defended him saw that something had attached itself to his weapon and was pulling on it, so he shouted to Stormin that he would stay here and take care of the commander. The man told Gwyn that he had no doubt about his strength and courage. But how was he going to manage alone? The subordinates shouted that time was running out, so they should hurry up and leave as quickly as possible. The old man told the commander that they should go, but R was worried. He went on to say that he would not forgive any deaths that were not part of the plan. After that, the commander and the rest of the squad went to the Tower of the Magicians. The guy who stayed behind told the girl that he knew she had taken the lives of thousands of hunters. Therefore, he had heard a lot about her bad reputation, and in order to fight her, he asked the maid to bring him a blade. On the way, the navigator told the commander that his elderly mind was not entirely clear, but his will was, namely, why he had allowed Sir Gwyn to remain alone. In response, R asked if he thought he was alone there. It turns out that the old man is indeed well aware of the abilities of the one who was not left behind. The navigator stated that he was indeed aware of this, and that made it even more difficult for him to understand, because at least one more knight should have been sent to help. The commander-in-chief then pointed out that this was wrong, because he would only have been in the way. All this was because they knew very well that Sir Gwyn was blessed by the spirits. Finally, a fight broke out between the knight and Renee. Soon, the buildings and walls near where the man was standing were destroyed. This was done by a girl who noticed that the Lord had ordered the destruction of the teleport and the killing of suspicious people. Gwyn asked if she was going to play with him since he was the only one left here. In response, the homunculus immediately declared that this man should talk less, because she could see that he was stalling, so let's buy some time for those who had escaped. So she immediately launched an attack and asked if he thought Renee wouldn't figure it out. In order to defend himself from his opponent, the guy immediately raised his weapon. The girl easily destroyed the weapon and said that he was doing quite well for one person. Suddenly, the knight's expression changed, and he immediately turned to his spirits. The gatekeeper immediately jumped back, realizing that things were not so simple here. It turned out that he was not just a swordsman and had been accumulating mana all this time. In addition, there was a bright alien mana, and it was probably the spirits. They rushed to attack the girl in order to separate her from her master. But Renee was no pushover, so she managed to dodge and jump up. After that, she gathered a little more strength and immediately launched a counterattack. But the water spirit used its powers to block her path with stones. However, this did not stop the girl, and she made her way further with the help of her weapon. Then both spirits joined forces to make it easier to fight her. Gomunkel landed on the ground, and when she looked ahead, she was surprised. This time, her path was blocked by a wall of wind and stones. It turns out that this typhoon consists of an enormous amount of mana, and the space is literally saturated with the power of supreme magic. Gwyn was delighted at this moment, thinking that this would be her punishment for underestimating people, and that this would become a prison for this monster. Suddenly, Renee noticed that controlling higher spirits, especially two at the same time, was very entertaining. After that, she immediately grabbed her weapon and prepared for battle. The temporary refuge in Connect was restless, and Burkus was asked to stop because Ursus's squad had been defeated. But the man was persistent and asked if they were suggesting that they simply give up, because it was necessary to act, and his interlocutor asked if he was going to do it alone. He replied that he did not know, but he could not just stay here and would at least check what was happening in the city. Then the leader of their organization asked them to stop him, because his body had not yet recovered, and the chief really told him that this time he would allow him to act alone. Let everyone listen carefully to the center of the mission, and the mage's tower may be survivors, and they are their targets, so it is necessary to clear the bouquets of places. Diana Yinrock's squad is acting together and must drive these cursed monsters out of their city. Suddenly, a man looked at the city and asked everyone to look there, because a guard had appeared. This guardian golem from the mountain range must have come to join the squad and save them. The girl said that this was good, because the monster's power was very great and it would help them. But Burkus was wary at that moment, so she asked what was wrong. The man saw something that no one should have seen, so he immediately shouted, "Everyone, run away!" This was because the golem apparently had no intention of helping them, but was going to destroy everything in sight. So soon, this huge stone block immediately attacked the city. A little earlier, the main character was talking to Patrick and telling him what was going on, and the gatekeeper asked if she had done something again. And when everything got out of control, he decided to make up this nonsense. Swallow realized that he had been exposed, but asked who he thought he was. His interlocutor mentioned the place where the Imperial Alchemical Society could have created homunculi, and judging by the scale, the Empire was definitely involved. He could assume that the Demon Queen had made contact with humans, and that a conflict had arisen in the process, resulting in her capture. Such queens are usually beheaded, and they are all killed, and then their bodies are put on display, supposedly to raise morale. But that's cruel. Didn't they abandon this practice by turning her into a homunculus and releasing her into the city? It means they had some kind of cunning plan. The hero noticed that he was talking about it. Something was definitely wrong here. When he was looking for Renee, he saw a homunculus that could fly. But compared to him, it was on a completely different level. In the past, he destroyed everything, so all the research materials had to be destroyed. Patrick was angry and asked what was wrong here. Surely at this rate, in a few years they would see results on par with Renee herself. Swallow immediately remembered the powers of his gatekeeper and said that it was indeed frightening. He was tired of everything, but he couldn't leave things as they were. He wondered how to find out what they were up to. Maybe he needed to destroy the whole city. His interlocutor said that this was true, and the hero was surprised. Patrick wondered if people would leave a sample created from the Demon Queen unobserved. They must have been watching from somewhere. The boss asked if they were probably being watched too. The knight said they had touched the small fish and followed him, but that didn't seem enough, so they ran away, leaving the samples to be dealt with. The gentleman then said that in that case he would take action, but his interlocutor had agreed to do so himself, so he should not complain. The gatekeeper said that he understood perfectly well, because if necessary, he would raze the city to the ground. And soon the main character informed his comrades that the great Patrick had given them permission to destroy everything here. Suddenly, she heard powerful blows, and looking at the stone golem, noticed that it was beautiful. Apparently, all the people had gathered there, so it became much easier to track their movements. On the other side is a teleport, and judging by the mana, there are 2 higher spirits there. That's why Renee is most likely fighting a pretty strong opponent, since such a formidable individual is here. It is likely that the imperial dignitaries are still lurking somewhere nearby. Melk, in turn, said that as far as the main gate is concerned, there is no need to worry. After all, she is watching them through the general overview, and no one will get past her. Her body had already let it go, so let her leave it at that. The hero was surprised and thought, aren't the gates on the other side? But he said that since everyone was doing well on their own, it was time for him to do something. So he approached the bell, which was nearby, and immediately took it in his hand. Then he looked around for something that stood out. When he saw a huge tower, he immediately threw the bell there, saying that he would start with it. At that moment, the knights were standing at the foot of the tower and were surprised when it collapsed. Those present did not understand where this thing had come from. Could it be that an ancient monster had thrown it there? The danger was that the tower was falling right on top of them, and everything was bad. To protect themselves from it, the wizards put up a dome and blocked the debris. Fortunately for them, they managed to hold up the entire weight of the plow, so no one was hurt. One of the wizards told the representative that the temporary teleport, just like the crystal in the center, needed to accumulate mana. But because the tower collapsed, it would take about 10 more minutes to do so. The commander-in-chief turned to Stormin and asked how long it would take for Wynn to arrive. His subordinate replied that it would take 5 minutes. The guy realized that the teleport that the maid had destroyed was just a device. The coordinates leading to connect hadn't gone anywhere, but it would be bad if Wynn ran into her and caught Swallow's eye. This was very bad because without the apocalypse complete, the girl was completely powerless against him, so this time she would definitely die. At the same time, an old man approached the commander and asked him to give the order to return to the teleport. And then he gives his word that he will bring Wynn history here. Gwyn, who was on the battlefield, realized that the power of spirits is definitely not omnipotent. The summoning requires a significant amount of time and mana, and just maintaining them takes so much mana that time is working against him. However, with this typhoon, the advantage was now his, because even if the girl broke through, he would simply block her path with the spirit of the earth. The most important thing now is to remember that his goal is definitely not victory, and there are only 3 minutes left before all his mana is completely depleted. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with his legs, but he didn't understand what it was. As a child who admired heroes, he read a story about an object with a dry name. High in the sky, it looks like a small dot, but as it falls, it becomes more like a guillotine. Gwyn didn't understand how this could have happened, how his body could have been cut into several pieces at that moment. Some monster had defeated him, after which he fell to the ground and began to bleed, and the spirits that had been summoned recently began to gradually disappear. Finally, the guy just asked Renee how she managed to do it. The girl said that the blade and the rope could be freely extended for tens of meters, so such a hurricane was definitely not an obstacle. Then she asked if it was true that this man had the blessing of the spirit's protection. Even if he was already half cut in two and healing would not bring him back to life, it would not hurt to make sure. And just as she was about to do so, she heard someone addressing her from behind. So she immediately turned to face him to continue the fight. It turned out to be an old man who was glad that she had stopped. He understood that Gwyn had a blessing, so he needed to buy some time. But he was shocked when he saw what happened a few moments later. Renee had mercilessly approached the body of his comrade and pierced it with her sword. Of course, this angered the navigator, and he immediately rushed to attack. The girl looked at this and said that it seemed she could hear more from him than from a half-corpse. Her weapon immediately flew towards him at great speed. The knight did not pay much attention to it, because he understood that it was just a tiny blade. But a few moments later, he was dismayed to see it grow several dozen times larger. Fortunately for him, the man managed to deflect the weapon, and it flew upward, landing on the ground. The old man then thought that throwing the weapon was a mistake for her and went to attack, but the girl immediately reached for her weapon, and it fell like a guillotine again. Therefore, the knight had no choice but to block this attack. At that moment, Renee told him that he had better tell her everything he knew about Marmolia and the homunculi. Otherwise, she would simply kill him, and that would be the end of it. A few moments later, Storm was terrified, for her weapon had grown several times larger. That's why he went on to say that victory was hers. But even so, it was a waste for all sides that she had spent so much time on the old man. After that, Renee heard someone approaching her and calling her a monster. It turned out to be Historia, who immediately rushed into the attack. After colliding with Renee, the girl immediately landed on the ground and stopped. The old man saw what had happened and thought that this was to be expected from a hero. She had knocked the maid with the blade away with a single blow. What incredible strength it was, because the crater from the blow turned out to be very deep. At the same time, the commander-in-chief was thinking that their priority was to return unharmed, and that the temporary teleport would work without any major problems. In addition, the old man he had sent would bring Wynn back safely, so now there should be no deviations from the plan. Let the maid with the blade and the homunculus recognize this fact, but don't let it reach the people of the Empire. He suddenly remembered Swallow and immediately became frightened. The wizards noticed his anxiety and that he had fallen, so they asked if he was all right. R said everything was fine and asked how long it would take to activate and teleport. It turned out that it would only take 3 minutes, so he asked them not to be distracted by him and to continue. At that moment, he wondered if it had been a hallucination, because the fear lodged in his memory would not let go. Suddenly, someone appeared and announced that the great commander himself had fallen and had made such a mistake. It turned out to be Garot. She noticed that the master of the Polaris Tower had sent a request for help to the Imperial Court. Fortunately, she intercepted it. Otherwise, what was happening here would have been revealed. The captain said that he had indeed caused trouble. But since she was here, it meant that Wynn had also arrived. His companion noted that he understood correctly, and that all of Edelbray's Black Wolf Knights had arrived. She didn't know how this fit into his plan. But Gwyn was dead, Storm was wounded, and Historia had entered the fight against the maid with a blade instead of him. R immediately asked if she had not received instructions from the old man, and the girl replied that she did not know, because she had come straight here as soon as she arrived. The guy became alert and shouted that they needed to hurry, and Garot was surprised, asking where he was suddenly going. Her companion replied that all the knights needed to get out of there immediately, but it was too late, because the Demon Queen had detected them with her powers. So she told Mr. Swallow about it, and he understood everything. On the battlefield, the dust that had risen began to gradually settle. Of course, the arena was still alive, so she glared maliciously at her attackers. And the navigator told the others not to engage her in battle. And his interlocutor asked why, since the heroine and the entire knightly order were here, and there was only one monster against them. The old man immediately stated that it was the commander's order, so they couldn't stay here long. The other members of the order immediately shouted at Wynn to leave immediately, but the girl was puzzled, asking why. If only they would give her a little time, she would immediately deal with this monster. Just as she was about to rush into the attack, she heard the commander asking her to stop. The commander said that now they had to retreat and regroup, but Historia asked again why, since this was a perfect chance to destroy the guardian of the ancient core. R said that maybe it was, but it was too risky, even though they had a chance at first. Of course, the heroine didn't like it, but she said that if he said so, then she agreed. Everyone was then ordered to head immediately to the temporary port, but suddenly the Dandu teeth flew towards them. Then she approached and asked where they were all going. After all, Mr. Swallow had entrusted this place to her, so no one would leave here for sure. The girl saw that their leader was black-haired, and that the situation had become more complicated, and that the blue-haired girl was quite strong. Renee had fought many high-ranking troops who had invaded the dungeon, but no one had demonstrated such destructive power, especially when it came to instant bursts of energy. So the girl turned to Historia and said she would kill her first. The heroine was surprised, asking if the monster even had a name, but if she could kill her, then let her try. This made the gatekeeper even angrier, and she asked how she dared to mock the name given to her personally by Lord Swallow. Suddenly, those on the battlefield were surprised to see butterflies in the sky, and the commanders immediately reported that it was magic. And suddenly they heard a painfully familiar voice, asking what was going on here. It turned out to be the main character, who said he had come here for Renee, and everyone was already gathered here. He then greeted those present, unleashing his incredible power, and looking at the people standing right in front of him, he said that they were familiar faces. They were very afraid of just one glance from him, and the guy said that he remembered everyone. He thought he would never see them again, because people are short-lived. But there was the blue-eyed flying squirrel, and the red-haired girl who told him where Renee was, and also the fearless scoundrel who led them all. They met again, and yet there were so many people in the Empire. Wasn't that strange? The commander-in-chief thought that since the ancient bridge had not wiped the city off the face of the earth, but had come to seek out the guilty, there must be a reason for it. He then approached and bowed before the gentleman, saying that he remembered him, that it was a great honor, and asked how he was doing. The main character asked him not to be so polite, and asked if it was really their doing. But his interlocutor apologized and said that he was not involved in the incident. Then the guy was surprised. Surely he wasn't here just for fun, since they had come from the capital. R assured him that they had come solely to resolve the situation, and if Mr. Swallow wished to find the culprits, they would be happy to help. Then they looked into each other's eyes for a while. Soon, the gentleman turned around and said to Renee that they were leaving because he was tired to death. The girl agreed, but soon he saw blood on her face, and the commander wondered if it had worked. Due to the stress, beads of sweat appeared on his body and dripped onto the ground. And when he saw that the ancient monster was beginning to retreat, he even smiled a little. But a few moments later, the main character appeared next to him and asked why he was smiling. R was very frightened and asked where it had come from. His subordinates immediately rushed to his side to protect him. At that moment, Swallow asked if he really thought he could get away with it so easily. The hero said that he had a debt to pay in the capital, but now he had crossed the line. He said this after seeing the blood on Renee's face. He was especially angry at the commander-in-chief who had arranged all this. Suddenly, the gentleman saw several arrows flying from some strange man. He was badly wounded and shouted to Mrs. Wynne to take the captain away immediately. The girl did so without hesitation and jumped to the other side. Garrett also shouted to the rest of the knights to cover them. At the same time, Swallow realized that things were bad because they were getting on his nerves again. After that, there was an explosion at the site of the region, but he remained alive and stretched out his hand, using his attack. R realized that he had to get away from this name, so he shouted about it. But suddenly, the very knight who had protected them jumped out to defend them, covering them with his body. Then he smiled and said that this time he was faster. And before falling and losing consciousness, he asked them to take care of the heroine and the commander. The girl was horrified by what she saw before her, and her consciousness clouded again. That's why she got very angry and was about to rush into the attack right away. But the commander grabbed her arm and asked her not to do anything foolish, because he understood how it would end. She didn't understand why he was stopping her. While they were discussing this, Garrot realized that it was important to prevent the clash between Wynne and Swallow. And to do that, they needed to use teleportation. The black mana surrounding them was like poisonous gas, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The knight's movement slowed down, and it was difficult for her to calculate the coordinates for the teleportation spell accurately. And that was really bad because they had to find a way to break through at all costs. After thinking for a moment about what could be done, she immediately turned to Einar. The man, of course, heard her call and said he understood everything. But the main character, continuing to use his dark power, asked how long they could resist. The knight thought he needed to discard the black bath so that he would have time to focus on the magic of teleportation. This could be achieved by blocking Swallow's energy. So he used the third of his masterpieces, called the Wall of Mind. The heroine noticed what was happening when the man rushed into the attack and tried to stop him, but in a few moments it turned out that it was too late, because his hand, which was holding the shield, was immediately cut off. Those present who saw what had happened were horrified. Naturally, this was done by Renee, who said that she did not know what he was going to do, but as long as she was there, he would definitely not succeed. And a few moments later, Einar was killed by the main character's power. For Historia, this was an even greater shock, as she did not expect so many of her comrades to die now. Therefore, she became very angry and shouted that she would kill him. R understood that she was just losing her temper, so he tried to stop her. But the girl was beside herself and didn't even hear what was going on around her. So, in order to stop her, the commander-in-chief pounced on her and held her down. Naturally, Wynne screamed for him to let her go, but R said he couldn't lose her for anything, so he begged her to stop. Swallow watched what was happening and asked what they were doing. Suddenly, Storm ran to the masterpiece and immediately grabbed it in his hands. Then he used his power and immediately activated the Wall of Mind. The master watched what was happening and asked what this was all about. Then, using his dark destructive magic, he directed it toward the dome. The old man saw that this power had been distorted, so he asked if he had blocked it. The main character was really surprised because he realized that he was so strong. Then he wondered if perhaps he should also add a little seriousness. Soon, those present noticed that his face had changed into that of a huge ancient monster. In addition, those present were terrified that spells had appeared right in front of him, and there were many of them. Garot realized that the magical teleportation circle would be ready in a moment, so she mentally begged Sir Stormin to hold on just a little longer. The old man knew the legend said that 36 masterpieces were created by God. Therefore, no matter how powerful the ancient monster's magical attacks were, it could not break through the strength of this shield. And after a few moments, he realized that these thoughts were useless, because the dome began to crack. And after a few seconds, under the pressure of a huge number of attacks, the shield was completely destroyed. So there was a huge explosion below, which only raised a wall of dust. The commander of the game covered his eyes with his hands, and soon he heard the old man asking the commander to run. It turned out that his subordinates had protected him from the attacks by covering him with their own bodies. The man asked to be left behind because he was old, and let them go. But Win asked him to take care of the commander and the Empire. Finally, he just told the commander that it was an honor to serve him. Then the voice of an ancient monster was heard, asking if they were still alive. The girl immediately got up to defend herself, and R told her not to, because now they could definitely defeat it with him. But this time, the heroine was very insistent and said that it didn't matter to her. After all, she was a hero, and it was an honor for her to fight for the Empire. And before rushing into the attack, she thought that the one who protects everyone is a hero. Soon, a large number of magic stones left with Swallow's group. Renee looked at them and said how beautiful they were, how they sparkled. But that wasn't why they had come here. But what could they do? At least we had a good time, the hero replied sadly, saying that it was true. He also wanted to see what the golem was capable of. But he didn't have time to finish with the village, and his mana ran out, so they would recharge him and return. Melzu said that there was only one small problem. It would take them forever to return. The golem weighed as much as a mountain, and their poor dog was dragging it alone. It seemed like he had even lost a little weight, which was cruel treatment, but the master said he would reward him with Patrick's finger. Suddenly, she realized she had an idea. She would let the dog switch places with him halfway there and try to pull the cart on all fours. The demon queen was surprised, saying that the dog's owner meant she couldn't lose face. After the conversation, they asked the gentleman why he hadn't killed those people. Renee said that he had transformed into his true form much more slowly than usual. The gentleman smiled and said that of course he could have killed them, remembering how that bastard had messed with him. He wanted to explain it to them better and could say that it would have been too easy a death for them. After the battle, the heroine was at the cemetery for Togo to honor her fallen comrades. She laid flowers for them and remembered the moments when she fought with them, when suddenly a man standing nearby asked her to remember Bern's squad, which had challenged the core of antiquity. It turns out that this time they lost only 4 knights and 1 masterpiece. Many managed to survive only thanks to her, said Barishik, a member of the Black Wolf Knightly Order. The girl replied that she knew that, but it wasn't that simple. Suddenly Garot approached them and said that her flower was beautiful, and she was sure that everyone was grateful to her. But her companion immediately became indignant and said that this was not the case. Then tears began to well up in her eyes, and she added that everyone was probably angry with her. After all, if she had come a little earlier, and if she had been a little stronger, she would have dealt with the maid with a razor blade. If only she had been a little stronger, everything would have been very different. And in that case, she would definitely have been able to kill Swallow and save all those who had died. While the girl was screaming, her interlocutor interrupted her and said that she would definitely defeat him. The day would come when she would defeat Swallow, because everyone was fighting for this one victory. That is why she is now asking her to leave the past behind. So they sat there for a while, or rather, she cried all her tears there. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief sat in his office and thought about what had happened. He, in turn, could not understand how he had survived, let alone why. He couldn't understand why Swallow hadn't killed him. After all, he had the opportunity to finish him off at any moment while they were on the battlefield. In the end, the power of the ancient monster and the power of Win collided. And after that, something happened that made the main character lose interest. After all, it turned out that they used teleportation magic. Finally, the hero approached Aru and said something to him. But now the guy couldn't remember what it was. Of course, he wanted to figure it out. But now too many eyes were on him, so he couldn't act rashly. He couldn't even attend the funeral of his own comrades. In the end, he decided to work on his reports right away. But when he finally got up, he saw that something was wrong with his vision, as if it were darkening. In addition, his eyes felt so tight, as if they were about to burst. R got up from his seat and asked himself what the hell was going on. He wondered if the pain was due to fatigue, because he didn't understand. But when he looked at the candle in front of him, the face of an ancient monster appeared. Frightened, he immediately lost his concentration and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. When the guy woke up a little later, Garot was standing right in front of him, asking if he was okay. R opened his eyes and asked if he had really lost consciousness and how long he had been there. Suddenly he felt blood gushing from his mouth and flowing onto the floor. The girl was terrified and asked what had happened to him. She immediately shouted to the others to drop anchor urgently, because something was wrong with the commander. The commander soon realized that the ancient monster had no intention of letting him live. Immediately, the moment when he last spoke with Swallow flashed before his eyes. After all, he had told him that the guy had 6 months to live. Soon, his subordinate returned to check on the commander. She began to collect the fragments and asked if the hallucinations were really getting worse, or if it was just her imagination. The captain replied that he was fine and had already gotten used to them. In general, he should be glad that people still looked like people to him. Garot said that 4 days had already passed, so it was only a matter of time before the cure failed and the symptoms persisted, and they still couldn't identify the cause. R noted that modern medicine was powerless, and thought that the source of this infection was likely Swallow, and it would never be cured. So there was only one thing left to do in this situation. He noticed the girls, as the authorized representative, ordered that no one should know about this. The same applies to Win. The apocalypse must be ended before death overtakes him. To do this, the first thing to do is to restore the destroyed masterpiece and make up for the losses. His interlocutor noted that she would take care of replenishing the order, mainly with those he had noticed. The troops had left a couple of hours ago and should have made contact by now. Now R understood where the heroine and several knights had gone, but when they had managed to do so he asked why he had not been informed immediately. The tracker asked if he really wanted to know anything in his condition. Why bother with unnecessary fuss? She would report the details after she was completely finished. Now she would have to leave him, and on her way here she had seen someone whom the commander clearly disliked. He immediately understood who she was talking about and hoped that it was just his imagination. Soon there was a knock at the door, so he asked the visitor to come in. It turned out to be his father, who greeted the commissioner and said that he had heard the news and decided to visit him, hoping that it would comfort him. R stood up and said that, to be honest, he didn't know if it was because of his religiousness, but he was not good at lying. After all, as he understood it, the man had come to hear an answer. The clergyman immediately smiled and said that he would not deny it. The commander asked why he wanted them specifically. The interlocutor replied that he simply wanted the Black Wolf Order of Edelbreiss, one of the strongest military units in the country, to be with them. The current empire considers religion a tool for maintaining relations with the Holy Kingdom, while in reality, it is openly oppressed. Sometimes his life is on par with that of a simple aristocrat, and if you listen to him, you might think that they are truly oppressed by religious teachings. Even if God exists in this empire, the only God is His Majesty the Emperor. The priest just laughed when he heard this and said, "Of course, that's right. But that is for now, because soon the blessing will spread to all corners where human feet have ever trod. And that is when they will be freed from oppression and spread the teachings to even more vast lands." R noticed that he was talking as if he was about to start a holy war. Papa replied that a holy war was too much, and that he could barely hold a spoon in his hands, let alone a weapon, just like his interlocutor, for that matter. Since he looked unwell, he declined, and they would consider that he had not yet given an answer. After all, he had only come to see him because it was God's will. His interlocutor left the commander-in-chief, and he began to think about his answer. Soon he decided that he would give it after all, but clearly not the one they were expecting. In the dungeon of the core of antiquity, there was finally some commotion. Everyone gathered in the 4th room, and Patrick addressed Meltz. He declared that from now on, this room would belong entirely to her and her demonic dog. Of course, they were delighted with this, and the girl immediately shouted that it was just perfect. Now they were part of that very core of antiquity, as if a dream had come true. Moreover, there was enough space here to build a new castle, and they had to think about how to arrange everything. The knight was really glad that she liked it, and the master said that he could see that he was also pleased. The subordinates replied that it was true. Knecht's destruction was really worth it, and the boss had brought an excellent gatekeeper here. The hero asked if he was talking about Davuncia. Patrick noted that it was true, and, honestly, one was enough for this room. He then asked if Melzu had brought him there, and the guy replied that she had, and that she had also come up with the name. After that, the knight said that she clearly had a talent for managing subordinates, which could not be said about her choice of names. But even so, he apparently still did not know the true nature of this dog. So, the time has not yet come, and someday she will learn everything. At that moment, Renee approached them and said that Ogolim was now in the 3rd room. The magic stone that serves as its source of energy is fully charged and securely hidden in the wall, so that ordinary people cannot find it. Swallow patted her on the head after that and said she was a clever girl. She had worked really hard over the last few days, and he was grateful to her for that. While the two were being affectionate with each other, Patrick apologized, but it seemed like he had already seen this scene before, so the two of them hadn't changed a bit. Just like his rotting head, which was doing this because of what it had seen. It turns out that he can no longer bear it, so he will go to the boss. As soon as he started saying that the boss should do something, Swallow shouted that if he needed to, he should go, and he would stay here. But the knight replied that this was exactly what needed to be done, and Boston was a little surprised. Patrick said that this time he should not leave the dungeon, even to cross the threshold, because too much had happened recently, and now the whole city was destroyed. Moreover, rumors had reached other dungeons and the Great Evil, and apparently they considered his actions strange. The boss asked what had happened, whether the guests would come, and his subordinates replied that it was all true. Of course, those present were surprised by the uninvited guests. The knight said that Batory had informed him of this, and it seemed that the other dungeons of evil had something to say to the boss. Swallow was not very happy with this news, so he asked when to expect them. Patrick's answer surprised them even more, because he said that they would arrive today. Soon, as usual, the main characters yawned and said how good it was to be home. But Batory kicked him for this, asking if he even understood what the others were doing here. The guy looked at her and asked if this was cleaning for the new year, but his interlocutor kicked him again for this. And the Demon Queen asked how often they all gathered like this from the dungeon of Great Evil. Patrick replied that this was not the case, and if she was referring to a gathering like Judaica, then there had never been one before. Their gathering was aimed at strengthening ties between demon kings, as there were too many racial differences and other issues for such a dungeon of evil. In the end, the little girl asked if this meant that she would witness a historic event for the first time. The knight noted that, generally speaking, this was true, and besides, he could not remember the masters of the dungeon ever gathering together. In essence, this meant that the boss's lawlessness had crossed the line, and he doubted that this was a cause for celebration. One only had to glance at the text of the letter they had been given. It said that they were heading for the core of antiquity, and they didn't even bother to ask for permission or reveal the purpose of their visit. The demon noticed that there was not a shred of respect in it. Patrick realized that now everything was clear to her, and that these so-called friends were so rude, and he could say that they had no manners whatsoever. Melzu watched as he threw away the text message and sighed sadly. Then she turned to her companion because she had hit the nail on the head. So she reported that someone had broken into the dungeon. After that, the gatekeeper asked her to tell everyone else, and the girl agreed. He was going to go first and find out the purpose of their guest's visit. In the center of the Union of Kingdoms, namely in the Great Desert, a caravan was traveling. The main trade route connecting all 5 kingdoms passed through this desert. Suddenly, the man who was driving the camel heard the earth shaking, but did not understand what the hell was going on. The trade route continued until the underground cave took over the entire trade route. In the end, the people decided to put an end to this underground world and reclaim their land. They thought that they were only facing huge insects, so with their mighty army, selected from the 5 kingdoms, they would drive out these evil creatures. But in the end, they were all defeated and begged for mercy, even though they were being mercilessly killed. The survivor did not understand where they got an army dozens of times larger than theirs, because it was simply impossible. It was a real nightmare. This underground realm is ruled by the mother of all insects, the mistress of the desert, whose despair has engulfed the 5 kingdoms. Patrick rushed forward at the same time to see who had arrived. Looking at the tracks, he realized that these were the same movements he had seen in the projection. When he arrived at the scene, he noticed a monster that was familiar to him. It was the boss of the dungeon of immense evil, the Sandy Hellmother Hexabel. She said that apparently they had not yet completely filled the monsters. Patrick heard an overly nimble imitation of a human voice. He had heard that among the insect monsters, there were those who imitated the voices of powerful people. However, what she had just said was more important, as she was probably trying to assess the combat effectiveness of the ancient core. He thought he would have to take action before the boss arrived, so he prepared to attack. At the same time, the main character appeared and asked if they were going to play peekaboo. The other girls arrived with him. Patrick stepped forward and asked the boss to stay behind, because he would take care of it himself. And the hero asked him why he was doing this at all. At the same time, Hexabel saw Swallow and was delighted, calling him her teacher. She said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and that he was still in great shape. The guy also greeted her and said that she had gotten even bigger. His conversation partner was a little upset, and asked how he could say such a thing, lady. But Swallow didn't take it personally, and said that she was doing great, but wondered how she was doing. She replied that thanks to his guidance, she was doing just fine, and they continued their pleasant conversation, much to Renee's horror. Then the gentleman turned to the others and asked them to meet Hexabel, the former gatekeeper of the core of antiquity. The boss of the Sandy Hell greeted everyone too, apologizing for not introducing herself earlier. The new gatekeepers of the dungeon were terrified by this. A little while later, everyone was sitting at the table, and Patrick noticed that, to sum up, Hexabel had become the guardian of the blue path before his arrival. She had asked about replenishing the monsters simply because she was concerned about their dungeon, and she had frozen during their skirmish because she was confused at their first meeting. The hero asked if this was true, and she replied that she simply did not know how to greet him. Patrick asked the Lord why he hadn't mentioned this before, and the Lord replied that he had been busy doing nothing, so it had slipped his mind. The knight then said that if she was higher than the gatekeeper of antiquities and the boss's friend, she was now the head of another dungeon of evil, and they couldn't relax. Suddenly, Hexabel crawled closer to him and said that she was his big fan, which surprised him greatly. The girl said that he was unmatched in his mastery of the ball, and despite being a skeleton, he was called the Knight of Death, that is, the strongest fencer. Therefore, it was a great honor for her to meet him in person. Patrick smiled broadly and told her to make herself at home. He then asked if everyone had heard of the boss of the Dungeon of Evil, his admirer. Then Hexabel turned to the girls and asked who they were. Renee replied that she was the current gatekeeper, and Melzu did the same. The maid apologized for her tactlessness when they first met. But is it true that she is called the mother of all insects, and that she called herself a lady because of her gender? Her interlocutor replied that if she was talking about it, she was indeed female. The girl noticed that now everything was clear, and that meant that when Renee arrived, she was the only woman next to Mr. Swallow. The Queen of Demons said that, based on her experience in matters of love, there was definitely something indecent between them. Patrick tried to stop her and asked where it could have come from. Renee was angry and said it was just a parasite. The knight apologized for the chaos, because they had just learned that the bosses of the Dungeons of Evil had decided to visit without warning and had become nervous. Hexabel said that she just wanted to see her teacher after a long time, but that was her own business. The girl who brought her asked if this was the very core of antiquity. This time, she would make this ancient monster understand that he could no longer run rampant. It was the dungeon boss, Margar Aji Dahaka. Shortly before that, in the dungeon itself, a subordinate asked the girl if she was really leaving. When a conflict arose between Swallow and Erebos, the heads of the Dungeons of Evil, neither of them bothered to explain themselves. The same was true of Connect, so she had had enough. She could no longer ignore this creature's actions, and now she had arrived at the dungeon and thought that she would never allow others to look down on her. Suddenly, the girl walking beside her turned to her sister and asked her to look. It turned out that she too could now turn into a human being, just by looking at her tail, and it was very cool. Her companion noted that this was true, and thought sadly that she had planned to come here alone, but they had insisted on coming with her. So she asked her fans to call her boss or master at official events, to which the little girl agreed. Suddenly, someone approached and said that she had brought a child to a meeting of the bosses of the Dungeons of Evil. But the girl did not take offense and said that he himself had come without hiding even his threatening aura. It turned out that he was the boss of the Dungeon of Immense Evil, Nilkumba Kurak. Dahaka realized what he was like. He looked like an ordinary orc, but they say he became the dungeon boss through his own strength, so it was strange to run into him right away. She said that even though the girl looked ordinary on the outside, Fanfear was many times stronger than ordinary dragons, so she asked him to keep his comments to himself. The man noticed that he understood, but asked the dragon's mistress to consider that she could lose her companion in an instant. His interlocutor understood that his expression did not bode well, so she asked her sister not to stray from her side, lest something happen. The little girl agreed, and they headed into the dungeon. When all three entered, they noticed that there was not a soul there. Dahaka said that according to the book, hundreds of glacias, known as cave demons, swarmed there, and the orc was surprised that such a book existed. She went on to say that perhaps some strange squad had already exterminated them, but the girl replied that this was impossible. She thought it was a nuclear weapon from ancient times, not some shabby third-rate dungeon where they didn't care about their own monsters. So it was most likely a trap. It turned out that they had decided to test her. But did they really think that the girl would give up so easily? After searching several rooms, they saw no one and soon found only a golem. But he was asleep, which surprised them even more. Dahaka became very angry and asked how long they would continue to mock her. This time she would respond seriously and burn the cave to the ground. Suddenly, her rage was interrupted by Patrick, who said that they had guests because Melch had recently reported new visitors. It must be the girl Ajidahaka and the man Kurak, and they had come together. The orc said that they had just passed each other at the entrance, and Patrick added that this was good because the others were already waiting, so they should get started. Suddenly, someone asked him what they needed to start, and he replied that it was the first meeting of the dungeon bosses and the great evil. That's why everyone gathered around the table very soon. Before that, Fanfare asked the Lord what the plan was. The boss replied that if her guess was correct, most of those gathered here had suffered from Swallow's antics, and then there was only one thing left to do. They would have to unite and put an end to his rampage, even if it meant fighting him. As she had thought about the police officers present, she saw that everyone had something to say, except of course for her, because she had no idea what that expression on his face meant. Patrick appeared and noticed that everyone was waiting, as he thought. Dahaki was just curious about what kind of person this swallow was, and then he appeared, walking slowly toward his guests. The girl was very surprised when she saw him and wondered if he was really a black disaster and the most terrifying of the evil dungeon bosses. She was surprised that he looked so young. Patrick approached the gentleman and explained something to him at that moment. The hero sat down in his seat and the gatekeepers lined up next to him. Dahaka wondered if she could even look at him, because what if her eyes just popped out? But that couldn't happen, so she begged herself to pull herself together, because she was a representative of the dragons. Surely everyone felt the same way she did. But because of the pressure from this monster, they remained silent, so she had to be the first to speak up. Suddenly Bathory said that she had nothing to say. She had thought she would have fun at this gathering, but for some reason, everyone was silent. She approached Swallow and said that maybe the problem was with him, that he should stop pretending to be uninvolved and behave like the master and true boss of the Dungeon of Evil. But he said he'd rather just sleep. Dahaka was surprised that Bader knew him, and that they seemed to be close. Hexabel also noticed that she had nothing to say because she wanted to visit her teacher, and the Dragon Queen was horrified that she was this monster's student. Elizabeth said that she had indeed come after so long, and it was so boring here. Suddenly, she looked at the girl and noticed that she seemed to want to say something, so she asked her to speak up. She immediately became wary, but thought that she should tell Fanfare anyway, since he was watching. So she gathered all her strength in her fist. She said she was going to wage war on the Empire. Those words shocked everyone present, and an awkward silence ensued. After that, she became embarrassed, shook her head and said that it wasn't her. Suddenly, Kurak joined the conversation, noting that he had sent messages to everyone about his intention to go to the core of antiquity. And, taking advantage of the opportunity, he wanted to make a request to the bosses of the dungeon and evil. He would now say directly that their dungeon, Nilkumbal, was planning to destroy the Empire before the start of winter. The gatekeepers of the core of antiquity were a little shocked by this information. Elizabeth asked if he wanted help, but he replied that that was not why he was there. To put it simply, he was asking them not to interfere in the war between their dungeon and the Empire. And when he said that, the main character, and you already exchanged glances. Hexabel apologized for interrupting, but she was curious how long it would be until winter, and she received the answer that there was only a month left. Kurak then said that they would indeed destroy the Empire in just 1 month. They had long since finished all the preparations, so all the warriors of Nirkumbal were already waiting for his orders. His interlocutor said that he would not be able to defeat the Empire with only his orc warriors. She wondered how many soldiers the Empire currently had, as it had several million soldiers ready for battle. The man declared that this was their last chance, because chaos now reigns in the Empire due to the fall of Riaz and the situation in Necht. Moreover, he had formed an alliance within the Empire that shared their goals. Those present were no less surprised by these words. Elizabeth immediately stood up and asked in horror if he had really joined forces with the humans. She was beside herself with rage, so bloody energy immediately began to seep from all corners of the cave. Then Swallow joined the conversation, saying that if they were going to fight, they should get out of there. They shouldn't make a mess in his house, or else they would have to fight him. Bathory was outraged and declared that she had nothing to discuss with someone who had sold their privilege to be a monster. Kurak remarked that they would meet again as the woman walked away. Later, the gentleman said that he had a feeling that everything would end this way. After a while, Patrick noticed that the boss wanted them to leave, and he did manage to send everyone away. But the guy replied that it wasn't even him who started the quarrel. The knight added, judging by Kuraka's confidence, that the alliance he mentioned must be quite strong. Destroying the Empire was their common dream, and the boss had reacted too impulsively, so they were the only ones who thought that way. Swallow said that now was definitely not the right time for that, at least not yet. Dahaka and his sister were heading somewhere, and the little girl noticed that the orc was talking about destroying the Empire, and wondered if he was serious. The girl replied that she also dreams of wiping out all humans when they cross their boundaries. but destroying the entire empire is a completely different matter, because it is not an easy task. She remembered how, before going into the dungeon, her companion had told her about losing a friend in an instant. She didn't understand if this was related to his expression at that very moment. After a while, the girl noticed Hexabel, and Kurak was there too. But Dahaka remembered perfectly well that they had gone their separate ways. So it was not at all clear why they were now together. The heroine of the Win Empire was in the city of Yubaf at that time. The knight asked why she wasn't eating, and she replied that she had lost her appetite. The guy didn't understand how long she planned to behave this way. She would not bring her companions back by refusing to eat. And now he understood why Garo had sent him here. The others went to look for Cian, and suddenly he saw the girl's face and asked if she was interested, because he had mentioned another warrior. He was sure that they were not disguised and were hiding somewhere. Win asked if they could take them at all. His interlocutor noted that these were the ones they could at least communicate with, and perhaps they would be assigned more difficult work, but they should not even think of leaving the table until he had finished eating. Then he got up and immediately turned to the head chef. The man came out and, wiping glasses, asked the respected customer what had happened. The knight said they were looking for someone, and had been told that this person was here. So he wondered if he had seen him. The chef said that he definitely hadn't seen him, or maybe he had, but he couldn't remember all of his customers. After that, they grabbed their weapons to defend themselves and attack. The knight said he did it because this man looked very much like the person they were looking for. The head chef, or rather, the former hero, whose name is Rashmer, is indeed a former hero. In response, the man said that he did not quite understand what this person meant. The guy was surprised that he said that after blocking his attack with just a knife. They have a request for the former hero, but Rashmer said he refuses. After all, there are already enough elders in the Empire, so they must be trying to bring him back to the battlefield. Therefore, he advised him to return home while they could both still laugh. The knight replied, Garot said that he could refuse, but he was also told what to do in such a case, and he really liked this method of conversation. So he immediately took out one of the 36 masterpieces, which was called Bloody Mary.